Chapter 429. It had been a long time since Thales experienced this feeling. Gray. White. He walked in a grayish-white world. From the ground to the walls, from the gravel and waste wood to the sand and dust, even the air shone with a faint white light, as if the darkness around him had been swept away. There were no other colors. His surroundings were very quiet. Faint shouts traveled into his ears, as if the people in the water had heard the shouts from the shore. Just like another grayish-white world. The teenager was a little dazed. That's not right. His vision was a little shaky and unstable. Occasionally, he saw double images. The dazed Thales shook his head desperately. He propped his long sword against the gray ground to dispel the faint dizziness. He wanted to regain his sense of direction. He felt a grip on his right arm. A gloved palm covered in ripples clasped Thales' arm. Focus. Yodel's voice traveled into his ears and brought him forward. The path of shadows reflects reality. They sometimes overlap, but never overlap. We walk through this place like drifting in the sea. Sometimes we float on the surface, and sometimes we sink to the bottom. You have to distinguish reality from illusion. You can't get lost here. Thales staggered along the way. He was dragged forward by Yodel, the only thing in this world that had a normal color. He tried his best not to look at the grayish-white scene around him. This is bad. He took a few deep breaths and felt that the air that entered his lungs was a little unreal. Thales watched in shock as he walked out of the grayish-white hall and into the grayish-white tunnel. He watched as Yodel carefully avoided the disaster swords who had also turned into grayish-white figures. But no one noticed them. The teenager turned his head around. We're just going to leave like this. You're not going to help him, but Zacriel? Thales panted. He felt as if his words were echoing faintly, as if he was in a dream. Subduing the enemy is not my task. Yodel shook his head and held Thales tightly. His purple mask created a series of overlapping images against the grayish-white background. To me, you are the most important. In the grayish-white world, they sped up, walked out of the tunnel, and arrived at the stone steps. A few mercenaries who were stationed there seemed to have received some sort of signal. They hurried in the direction they came from and brushed past the two normal-colored people. Don't touch them. Yodel's hint was simple. One of them seemed to have sensed something. With his grayish-white skin, he turned his head around warily. His gaze swept past Thales and Yodel. Thales did not even dare to breathe loudly. He only followed Yodel's footsteps and moved, trying his best to avoid the other people's sleeves. A few tenths of a second later, the mercenary shook his head, dispelled his guard, and followed after his companion. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. But Zacriel, the teenager, looked worriedly at the road behind him. He's been locked up for more than 10 years. Let's not talk about his mental state, but his stamina, strength, and reflexes have all declined. Yodel still shook his head. He was a man of few words. It won't affect his fighting. Really? Thales frowned and exhaled. He's only one person. He has to face 18 of them, maybe even more. Yodel did not seem to care about this question at all. He just kept moving forward. He will find a way. Suppressing the faint dizziness, Thales fell silent. However, Yodel suddenly spoke. We can't go around it. We need to reveal ourselves for a while. Thales was stunned. What? Very soon, he no longer had to wonder. There were a few corpses lying beside the narrow stone steps in front of him. Some belonged to the mercenaries, and some belonged to Shadow Shield. Grayish-white blood splattered all over the ground. It seemed that the battle between Shadow Shield and Disaster Swords was still ongoing. The three masked assassins in black seemed to be the only ones left. They put away their weapons and were finishing up the battle. But the moment one of them raised his head, he shuddered. Shing. A short sword pierced through his chest, and it was pulled back with a swish. What followed was a purple mask that appeared out of thin air behind his shoulder. His companion beside him was unusually vigilant. He immediately drew his weapon, but the masked ambusher was faster than him. The ambusher closed in on him and swung the short sword in his hand gently. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk the unlucky assassin's last move was to cover his throat, which gurgled like flowing water, and fall limply to the ground. The last assassin, who was further away, turned pale with fright. He instinctively retreated. But another long sword, which shone with silver light and had a beautiful arc, had already cut through the air with great force. It went straight for his head. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the assassin raised two strangely shaped weapons with handguards and crossed them above his head. He slid and prepared to roll to the side with the force of his block. But something unexpected happened. The trajectory of the long sword, which had a beautiful arc, suddenly changed. It changed from a slash to a thrust, and it thrust forward gently. Asterisk shick. Asterisk the assassin could not believe it. He could only watch as the blade swept past his perfect block and pierced his throat. Thales pulled out the longsword steadily and looked at the blood on it with disgust. On the other side, Yodel, who had just rushed over after finishing off the two assassins, stared at the prince quietly. The gears behind his spectacles turned slightly. A beautiful strike. Yodel put away his short sword and said meaningfully, "So, you awakened to the power of eradication." Thales did not answer. He only nodded. Northland military sword style. Two moves from two different offensive styles. Thunderbolt cross style and ambush style. They were connected by the twist of fate. But, the teenager stared at the assassin with blood dripping from his throat with a complicated gaze. He watched as the assassin trembled and crawled on the ground, grunting as he waited for his life to end. He could not kill him in one strike. Thales stared at the assassin's despairing gaze and sighed. The moment he drew his sword to fight against his enemy, the disaster sword's fanaticism and enjoyment when they killed their enemies kept appearing before his eyes. And the moment the sin of hell's river surged and imitated the twist of fate, that faint emotion reached its peak. "Hey. I hate this." Thales shook his head. He gritted his teeth and raised his sword, wanting to end the assassin's pain once and for all. But Yodel suddenly extended his hand and grabbed Thales' wrist tightly. Under the prince's puzzled gaze, the masked protector squatted down gently. With a thrust and a draw of the short sword in his hand, he took the enemy's life. Thales put down his sword and watched quietly as the masked protector stood up. He swung his sword gently, and the blood on the supreme sword was instantly wiped clean. It was as clean as new. Yodel patted him on the shoulder. "You shouldn't like it," the masked protector said faintly. Thales suppressed the discomfort in his heart and smiled at Yodel. The prince raised his head, picked up the torch, and looked at the path that led to the ground. "I don't know if you heard it, but the disaster swords might know another path that leads to the outside." Yodel shook his head. He took out the long, dark green stone from his bosom and handed it to Thales. There was a hint of certainty in the masked protector's hoarse voice. "As long as the key is in your hands, we can capture all of them in one fell swoop. Now, we only need to reach the surface safely." "But what about after that?" Thales stared at the black prison key in his hand. More questions rose in his heart. What about Quick Rope? What about Dean? What about the secret intelligence department? Thales, whose thoughts were in a mess, knew that this was not the time to think about these things. He tried his best to get rid of all distracting thoughts, threw away the torch, held Yodel's outstretched hand, and followed him into the path of shadows again. But luck did not always favor them. When they went up another floor and arrived at a corridor, Yodel suddenly trembled slightly. "Be careful. There's something strange ahead." Before the prince could react, the masked protector quickly let go of Thales' arm. Thales, who was still enduring the discomfort in the path of shadows, only felt his surroundings tremble. The grayish-white world in front of him rippled again, and like a receding tide, it returned to its normal color, darkness. Thales grunted in pain. He supported himself with his sword while the dizziness brought about by the change in the world. He trembled and retched. "What's wrong?" While he was puzzled, Yodel had already disappeared from his sight. But almost at the same time, the moment Thales appeared, a familiar and terrifying male voice rose from the darkness in front of him. "I knew that you would always find a way to escape, Your Highness." As the fire lit up, a fair-skinned man with a torch appeared in front of Thales with a friendly smile. "It was not in vain that I waited here in fear for so long." When Thales saw this person, he felt a headache and had to prop his forehead up with his hand. What a coincidence. The prince's lips twitched. He called out the name of the person in front of him in annoyance, "Steak." Steak shook the torch in his hand and smiled from ear to ear. Thales suddenly missed Ricky's group of mercenaries. "Disaster swords, aren't you supposed to kill all these people? Why are you so useless?" There was no point in thinking too much. Thales tried to clear his mind of unnecessary emotions. He vigilantly used Hell's senses to observe his surroundings. Steak looked at his vigilant face and arched his shoulders in a resigned manner. He looked a little comical. But Thales knew that comical was definitely not one of the adjectives that could describe this guy. "Don't worry, Your Highness." Steak raised his hands with a sincere expression. "I am a businessman. I don't like violence when I can solve things through negotiation." "Is that so?" Thales looked at him with a headache and sensed the information from Hell's senses. "You don't like violence, then why are there at least a dozen breathing sounds hidden in the darkness behind you?" "That's really reassuring," Thales said with a fake smile. He tried to find Yodel's location. But Yodel still did not show up. He did not use the path of shadows to bring him out either. This meant that the enemy was difficult to avoid and very difficult to deal with. "What will you do, Yodel?" "Fortunately, our astute Baron LaSalle is not here, so I will be honest with you." Steak seemed to be very happy. "Don't worry, Your Highness, we have never intended to hand you over to the Northlanders. We are only working with them with the help of King Chapman's intelligence channels. You know, we are not very good at constellation." "Never intended to hand me over to the Northlanders?" Hee hee. This was the expression Thales wanted to give him. But he could not. "So, you want to say that you want to take me for yourself?" Thales maintained his expression and twitched the corners of his mouth. Steak shook his head. "No, our goal in coming to Blade Fang's camp is to meet you alone." Steak narrowed his eyes into slits, and his expression became serious. "Let's see if the legendary intelligent prince can become our savior." Thales was slightly stunned. Savior? But in the next second, Steak's words and actions caused Thales, who had been on high alert, to be shocked. Steak lifted his cloak and knelt on one knee before the prince. He was incredibly respectful. He was even more respectful than Yodel. "The Honorable First Heir of Constellation, Your Highness Thales Jadestar." Steak's voice was submissive, his tone respectful, his posture humble, and he did not look hostile. "Steak Kos, on behalf of Shadow Shield, we are willing to pledge our loyalty to you and be your vanguard to redeem the heinous crimes we have committed and reverse our fate of deteriorating with each passing day. Please accept our sincerity." Chapter 430. What? At that moment, Thales' mind was in a daze. As he looked at Steak, who knelt respectfully on the ground, a few boring phrases from another world flashed in his mind. "The aura of a bastard. Bow your head and worship me. Long Ao. Ahem. The 20th of May is here, and the only person who confessed to you is a man. Ahem, ahem, ahem." Thales shook his head vigorously to get rid of these boring thoughts. "Don't forget, Yodel is still next to me. Damn it." The Prince of Constellation had a strange expression on his face. He looked at Steak with a complicated expression and ruffled his hair, which looked like a bird's nest. "I really hope that I can be so popular when I'm in Dragon Cloud City." Steak smiled again. He slowly raised his head and stood up. "As I said, Your Highness, Shadow Shield cannot survive alone. It needs the support of power, needs the demand of power, and needs a gap in power." Steak looked around, as if he was really worried about something. LaSalle and the group of sword sellers were there, so I had to be polite and say some pleasantries. But when I'm alone with you, I can say something from the bottom of my heart. Thales raised his eyebrows. He wanted to see what else Steak could say. Steak pursed his lips, and his expression darkened. A few seconds later, he managed to say something. You're right. A few seconds later, he said, I don't like Chapman Lampard, Your Highness. I didn't like him from the first time I saw him. The torch in Steak's hand crackled, and even the darkness in the corner swayed slightly. When he heard that name, Thales subconsciously tightened his grip on his long sword. He remembered the meeting between Chapman and Steak under Lampard's carriage 6 years ago, when he and Little Rascal were still in it. Thales sighed and said sincerely, Very well. Very good, then we still have something in common. Steak nodded in understanding. Your Highness, you have been a hostage in Northland for 6 years. I believe that you know more than I do. The ambition in that man's eyes and his actual methods are too terrifying. If Shadow Shield wants to survive on its own, we cannot rely on him. Thales narrowed his eyes. So? Steak shrugged. So we don't have much choice. He did not have much choice. Just when Thales frowned and felt that he had heard this sentence somewhere before, Steak continued speaking with conviction. In my opinion, Your Highness, you, who represent Constellation, are the only one who can turn the tide in the future and fight against the Kinslayer King in the Western Peninsula. He looked at Thales sincerely, and his tone was firm. At that moment, Thales curled his lips, and the expression on his face was very interesting. But Steak acted as if he did not see Thales' expression. He shook his head. And Shadow Shield can't keep hiding forever. We can't live in Constellation's pursuit for decades. Thales' expression did not change at all. Thales blinked and shook his head stiffly. So, you're saying that your goal of capturing the prince in Blade Fang's camp this time is fake, and you're here purely to look for a master? In his heart, he felt that even Ida would not believe what he said. But Steak was not embarrassed. Instead, he smiled and nodded slightly. When he said this, Steak seemed to be acting strangely. He looked around warily. A thought flashed in Thales' mind. He was afraid that the other party would notice something. Fortunately, Yodel was still silent and disappeared without a trace. Strange. Even though the masked protector was used to protecting Thales quietly and attacking from the shadows, for him to restrain himself for so long, Thales felt a chill in his heart. Unless, the opponent is really difficult to deal with. Such as, the Star Killer and the Raven of Death. Steak turned his head around. It's not safe here, Your Highness. Whether it's the Disaster Swords or LaSalle's Northlanders, they all want to harm you. Why don't you allow us to leave and find a safe place? I knew it. Thales blinked. He wanted to know when Yodel would attack, but he had to continue speaking. So, you're saying that it's actually very safe to go with you, and that I don't have to worry at all? Because you came to capture me to become my vassal? Because you won't deal with me like how you dealt with Herman Jadestar 18 years ago? Thales' lips twitched, and he said sarcastically. Steak was silent for a while, as if he was deep in thought. I won't deny that I killed your uncle, Your Highness. This time, Steak looked like an old man who had experienced many things. He looked at the prince solemnly. But it's as I said. Steak frowned hard, and he mentioned the strange name with only one syllable again. The blood debt from 18 years ago is all in Ting's hands. That is also the dark history that Shadow Shield does not want to bring up the most. He stared at Thales. I was only acting under orders, and I had no choice. You are destined to become a king, and you must have the magnanimity to match it. Compared to the real culprit behind the scenes, there is no need for you to hate an unthinking blade and a sword without its own will. Thales rolled his eyes. He did not speak for a few seconds. The letter he stuffed in front of his chest seemed to have become a little heavier. Acting under orders, and I had no choice. So you don't have to bear the blame. Thales chuckled and shook his head while clicking his tongue. He seemed to have sensed something. You are a soldier who obeyed orders from the country, so you had no choice but to slaughter unarmed civilians, and you don't have to bear the blame. You are an official who represents the ruler, so you had no choice but to carry out evil policies that bring harm to the people, and you don't have to bear the blame. You are a petty official who was hired by someone, so you had no choice but to follow orders and exploit your subordinates, and you don't have to bear the blame either. It's as if you can always find the main body at the top, be it the country, the king, the employer, or even the tradition of the system. You seem to be able to throw all the blame on it, as if everything can be solved as long as you can find the source of everything. Thales spat in disdain. This is one of the excuses I despise the most. Steak was slightly speechless. Unfortunately, there has never been a unthinking blade in human society, and there has never been a masterless sword. Thales said coldly, regardless of whether they are aware of it or not, whether they admit it or not, whether they accept it or not, everyone has to pay the price for what they have done. There is no escape. There is no Jesus in the world who has suffered for others. Steak frowned slightly. He was slightly puzzled. But he still let go of his doubts and sighed. Of course I am guilty, and I do not intend to run away from it. On the contrary, I am now trying my best to make up for it, whether it is by pledging loyalty to you or changing the fate of Shadow Shield. His voice became a little low. Thales sneered. Make up for it? Loyalty? How? Steak bowed respectfully. Come with me, Your Highness. We can talk about many things and share a lot of information. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. Including the secret from that year, the secret that Ting hid from everyone for 18 years, the secret that caused the Jade Star royal family to suffer misfortune. Thales frowned. Similarly, we will show you our value. Steak raised his head, and a rare hint of steel appeared on his cold face. Since 18 years ago, the conflict between the royal family of Constellation and the great nobles has become increasingly intense. The Iron Hand King's ruthless and violent methods have exacerbated this situation. I believe that your path to being crowned king will not be smooth. Because of this, as the heir, you need a sharp blade that no one knows about. If there is no such thing as a masterless sword in this world, then let us become a sword that is willing and has a master. Let us become that blade in the darkness. Steak slowly pressed his hand against his chest. His words seemed to burn with boundless flames. To protect your crown. The future Supreme King of Constellation, Your Majesty Thales I. He said in a loud and clear voice. Thales felt his eyelids twitch. A few seconds later, the teenager exhaled and shook his head with the ghost of a smile. I can't believe it. Only 6 years ago, you tried to assassinate me under the fortress. Thales rubbed the hilt of his sword and could not help but laugh. But Steak shook his head. First of all, that was what Archduke Poffert hired us to do. Steak was still indifferent, as if he was unmoved. He raised his right hand. Second, as a king, how can we not be tempered? Our hatred is indeed as deep as the sea. We are enemies, Your Highness. Steak pointed at himself, then gestured respectfully at Thales. But the most brilliant ruler not only destroys his enemies, but also turns them into friends, and uses them for his own use. Thales stared at him in a daze. It's hard to imagine. This guy is giving me a political lesson? Steak curled up the corners of his mouth, revealing a casual but not frivolous smile. Besides, if we did not have that thrilling encounter during that assassination, how would we know what kind of king you are? How would we know that you are worthy of us entrusting our lives to you and serving our swords loyally after we got rid of Ting's nightmare? The next moment, Steak put away his smile, and bowed solemnly and cautiously. The fate of Shadow Shield is in your hands, Your Highness. Hold it in your hands to prevent us from becoming an unstable factor again, or let go of it and let the assassin organization, which has been in disunity for a long time, continue to fall into depravity and bring harm to the world. It is all up to you. Please show me the magnanimity of a king, the bearing of a ruler, be wise and decisive, and think thrice before you act. The magnanimity of a king? Thales stared at Steak, dumbfounded. His jaw almost dropped to the floor. Fortunately, he did not say King of Glory. But Thales still stared at him in a daze. He felt that his impression of Steak had been refreshed. My God, Quick Rope should have hired you to bring in business for him. Thales shook his head and clicked his tongue. Why would a person like you be an assassin? It's such a waste. Isn't it better to be a president? Steak only smiled humbly. So, what do you mean? Are you willing to come with us? We have too many things to report to you regarding your future and Shadow Shield's future. Thales exhaled and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Very well. Thank you for your kindness. You may leave now. Steak narrowed his eyes slightly. Thales waved his hand awkwardly. When I return to Eternal Star City, you can send me a message. I'll be happy to talk to you about the future of Shadow Shield. Steak smiled and shook his head. Of course we're willing to do that, but unfortunately, I don't think your father will be happy. Thales snorted softly and said, I'll convince him. But Steak denied this. I'm afraid that won't work. I'm sure that hatred and anger have blinded King Kessel's eyes. After Ting left, it's not that I didn't send a message to the Secret Intelligence Department, but every time, it was like a stone thrown into the sea. Thales frowned slightly. That's why we had no choice but to come to you. We could not get close to you when you were in Extet, and when you arrived in Constellation, you were locked in the palace and surrounded by layers of iron curtains. It was only at this time that we had the chance to meet you without being disturbed. Steak was extremely respectful. Please do not worry. You will be safe, and you will return to Constellation. We will be your quietest and most powerful ally. We will only appear when you need us. Thales stared at him for a long time. He clenched and unclenched his fists. But the prince smiled at the last second. A prince with the surname Jade Star is in cahoots with Shadow Shield. Are you sure you're helping me, not threatening me or kidnapping me? Thales sneered. Steak's expression froze. You know, a long time ago, a damn old witch taught me this. The image of a pouting girl with missing teeth flashed before his eyes. It was replaced by an ugly face with a bloody mouth. It made Thales feel disgusted. The Prince of Constellation raised his head and said happily, betrayal is the true meaning of an alliance. The black prison was silent. Faint sounds of fighting could be heard in the distance. He did not know whether it was an assassin, a swordsman, or someone else. Steak was silent. If that's what you're worried about, you don't have to. The leader of the assassins took a deep breath. There were too many people in the tavern just now, so it was not convenient for me to say much. But you must know that I have followed Ting for a long time, and I have also learned some secrets behind his impenetrable and mysterious veil. Thales thought about Yodel, and at the same time, he paid attention to the other party's actions vigilantly. But Steak's next words made him frown. Your Highness, you are not the only one. As far as I know, during the Bloody Year, one of Shadow Shield's employers. Steak sighed. The smile on his face was one of resignation and pity. He spoke slowly, and his tone was a little deep. Also has the surname Jade Star. A few seconds later, Thales' expression slowly changed. What? What does he know? He could not help but think this way. That map? That weapon? Or... But reality did not allow him to think too much. Steak gently extended his hand, looking sincere and pure. Your Highness, do you want to know who that is? Who is that? At this moment, Thales thought of something. In the next second, a dark figure with a purple mask instantly appeared behind Steak, as if he had emerged from a water curtain. Yodel. Thales tensed up. He did not have time to react, and he could not react. He saw Yodel jump out of the shadows with murderous intent, and charge towards his target. The supreme sword rippled in the air. It mercilessly and cold-bloodedly pierced towards the smiling Steak. The sudden change in the situation happened at this moment. Asterisk bang. Asterisk there was a loud bang. The sudden strong light and loud noise caused Thales, who was in the state of hell's senses and was paying full attention to the situation, to suffer greatly. He subconsciously closed his eyes and took 3 steps back in pain. Only the buzzing in his ears could be heard from both sides of his head. The sin of hell's river surged into his body and alleviated Thales's embarrassment. Thales could only use the most basic sense of touch to feel the ground. Fortunately, the sin of hell's river gave him waves of feedback, allowing him to sense the endless murderous intent that rose and fell in the distance. Hell's senses are not omnipotent. This was the biggest lesson the terrified Thales learned. When one is strong, there is a weakness, and when one is strong, there is a weakness. The strengthened senses did not just bring him convenience. The teenager did not dare to put down the sword in his hand for even a moment. His nerves were tense, and he was ready to swing his sword to counterattack at any moment. But he did not know whether it was because the enemy did not pay enough attention to him, or because he had no time to be distracted. Even when Thales's senses gradually recovered, he was not attacked. But this made him panic even more. Because, as expected, when Thales regained his sight and hearing, the moment he saw the situation clearly, he was instantly filled with rage. Stake was sitting by the side. Half of his body was bright red, and his left arm, which held a strange awl, was trembling slightly. He was panting. He looked very pathetic. There were 2 assassins lying dead beside him. Both of them had their throats slit. But the most important thing was that the masked Yodel stood in front of them. He held the supreme sword tightly in his hand, but he no longer had the strength to move forward. His limbs were stretched taut, and each of them was entangled inch by a strange metal chain with barbs on it. From his joints to his tendons, the barbs pierced into his flesh and bound the masked protector tightly. The other end of the chain was held tightly by 4 different shadow shield assassins. Their gazes were cold, and they had great teamwork. They did not loosen their grip at all. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Yodel's limbs trembled slightly. He tried his best to fight back and held the supreme sword in a reverse grip, but because of the angle, he could not cause any damage to the chain. Shit. Thales' heart clenched. His grip on the sword hilt became stiffer. You know, those in our line of work are inexplicably sensitive to our peers, where to hide, when to attack, who to target, what route to take. Stake's voice rose faintly. The leader of the assassins struggled to get up from the ground. He wiped off his cold sweat, as if he still had lingering fear from the dangerous situation just now. But I really did not think that one day, I would be able to use this experience to save my life. Stake first looked at Thales, then at Yodel, who could not move. He patted the dust off his body. He stared at the masked protector, who was restrained. He composed his expression and revealed a sincere smile that he had not shown for a long time. We've finally waited for you. It was so scary. Chapter 431. Thales could not believe his eyes. Yodel, who always hid in the dark and always killed, captured. The shadow shields behind Stake lit up 2 torches and illuminated the small corridor. Even though his expression could not be seen through the mask, Yodel's struggles became weaker. His body faded a few times as he withstood the pulling force from all 4 directions. He tried to enter the path of shadows, but under the strength of the chains, his attempts failed repeatedly, and he was forced to show himself. Lurking, provoking, and profiting. You really had a good time down there, my dear colleague. Stake seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He put on a slightly ferocious smile and looked at the masked guest, who was invited by the chain. Perhaps you feel that it's a pity that we didn't fulfill your wish of fighting to the death against the disaster swords because of the strange provocation? Yodel did not answer in the dark and dreary black prison. His dark purple mask was facing Stake, who was at least 5 steps away. His silence made Stake frown slightly. This is bad. Thales forced himself to calm down. He gritted his teeth, bent his knees slightly, and raised the silver diamond longsword in his hand so that it was at eye level. There were not many 2-handed sword styles in the Northland military sword style. Most of them were used to launch desperate counterattacks after their shields were broken. But now, He held the sword with both hands and looked at the chain-controlled messenger closest to him. I just need to force one of them to retreat. Thales called out to the sin of Hell's river that filled his feet. He was ready to exert his strength. No, no, no. The sharp-eyed Stake did not miss this scene. He raised his eyebrows, raised his index finger at Thales in an amiable manner, and shook it slightly. If it were me, I wouldn't have done that. Stake shook his head. His smile was still polite. Your Highness. As he spoke, he pushed the awl in his hand forward gently and pointed at Yodel's throat. This action made the anxious Thales stop in his tracks. After all, you have a precious body. Stake shook the weapon in his hand, and the smile on his lips grew wider. There was a hidden meaning in his words. If you are injured, I cannot afford it. Damn it. As he watched Stake's smug and confident smile, Thales took a deep breath and put down the long sword in the air. He had no choice but to give up on the idea of breaking through the encirclement. He tried his best to get rid of his irrational thoughts and desperately tried to think of a way to help Yodel out of his predicament. Yodel struggled with his right arm again. The tip of the supreme sword pierced one of the links on the chain, but the assassin holding the chain immediately exerted force in the opposite direction. The angle was tricky, and it crushed the masked protector's intentions. You've said so much nonsense. Thales looked at Yodel, who was fighting against the four people. He felt troubled. Just to lure him out? Stake clicked his tongue and shook his head. It's not all nonsense, Your Highness. The leader of the assassins bowed as politely as before, but Thales could no longer sense the respect in his words just now. Please believe in my sincerity. It was as if he had grasped the last move on the chessboard. Calm down, Thales. Calm down. The prince took a deep breath and listened to Stake's direction with held senses. The four people who were wrestling with Yodel were breathing unsteadily as they continued to consume their energy. The two assassins behind Stake rested quietly and were recovering their strength. Stake's left arm was still trembling slightly. It seemed that he was not completely unscathed after he fought against Yodel. But Thales looked worriedly at the darkness behind Stake. He could still hear multiple breaths coming from there. His greatest support was suddenly gone, and he could not fight against many people alone to save the hostages. What should I do? How can I? He looked at Yodel, who was trapped in great difficulty. He caressed Ricky's silver diamond longsword and felt its almost perfect balance, but he knew that he was in the most unbalanced situation he had ever been in. Stake seemed to have completely recovered from the sudden attack. He took a few steps to the side and sized up Yodel, who was bound tightly. He clicked his tongue. 6 years ago, 2 of my teams accepted Val Arun's commission and went south to the land of Constellation, a place they had not dared to set foot in for many years. He sighed softly and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yodel. In the end, after a failed assassination attempt in a carriage, and the subsequent encirclement by the Secret Intelligence Department, only 2 sentries returned alive. When he heard this, Thales was slightly stunned. 6 years ago. Val Arund. Assassination attempt in a carriage, wouldn't that be? Stake snorted coldly. He swiped the awl in his hand across Yodel's mask. What a coincidence. In their description, there was also a similar mask. Then, who are you? Yodel still did not speak, but Thales saw that the barbs on the chain that bound Yodel's arm had started to bleed, and the latter's struggles were getting weaker. But the masked protector shook his head slightly. Stake, who did not get a response from his target for a long time, curled up the corners of his lips. I can tell that you are not an eloquent speaker. Damn it. Thales' breathing became faster and faster. He raised the long sword in his hand a few times. Yodel still did not speak, as if someone had used an iron brand to cover his mouth. Under the dim firelight, the familiar yet unfamiliar dark purple mask looked simple and monotonous. The assassin leader finally gave up on trying to communicate with the strange masked protector. Maybe, he's a mute. Now, the uncertain factors that affect our communication have been resolved. Stake slowly turned his head and suddenly looked at Thales. Can you come with us, Your Highness? He still had that amiable smile on his face. He stood among the group of assassins with their faces covered, stood in the impenetrable darkness, and extended his hand to Thales from afar. But the prince only felt a chill run down his spine. We can get along, and we will work well together. As he stared at Stake's palm, Thales furrowed his eyebrows so tightly that his teeth were about to shatter. He swung his hands, and the long sword drew an arc in the air. He was getting used to the characteristics of this weapon. Ambushing my protector is not a good sign for cooperation. Stake lowered his palm and said with a smile, I think so. After all, he did not hesitate when he swung his sword at me. Thales was speechless for a moment. He changed his attitude and said coldly, Listen, Stake, if you still want to get out of here alive. When the prince said this, he stiffly stopped himself from saying that the kingdom's secret intelligence department has already surrounded this place. No, confirming this news in front of Stake would only make him more desperate, and he would care more about the hostages and bargaining chips in his hands. What should I do? Thales looked at Yodel, but he could only see a reflection in Yodel's lens. We can discuss what you said, Thales braced himself and said, but as the first step of the negotiation, I am more willing to see my protector healthy and safe. Stake stared at him carefully for a long time, then he smiled. He smiled very happily. As he smiled, the chain-wielding assassins bound Yodel even tighter. The masked protector shuddered and shook his head at Thales again. There is only one way to ensure his safety, Your Highness. Perhaps he was tired of Thales' words. Stake's smile was a little cold. Stake narrowed his eyes into slits and tilted his head slightly. And you already know. Thales tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Damn it. He's so stubborn and slippery. Cooperation, negotiation, and benefits, nothing can attract his attention. He only wants me. Me. Stake stared at Thales for a long time. He did not seem anxious at all. In fact, I heard a lot about you from Baron LaSalle, and he heard a lot about you from King Chapman, including your personality. When he heard that name again, Thales suddenly had a bad feeling. Stake smiled and took a step forward. He looked at Yodel, then at Thales. For example, you are kind, resolute, and brave. Stake's expression changed slightly. He raised the awl gently. But I've always been curious. How can these two characteristics appear on the same person? Then, we have a chance to verify it today. Before Thales' unpleasant expression, Stake gently pressed the tip of the awl against the masked protector's neck and grinned. Yodel still did not move. His arms were bloody. The assassins who tightened their grip on his limbs tightened their grip. What do you mean? Thales' face was pale, and he spoke faster. As I said, I am a businessman. Stake spread his left hand in a seemingly resigned manner, but the awl in his right hand suddenly tightened around Yodel's throat. Thales could not help but clench his fists. Transactions are always consensual. So, I hope to see you come with us quietly and willingly. Do not cause trouble, do not make mistakes, and do not play any tricks. You must know that we are deeply aware of how difficult you are to deal with. Stake twitched the corners of his mouth in a profound manner and gestured at the silent Yodel. Make your choice, Your Highness. Stake smiled, but a cold glare shone in his eyes. Do you want the generosity of a king, or the decisiveness of a king? Generosity, Thales looked at Yodel, who could not move, with a pale face. Or decisiveness? He glanced at the awl Stake had pressed against the masked protector's throat. Damn it. In the dim firelight, Yodel shook his head in a barely noticeable manner again. Thales looked at him in anguish. Damn it. No, Thales sucked in a light breath and suppressed the resentment in his heart. Calm down. Calm down, Thales. Calm down. He took a few deep breaths, and his gaze swept past each shadow shield assassin. They want me. Thales subconsciously repeated this in his heart. They want me. A few minutes later, the Prince of Constellation curled his lips and smiled. He smiled with great confidence. Steak looked at the prince and wondered whether he should use the awl in his hand to urge him to act. "It's not a problem for me to go with you, but I have a question." Steak raised his eyebrows to show that he was willing to listen. Thales said in a low voice, "You don't care about me, do you?" "What?" Steak was slightly stunned. "No matter what you want from me, be it wealth, secrets, bargaining chips, power, hostages, or amulets. Do not forget that I am first and foremost the heir of Constellation." Thales looked away and spoke in the most indifferent and alienating manner he could think of. "Shadow Shield, why don't you consider the king's attitude and perception? Let's assume that you are still in that position after today and give orders to your subordinates. Steak, take a guess. After today, compared to Lampard and my father, what kind of future will the future Thales the First give you?" Steak's expression changed slightly, and his expression slowly turned cold. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the prince coldly raised his long sword and pointed it at Steak. "What kind of future will Constellation give you in the decades I am on the throne? If you really value me, then you will not use the life of a guard to threaten me," Thales said coldly with a tough attitude, "but you still did it. Maybe it's because you don't care." Steak narrowed his eyes slightly. "Your Highness, but Thales spoke very quickly and interrupted him. The prince said calmly and steadily, "There is only one explanation for this. Perhaps you are not afraid of killing him, of angering me, and of the possible consequences." Every word he said made Steak frown even tighter. Thales looked at the incredibly disheveled Yodel from a distance. In his mind, the scene of him carrying the wounded and dying Thales as he moved through the roofs, alleys, sentry towers, and city walls of Eternal Star City appeared in his mind. He subconsciously clenched his fists. "Perhaps, being loyal to me and working with me was a lie," Thales said with a cold smile. "Because when you came to me under the guise of flattery, you did not intend to let me ascend the throne at all. You did not want me to be crowned and become a king to cause trouble for you, right? Perhaps, after you took me away and used me, you intended to kill me." As he listened to Thales' words, Steak's expression became even more unpleasant. At that moment, Yodel's mask moved slightly, and the reflection of fire flashed through the holes of the lenses. "From the looks of it, I have no choice at all." Thales gritted his teeth and raised his long sword. "Once you kill him, it will prove your stance. For my future, for my throne, I can only fight to the death, and I will not rest until I bleed to death." He stared at each assassin with determination and coldness. "Am I right?" Black Prison suddenly became very quiet. Only the indistinct sounds of fighting could be heard in the distance. Yodel struggled again, but Stakes all pressed against him, making him unable to move. Stakes stared at Thales. It was as if he was getting to know him for the first time. A few seconds passed. Stake finally took a deep breath and tried to force a smile. "Your Highness, we do not have to be in such a deadlock," but Thales interrupted him again. "But you have a choice." Unexpectedly, the Prince of Constellation, who had a frosty expression just a moment ago, now smiled. "What I said just now was just a hypothesis, Stake, a hypothesis that once you kill him." Stake frowned again. "But I guess you are not the kind of person who is willing to walk down Ting's old path until the very end, Stake. So, if you want to prove your sincerity, prove that you are useful to me, and that I do not need to fight to the death, you might as well start now." Stake stared at him, and his expression froze. Thales put away his aggressive expression just now and raised a finger seriously. "There is only one way to ensure your future." Thales lowered his sword and extended his palm towards Yodel. His gaze never left Stake. "And you already know, Stake." As he listened to the prince's reply, Stake could not help but frown. Thales stared at him. Yodel's mask was still dark and heavy. The only holes in the lenses reflected the faint light of fire. Stake's face contorted. "Make your choice, Stake." At that moment, Thales' eyes were bright, and he deliberately said in a deep voice, "You also have two paths in front of you. One can make me cooperate with you in a friendly manner, and the other can only make me fight to the death. He curled up the corners of his lips. His left hand gently brushed against the ridge of the silver diamond longsword, and he gestured at the bound yodel with his chin. You want the king's forgiveness. Thales laced his fingers together and tapped his head calmly. Or the king's life? At that moment, Stake's face was livid. Black Prison was terrifyingly silent, as if the people in the distance had been isolated. Even the sounds of the battle between the disaster swords and Shadow Shield did not come for a long time. The Prince of Constellation and the leader of the assassins' gazes met several times in the firelight. The masked protector slowly lowered his head and did not move. Finally, after struggling for a while, Stake's expression relaxed completely. He forced himself to curl up the corners of his mouth and put on an indignant smile. You live up to your reputation, Your Highness. Stake let out a long sigh. As if resigned to his fate, he removed the sharp awl from Yodel's throat and left the masked protector's side. At that moment, Thales finally breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart while he held his long sword tightly. Stake put away his weapon, rubbed his chin, and said in a profound tone, You threw the dilemma of choosing back to me, and forced me to retreat without a choice. Who taught you this? A hot-blooded and brainless Northlander? Thales chuckled. My father. He lowered his long sword, and his mind wandered for a moment. His thoughts returned to the past. 6 years ago, he used this method to put an end to a bloody war between Constellation and the dragon. Stake nodded. But at that moment, Thales felt his hair stand on end. His hell's senses instantly sensed something strange. Someone's there. At that moment, the prince, who had been through a lot of danger, subconsciously turned around and swung his long sword. The sin of Hell's river surged into his mind, and it was as if time had slowed down in an instant. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk with the sound of a sleeve slicing through the air, Thales saw the ambusher's figure clearly in shock and anger. Assassin. In that extended second, Thales saw the situation clearly in shock. 3 assassins in Shadow Shield's attire charged at him from his left and right. They were either wearing boxing gloves or wielding blunt weapons. On the other side, Stake put away a strange-looking soundless bone whistle into his bosom with a satisfied smile. This is a diversion. They want to capture me alive. They're not prepared to negotiate with me at all. Thales subconsciously said in his heart. *T. The sin of Hell's river surged into his body and filled his arms and legs. It brought his long sword faster than usual, and he swung it at the ambusher to his left. But this was already his limit. Thales could not take care of the other two. No, *T, it's too late. In that second, Thales thought in a daze. I learned another lesson. Don't be like assassins, be reasonable. His sin of Hell's river reached its limit. It retreated from his mind, and time seemed to have returned to normal. But the fainting that Thales expected did not happen. Instead, there was, *shik. The monotonous and crisp sound of metal-piercing flesh rose abruptly. Thales was shocked. A weapon sliced through the air and flew towards the 2 assassins he did not manage to defend against. The 2 assassins looked as if they were hit head-on by a galloping warhorse. They trembled in the air and froze. Bang. The 2 of them flew in the opposite direction and crashed into the wall one after the other. Thales looked at the 2 assassins in shock. They were nailed to the wall one after the other by a weapon that sliced through the air. It was a normal longsword that pierced through their chests, and they were pinned to the wall one after the other. The only thing they could do was twitch. Stake and his companions could not react at all. They could only stare blankly at the longsword that shot towards them like a javelin, as if it had descended from the sky. It was still trembling on the wall. Thud. 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 Thales did not have time to think. An unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared beside him. The prince turned his head around. He could only see the unfamiliar figure extend his arm and accurately seize the 3rd assassin's throat. The assassin seemed to be in disbelief. He struggled to fight back, but his opponent did not give him any chance. He struck the wall beside him diagonally. Thud. A heavy, muffled sound rose. The unfamiliar figure pulled back his arm, seized the assassin tightly, and slammed him against the wall again. Thud. A second muffled sound rose. The assassin's opponent pulled back the assassin in his arm for the second time and slammed him against the wall one last time. Crack. A strange and ominous crisp sound rose. In the next second, the assassin slid down from his opponent's arm limply. He fell to the ground and did not move. The air became calm again. Thales looked at his surroundings with a dumbfounded expression. 2 assassins were nailed to the wall. They were moaning in pain, and it seemed like they were about to die. There was another person who fell limply to the ground without a sound. From the moment the longsword flew over to the moment the last assassin fell to the ground, only a little more than a second had passed. The 3 assassins who were prepared to ambush him had all died. I'm really rusty. The newcomer walked to Thales' side, swung his left hand, and grumbled incoherently. The prince stared at this person, dumbfounded. Stake and the Shadow Shield assassins also stared at him, unable to hide their shock and anger. This uninvited guest. A man's figure was illuminated by the dim firelight. A very special man. He wore the light, slightly worn leather armor unique to mercenaries, but he was equipped with a total of 8 or 9 weapons. The man held 2 crossguard swords in his right hand, one long and one heavy. A slightly old one-handed axe and a bag of arrows were tied to his back. A fully strung infantry crossbow hung from his left leg, a sheathless saber was tied to his right leg, a blood-stained hammer was tied to his waist, and a straight saber with a chipped edge was tied to the side of his waist. There was even a short sword that was the length of a forearm in his mouth. He's like a human-shaped armory. Thales thought dumbly. He's dressed like a mercenary. Is he from Disaster Sword? No, doesn't seem like it. The man was not young, and he was not neat either. In fact, his hair was messy past his ears, and he only used a dirty string to tie it behind his head. He looked unkempt, and his face was bruised and swollen. He was missing a piece of scalp on the right side of his forehead, and there was even a black-rimmed extravasated blood in his left eye. Aside from the leather armor that was still brand new, the rest of his clothes were tattered. There were clear bloodstains and wounds on some parts of his body, ranging from scratches to bruises. At first glance, there was not a single part of him that was unharmed. It was as if he had just come back from being tied to a horse and dragged in the sand. But what was special was his chin. Even though he looked dirty, unkempt, and a little hairy, the man had shaved his chin clean, leaving only a patch of green. It formed a stark contrast with the upper half of his face. Wait, beard? Thales suddenly shuddered. He looked at the man's forehead, and he was instantly shocked. As expected. There was a ferocious and terrifying blood-red brand there. It was the alphabet of the ancient empire. Thales stared at the man beside him in a daze. He watched him remove the short sword from his mouth, grimaced, arched his back, and swung his upper arms. He was like a warhorse that had not been out of its cage for a long time, and was exercising its joints. It's him. Thales thought dumbly. Even though he could not recognize him because he had shaved his beard, but it's him. Beautiful movements. The Knight of Judgment, Zacriel, stood beside Thales with a calm expression. He narrowed his left eye, which had a black rim, and swept his gaze over the Shadow Shield assassins in front of him. He spoke coldly to the prince in his unique, dry voice. It's very stupid to be absent-minded. The area around them fell silent for a while. At that moment, Thales stared at Zacriel, who had changed his appearance and equipment, dumbfounded. On the other side, Stake also stared incredulously at his dead subordinate. Even Yodel, who was tightly bound, shuddered a little. Where did you come from? Stake put away his shock and became extremely vigilant. He stared at Zacriel with his entire body tensed up and motioned for the assassins to bind Yodel tighter. This man gives me a very bad feeling. Zacriel snorted coldly, as if he was not interested in talking to Steak. He only stared at the captive Yodel and shook his head slowly. Steak scrutinized the new guest and asked cautiously, "Where is our sentinel?" Zacriel frowned slightly. "Sentinel?" Zacriel shook his head and mumbled, "I didn't run into any." On the way here, aside from some blind people hiding in the dark," Zacriel thought about it. "I don't think I ran into any normal sentinels. For example, glacial sentinels are troublesome characters." When he remembered his unpleasant past, Zacriel frowned hard. Beside him, Thales took a long, deep breath. "Why, you found Razor. Bah! You're still alive?" Thales could not believe his eyes. He sized Zacriel up from head to toe and asked in a stiff and clumsy manner. "Yes." Zacriel's gaze was still unfocused, as if he was not paying attention. He snorted like a tired patient to show his answer. Thales blinked in surprise. "Where are the enemies? Where are the people who surrounded you?" Zacriel rubbed his eyes, as if he was not used to the light source. "They ran away," he answered gloomily. The Prince of Constellation rolled his eyes in puzzlement. "Ran away? They ran away just like that? How is that possible? 18 disaster swords, let you go just like that?" Thales could not understand it. Zacriel tugged at his mercenary leather armor and shook his shoulders in extreme discomfort. "Yes, they ran away." The Knight of Judgment, who was released from prison, silently recalled the battle just now. "Those sword peddlers, they ran away." "How many of them ran away?" Zacriel scratched his head. 2 or 3. Maybe 4. I can't remember." When he thought of this, Zacriel exhaled in displeasure. He pounded his forehead in pain and felt sad. Chapter 432. Zacriel's sudden appearance disrupted the situation and caught everyone off guard. Steak furrowed his eyebrows tightly. The assassin's gazes flickered, and Yodel remained silent. But for Thales, this was the biggest surprise he encountered that day. "Zacriel, sir." Thales endured the stench of blood coming from Zacriel's body. He could not be bothered with the man's current state. "Do you understand the situation we are facing now?" "They are." Zacriel snorted softly and shook his head. He shifted his attention from his left hand, which was hurting from the impact, to the person in front of him. "Shadow Shield," the Knight of Judgment enunciated each word clearly. His tone was dark. How unforgettable. At the moment Zacriel shook his head, his hair spread to both sides of his forehead. Steak finally saw the brand on the man's forehead clearly. At that moment, Steak's expression became incredibly unpleasant. He suddenly realized who this person was. "This is bad," the leader of the assassins mumbled. He gestured for his subordinates to move back slowly. Even Yodel, who was bound by their chains, moved back. When he remembered the man's former identity and reputation, Steak became even more nervous and vigilant. How unlucky. He secretly glanced at Thales. In contrast, Thales was in high spirits. He was glad that he was lucky at this moment. But Zacriel immediately shuddered violently. As if he was being tortured, he lowered his head and covered his face with a pained expression. His entire body trembled. Enough. Zacriel looked at an empty corner beside him with a savage expression. His tone was unpleasant. "I know what to do." Thales was startled. The Knight of Judgment panted rapidly and looked at the corner with an air of seriousness. It was as if there was really someone there. He was talking to him. "I will try to be more careful and cherish the limited time I have left prison. I'm so king hungry." The veins on the back of Zacriel's hand bulged as he covered his forehead. He gritted his teeth and communicated with someone who did not exist. Thales' heart sank when he saw Zacriel suddenly acting abnormally. He subconsciously took a small step back, but he forced himself to stand still. No, he could not step back. Yodel was still in danger. Thales looked at Yodel in the distance. He still held the supreme sword in his hand. His limbs struggled, but he did not surrender. Strangely, he shook his head at Thales in a barely noticeable manner. On the other side, Stake's eyebrows twitched as he observed all of this. He seemed to be deep in thought. Are you okay? Another world? Thales took a deep breath and asked the long-faced man beside him in a tentative manner. Zacriel took a few deep breaths. His face turned from green to red and returned to normal. It's fine. The Knight of Judgment shut his eyes tightly and pushed against his forehead with his palm. Every time he spoke, his body would twitch violently. Just like in the past, when you were trying your best to defend against Tony's attacks, the detestable instructor was still shouting in your ear, as if you weren't flustered enough. Not a problem? Thales cast him a worried glance and suppressed the words in his heart. His current state, would it work? But he glanced at Yodel again and tried hard to shake off his hesitation and fear. He had no choice. All right, can you? Thales activated Hell's senses again and tried to find a flaw in his opponent's formation. The prince fixed his gaze on Yodel. Save him? Zacriel's breathing gradually calmed down. He opened his eyes and looked forward with exhaustion and wounds all over his body. His gaze swept past the assassins and the captured Yodel. Killing is easy. But saving him? That's another matter. The Knight of Judgment seemed to have just recovered from his unconscious state. His words came with intermittent gasps. Thales' eyes darkened. Stake drew out the awl and dagger in his hands again. His eyes shone brilliantly, but his thoughts were unknown. And they have a lot of people, brat. Zacriel frowned. He lowered his head to look at Thales and said coldly, once we fight, I can't protect you. Yodel shuddered violently in the chains and shook his head firmly. Thales was slightly startled before he smiled. You don't have to worry about me, Sir Zacriel. Thales' gaze was firm. He raised his weapon at the assassins. You just need to save him. I can protect myself. At that moment, he suddenly felt that the sword in his hand was no longer as heavy as before. Zacriel narrowed his eyes slightly. Your Highness. On the other side, Stake suddenly spoke loudly. Are you sure this is a good idea? He showed a gentle smile again. I believe that we can solve this through negotiation. Thales snorted softly. Aren't we negotiating right now? The prince took a step back and flung Ricky's longsword away. He positioned himself in the iron body style and said coldly, with a sword, not with your mouth. Stake's expression darkened. Zacriel was silent. He looked at Thales, then at Yodel. How important is he to you? The Knight of Judgment asked faintly, is he worth throwing away your life for? Thales curled up the corners of his lips. Zacriel. How important are your brothers in the royal guards to you? The prince asked with a smile. Zacriel was silent for a moment. The brand on his face trembled slightly under the waning firelight. Don't die. The Knight of Judgment stared at the enemy in front of him. He coldly bit the short sword in his left hand back into his mouth. Your Highness, I don't know your name. At that moment, Stake's expression changed drastically. Right after he said, no, Zacriel's figure flashed, and he closed in on Stake. Amidst the howling wind, he went straight for the four people who were restraining Yodel. Zacriel, who was covered in weapons, was not fast, but his momentum and agility at that moment were not to be underestimated. The Shadow Shield assassins, who had been prepared for a long time, reacted very quickly. 4 to 5 figures immediately jumped out of the darkness and went to intercept the long-faced man. At that moment, Thales could clearly see scattered orange-red light coming from Zacriel's body with Hell's senses. Compared to Araka, Sonia, and Nicholas' power of eradication, which was connected to each other and covered their entire bodies, the man's power of eradication seemed intermittent and scattered, like the stingy rainwater in the desert. There was a drop here and a drop there. There was no order to it. But Thale's thoughts immediately changed. No. It's not that there's no order to it. Thales watched the orange-red light change its trajectory, and a thought appeared in his mind. First, it gathered at his waist and left hand. Shik. A gust of wind sliced through the air. The moment Zacriel took a step forward, he turned his body sideways as if he had predicted it, and narrowly avoided an arrow that grazed past his nose. He swung his left hand, and the throwing axe on his back flew out to the ceiling on the upper left. Swoosh. With a grunt, an assassin with a crossbow fell to the ground from the darkness. The first. A piece of trash with terrible aim. Zacriel counted in his heart. The Night of Judgment's momentum was blocked, and 3 assassins had already caught up to him. They moved to Zacriel's sides, 1 on the left, and 2 on the right. They attacked with their weapons. The 4th assassin went up to Zacriel. He held 4 hiltless daggers in his right hand. When he saw that Zacriel was surrounded by 4 people, Thales, who was watching from the side, held his breath. In his field of vision, the orange-red light alternated between bright and dark. It spread intermittently to the Night of Judgment's calf, right hand, and back. At that moment, Zacriel calmly stopped moving and stomped on the ground. With a nimble turn of his body, he passed by the enemies on his left and right. For a moment, Thales thought he saw the kingdom's wrath charging into the enemy's formation alone. But the Night of Judgment did not charge forward in anger, nor did he break through at all costs. He did not bleed in exchange for his life. The middle-aged man shook his shoulders. The quiver on his back and the 2 swords in his right hand instantly flew out. The quiver flew towards the enemies coming at him from the front, and the long swords shot towards the 2 assassins on the right. Shik. A soft sound rose. The quiver collided with the flying daggers and was torn to shreds. The bundle of arrows scattered in the air. Thud. Clang. 2 swords pierced the ground and perfectly blocked the path of the 2 assassins on the right, forcing them to adjust their postures or leap over them. The moment the 3 assassins paused for a moment, Zacriel attacked the remaining assassin. The Night of Judgment spun around in a strange manner and moved into the arms of the assassin on the left at a tricky angle. He accurately seized the assassin's dagger-wielding arm. Zacriel leaned his head against the assassin's neck as if he was hugging a lover. The short sword in his mouth trembled slightly. Thud. The assassin moaned in pain and watched in disbelief as the short sword in Zacriel's mouth slit his throat. The second one. What a slow idiot. Zacriel thought faintly. He let go of the short sword in his mouth, licked the cut on the corner of his mouth, grabbed the assassin's dagger-wielding hand, and turned around to deliver it. Shik. On the right, an assassin was forced to jump up by the long sword on the ground. He could not avoid it, and he watched in disbelief as his companion's dagger pierced his chest. The third one. Blind fool. Zacriel did not have time to rest. He silently evaluated his enemy. He extended his right arm and used the momentum to push the poor fool whose chest was pierced. He used him as a shield and pushed him forward. The second assassin on the right gritted his teeth. He was about to push his companion's corpse away, but against his expectations, a bloody straight saber pierced through the corpse's back and went straight into his throat. The fourth one. Brainless idiot. Zacriel's expression remained calm. He let go of the saber that pierced 2 people with his right hand and touched the back of his waist. His left hand grabbed a falling arrow in the air, and he threw it at the assassin in front of him with his bare hands. Clang. A soft sound rose. The assassin blocked the flying arrow, but he was shocked to find that in the span of a breath, a sledgehammer had already arrived in front of his eyes. Crack. The clear sound was like an egg being smashed. Even Thales could not help but tremble. The fifth one. A coward who hesitates. Under the terrified gazes of the remaining assassins, Zacriel put away his sledgehammer, pulled out a dagger from his arm, his only injury in this battle, and silently completed his evaluation. Asterisk drip. Asterisk the last arrow in the quiver fell to the ground. It bore witness to the lightning-fast exchange of blows. Thales subconsciously held his breath as he watched. This man, the throwing axe struck the enemy, the long sword intercepted him, the short sword pierced his throat, the dagger pierced his heart, the saber bullied his enemy, and finally, the sledgehammer smashed his opponent's head. All of this happened almost at the same time. Thales suddenly had a feeling that when he faced 5 assassins, the power of eradication in his body surged like loose sand. Zacriel did not fight against many alone, nor did he fight against many alone. Instead, he split himself into 5 people and faced 5 opponents. No matter which side he fought against, he could fight with ease. His palms, his arms, his waist, his shoulders, his legs, every part of his body, and even the seemingly cumbersome weapons all over his body, seemed to have their own consciousness. At the moment his power of eradication erupted, they woke up and danced without anyone teaching them how to do so. They faced the enemies in different directions. Some blocked the enemy's path, some lured the enemy deeper into their ranks, some blocked the damage, some counterattacked at the right moment, and some secured victory. When Thales saw the assassins' daggers pierced into their companions' chests, the sabers pierced through corpses, and the arrows scattered all over the ground, he felt that everything that happened at every moment on the battlefield, be it an accident or a coincidence, could immediately become Zacriel's weapon and bargaining chip, and become the chess pieces that would help him secure victory. This man. Thales stared at Zacriel in a daze. He's not just one person. He's practically a mighty and awe-inspiring military camp, a well-coordinated battle formation, and a well-trained army all by himself. No matter how many people he faced, he always had victory in his hands. He was fearless, and he faced his enemies calmly. Zacriel did not stop. He strode forward and charged at Yodel. No, the center of Stake's eyebrows trembled. He simply could not believe that there was such a person in the world who could kill 5 people in one move. That's Shadow Shield, who has been trained strictly since he was an orphan, and his attacks are ruthless and precise. How could this be? Stake, who was also shocked by the scene before him, gritted his teeth and shouted into the distance. Hurry! That boy! Following his command, 2 assassins who had bypassed the battle took advantage of the moment when Zacriel was too busy to deal with his enemies to charge at the prince. They're here. Thales felt his skin crawl. He looked at the enemies on his left and right, and attacked with his long sword. The sin of Hell's river surged towards him like a tidal wave. Time slowed down again. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales barely managed to block the extremely aggressive blade of the first enemy. He was just about to avoid the attack when the second enemy swung the chain in his hand, and the sound of the wind whistled through the air. It arrived next to his ear. Damn it! Thales was in a difficult situation. He first avoided the blade, then painfully blocked the chain. He could not even organize a proper counterattack, and the long sword in his hand almost slipped out of his grasp. It was just like when he faced the orcs in the desert. Attacks came from all directions. He could block one, but he could not defend against 2, damn it. When I saw Zacriel fight against many alone, he was so relaxed and at ease. He even used the enemy's attacks as his advantage, but when I truly faced this moment, Thales sucked in a deep breath. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. Wait. 1 against many. Zacriel. He used the enemy's attacks as his advantage? The slowing down of time gave Thales time to think. The enemy on his left held a short blade. It was clear that he wanted to engage in close-quarters combat. He wanted to force Thales, who held a long sword, to be at a loss as to how to advance or retreat. He had no choice but to widen the distance between them. The enemy on his right held a chain in his hand. He should be waiting for the moment Thales panicked and retreated to capture the prince alive. One was long, and the other was short. Then, on the other side, the chained Yodel changed his previous silence. He anxiously shouted at the Knight of Judgment, who was getting closer. Zacriel. But they were too far away. No matter what they did, it was too late. But Thales moved at that moment. The sin of Hell's river surged into the prince's arms and waist, causing him to lower his body in a flash of inspiration. He executed a side slash from the cold attack style and faced the enemy's blade. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the eyes of the enemy with the short blade moved, and he took the opportunity to attack. But he was shocked to find that Thales' sword was soft. He did not use any strength at all. Before he could react, Thales took the opportunity to retreat in the next second. He brought his opponent with him to face the other fierce chain. When he saw that his companion and target had entered his range at the same time, the chain-wielding assassin immediately stopped attacking. The whistling by Thales' ears was no longer fierce. Now, without the threat of the chain, Thales gritted his teeth. The sin of Hell's river disappeared without a trace in an instant, and the twist of fate, which he had imitated the most over the past 6 years, rose from his bones. Asterisk shick. Asterisk the prince's retreating longsword inconceivably went against the flow and avoided the blade in front of him. Under the assassin's shocked gaze, it pierced straight into his chest. Damn it! Thales gritted his teeth. He felt the enemy's short blade stab into his shoulder, and it was incredibly painful. The assassin's eyes trembled as he met Thales' gaze. In the end, he fell limp and powerless. Stake's eyebrows twitched as he watched from the side. That's not right. The strange power of eradication, and this kind of decisiveness in battle, this prince's fighting strength, this is seriously inconsistent with the information the Northlanders gave me about the thin and weak boy who is a little smart. Stake gritted his teeth. Damn brainless Northlanders. The sound of the chain swishing in the wind rose again. Thales did not have time to rest. He supported the enemy's corpse with his blood-stained hands, and with all his might, he turned and pushed. Asterisk slap. Asterisk the second enemy's chain struck the shield Thales pushed out. It wrapped around the shield a few times, but it did nothing. Thales took the chance to roll out of the danger zone while holding his shoulder. He endured the pain and raised his sword again. The enemy was very surprised by his companion's sudden death. In his anger, he flung his weapon again. But he no longer had the chance. Asterisk shing. Asterisk a crisp sound rose. The chain-wielding enemy trembled slightly. An arrow had pierced through his neck. Thales, whose face was covered in blood, turned around in surprise. On the other side, Zacriel, who had knocked down another person, released his grip and threw down a crossbow that had finished firing. By his feet, the last bolt that had fallen to the ground had already disappeared. The Knight of Judgment said coldly to the prince, "Not bad." Thales was instantly stunned. The 7th. Zacriel cast a glance at the chain-wielding assassin and said quietly, "Stupid idiot. Useless, idiot, blind, stupid, coward, idiot." Zacriel continued to charge at the enemy, but he could not help but think disdainfully. Under that Far Easterner's command, the assassin from Shadow Shield was clearly so terrifying, but during the years I was in prison, have they become so weak? As his thoughts raced, Zacriel moved forward unhindered. Only the 4 people who bound Yodel were left in front of him. When he saw that success was at hand and that he was safe, Thales could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, Stake, who had almost used up all his trump cards, roared, moved past all his subordinates, and rushed forward. At that moment, the bound Yodel struggled with all his might and cried out involuntarily. No! Something unexpected happened. The previously unstoppable Zacriel and the seemingly fearless Stake stopped at the same time when they were 1 foot away from each other. The situation became calm again. Zacriel and Stake stared at each other in silence. One of them had a solemn expression, while the other had a fierce look. Zacriel? Thales leaned on his sword and wiped off the blood on his face. He endured the pain and walked forward. How? But in the next second, Thales was also stunned. Zacriel stood in front of Stake. His body was tense, and his eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Stake, on the other hand, was in a rather disheveled state. His face was ferocious, and he raised his right hand high. That is, Thales saw the thing in Steak's hand clearly, a metal sphere with complicated patterns carved on it. The prince understood something. He looked at the small space around him and instantly shuddered. Alchemy ball. Zacriel slowly put down the saber in his left hand and said in disgust. This is why I hate wizards the most, and their restless legacies. In front of him, Steak smiled. Yes. The leader of the assassins shrugged. 6 years ago, when Ting saw it. Chapter 433. Steak calmed his breathing and gradually revealed a smile. You can take a gamble, the famous Zacriel. Maybe I am just bluffing. Maybe this is just a flash of light or smoke. He shook the sphere in his hand, and it immediately let out an unsettling buzz. The Knight of Judgment stared at the sphere. The veins on his hands almost popped out of his skin. Thales widened his eyes. Why, I have to say, everything that happened just now left a deep impression on me, Knight of Judgment. Steak smiled savagely. It seems that you are still as good as ever. Zacriel snorted in disdain. The leader of the assassins turned to Thales and panted slightly. As for you, Your Highness, you have also exceeded my expectations. But isn't it too much of a pity to die here with me? Thales stared at Steak and bit his lower lip. With this sphere, the situation once again slipped into a direction that they could no longer control. The prince looked at Yodel, but the masked protector only shook his head slightly. Damn it. Let him go, Steak. Thales took a deep breath and said solemnly, I promise in the name of Jadestar that you can leave safely. Zacriel glanced at Thales. But Steak shook his head. His smile remained. No, Your Highness. Did you think that I came here after so much trouble just to leave safely? Steak sneered and said, Shadow Shield is immortal because we are not afraid of death. He gently took out a bottle from his bosom, and under Zacriel's wary gaze, he let it roll between them. This is the most common drug, Your Highness. I swear, there will be no side effects, Steak said with a chuckle. Please let your legendary knight drink it. He shook the alchemy ball in his hand. Then we can live together in peace. As he stared at the drug in the bottle, Thales' expression turned cold. Do you think this is possible? Zacriel also snorted coldly. But Steak only shook his head. I know that this may make you a little unhappy, but compared to what is coming next, he raised his left hand, smiled savagely, and snapped his fingers. They are here. I hate doing this, but, footsteps rose. Thales and Zacriel raised their weapons warily. However, the people who walked out of the darkness made the prince pale with fright. There were 3 assassins. They escorted 3 people who were tied up and slowly walked to the firelight. No, Thales said in a daze. No. How could it be them? Zacriel turned his head to look at the prince and curled up the corners of his mouth in puzzlement. Steak smiled. He took a step back, but did not put down the alchemy ball in his hand. I have 3 hostages here. Oh, for now. He pursed his lips triumphantly at the newcomers. Thales stared at Steak in shock and anger, then at the person who came over. Damn it. Steak smiled and drew his dagger. He went to the first bound hostage and forced her to raise her face while she struggled non-stop. First of all, the enemy who made you suffer so much. Steak giggled and shook his head. And under his blade was the Disaster Sword's dual-sword mercenary, the girl he stole a kiss from, Madame Marina. She was in a sorry state, and she was mentally exhausted. She gritted her teeth and glanced at the astonished Thales with a sense of humiliation. Then, she struggled angrily. Bah, cockroach. The assassin behind her hit her hard, and Marina instantly went limp. Thales' heart slowly turned cold. Steak went to the next person and spun the dagger in his hand. Next, a stranger I've never met before. The owner of my home, Tampa obediently accepted the assassin's coercion. He looked defeated and sighed as if he had nothing left to live for. How unlucky. I probably forgot to pay my respects to the desert god today. Thales clenched his fists. Steak went to the last person, and with a smile, he pressed the dagger against the latter's neck. Next, your loyal subordinates. The rookie mercenary, who had been separated for a while, Quick Rope, who had a head full of strange red hair, revealed an honest and innocent smile. He forced himself to twitch his lips awkwardly and raised his eyebrows at Thales in a flattering manner. Hey, your highness, do you remember me? I'm your Wuxia Casso. Your Wuxia. Thales exhaled in pain and slammed his long sword against the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk F asterisk CKU, Wuxia. In Dragon Cloud City, the attendant of the prince, who was staring at a certain mute-masked man, sneezed. Why are you so stupid? Aren't you still in the hands of the disaster swords? You were actually captured by them? Quick Rope still blinked innocently. His grievance and embarrassment could still be seen. But Steak was not done. He raised his dagger and pointed it at Yodel, who was bound by 4 people. He sneered. And the last person, the mysterious guard who follows the prince through life and death. Yodel shook his head again. Zacriel frowned and looked at Thales. The prince knew what he wanted to ask, but the current situation, after seeing your performance just now, your highness, I am even more confident in your kindness. Steak used the dagger to flick his hair and his sweat. For example, he narrowed his eyes and pointed the dagger at the hostages one by one. Who do you want to choose to die first? Enemies? Strangers? Subordinates? Or guards? Who will die first? Thales widened his eyes. His gaze swept past these people in disbelief. Marina twitched weakly, Tampa sighed in an obscure manner, and Quick Rope looked like he had a strong desire to live. He struggled desperately to signal Thales with his eyes. Thales clenched his teeth tighter and tighter. How, alchemy ball and hostages? Yodel. And Quick Rope. Even the other 2. Thales struggled. He tried not to look at Zacriel's doubtful expression. The wound on his shoulder throbbed. This is impossible, the prince said with difficulty, but found himself at a loss. Zacriel has his own dignity and choices. I don't think he will be willing to drink your knockout drug, Steak quickly interrupted him. Then we will settle for the next best thing, the assassin leader said with a smile. I am a very easy person to talk to. Steak waved the metal ball in his hand, intentionally or unintentionally. Your Highness, why don't you drink the knockout drug? Then, for the sake of your sleep, let your knight go as far as he can. Thales was first stunned, then indignant. Zacriel snorted softly. A cold smile appeared at the corners of his lips. You really have the guts to say that. Steak blinked politely. He no longer looked as pathetic as when he was forced by the Knight of Judgment to the point where he was at a loss for what to do. Thales was silent. He did not speak. He suddenly felt that the torch behind Steak was very piercing to his eyes. What should I do? Where is the way out? Are you sure? Thales said bitterly, if you let go now, you still have a chance to escape. Steak snickered. Your decision, Your Highness. He completely ignored Thales' words. Instead, he shrugged to himself. Or we can have an appetizer first. Let us test to see how far your benevolence can go. Appetizer? Thales frowned. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Steak held the dagger and walked to Marina's side. The blade was pressed against the blood vessels on her neck, forcing her to raise her head and lean back. Behave yourself, madam. Steak stood behind Marina and grinned viciously. You won't look good if you cut your face. Marina, who was about to struggle, turned pale. Thales' expression became even more unpleasant. Zacriel watched Thales' expression from the side. He seemed to have understood something, and he seemed to be deep in thought. How about we start with the enemy? Steak sneered and stared at Thales from afar. I will cut her blood vessels, and it will serve as a clock to remind you of your decision. Then the stranger, the subordinate, and the guard? Every word Stake said made Thales feel more uncomfortable and angrier. Calm down, Thales. Calm down. In his life, which could be said to be rich and colorful, he had only ever had a knife pressed against his neck. Being threatened with someone else's life. This is the first time. Thales pursed his lips and mocked himself sarcastically. He felt incredibly oppressed. Zacriel, he said laboriously. Can you? But Zacriel seemed to know what he wanted to say. He only shook his head. A potentially fatal alchemy ball, and 4 hostages. They are in different positions, and I can't split my attention to look around. The Knight of Judgment shook his head solemnly. No one can do it. Thales' heart sank. His last hope was dashed. Zacriel looked at the prince and sighed slightly. But I can still get you out, child. The Knight of Judgment cast a glance at Stake from afar and said softly, his words cannot be trusted, and your identity is obviously more important than theirs. This choice is not difficult. Thales' arm tightened. He felt that the long sword in his hand was incredibly heavy. Not difficult. But, Thales swept his gaze over each of the hostages, the bad-tempered and distressed Marina, the treacherous but kind Tampa boss, and Quick Rope, who had a very high status and was at ease. And, the prince stared at the masked protector, who looked like he was about to die. Should I choose to sacrifice all of them and escape alone? Or should I sacrifice some of the less important people and hope that Zacriel's sudden attack will turn the situation around? No, no. Zacriel has more than one bargaining chip. And I. He had nothing. He was at his wit's end. Thales felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. I don't have the whole day, Your Highness. Stake seemed to be tired of this stalemate. He said coldly, make it quick. It was very strange. At this moment, Thales suddenly remembered what happened 6 years ago. 6 years ago in Heroic Spirit Palace, when he faced the 5 archdukes, he also screamed at the top of his lungs and almost fell into despair. At that time, he even wavered and considered whether he should accept Asda's suggestion and use the latter's power to overturn the game. Wait. When he thought of this, Thales shuddered slightly. He gritted his teeth. His right hand, which was on the sword hilt, gradually stiffened. I'm not at my wit's end, am I? At least. Thales raised his head with great difficulty and looked around at everyone. Me, Thales Jade Star. And the last bargaining chip. The last. When he thought of this, Thales almost crushed the sword hilt in his hand. The prince stared straight at Yodel's dark purple mask. The expression in his eyes was difficult to understand. The masked protector had a thought. He suddenly knew what the prince wanted to do. No. Yodel trembled and struggled for a while. He anxiously called out Thales' name. Thales. No. Don't take the risk. You are more important than all of us. Thales closed his eyes. Zacriel furrowed his eyebrows. Stake also cast him a suspicious glance. I'm more important than all of them? The prince remembered the assassination attempt in Renaissance Palace a long time ago. At that time, Yodel pushed him away without a care for his own safety and blocked 3 arrows alone. He also remembered how the others in Dragon Cloud's city held weapons and entered Heroic Spirit Palace to fight for a chance for the prince's unstable plan. At that time, for Yodel, for them, that's not a difficult choice, right? Isn't it? Because I'm not just Thales. I'm also Prince Thales. I'm the heir to the kingdom. However, am I? Thales remembered what Asda said to him a long, long time ago. If I came to you when you were still a child beggar, would you still react like this? The prince clenched his teeth and remembered his past self. When you are intoxicated with the title of a prince, or when you are struggling with the misery of a child beggar, when you are going back and forth between the happiness and pain of both, have you ever thought about what you really are? A prince who is noble because of his bloodline. A child beggar who was born lowly and unfortunate? A genius child who grew up prematurely? A pitiful person who struggled and tried his best to change his fate? Thales's breathing quickened again. When you are stripped of all the definitions given to you by others, and you leave all the situations in which you exist, what do you have left? What do I have left? In the next second, Thales opened his eyes. Zacriel. At that moment, he felt his voice become firm and heavy. The former penal officer of the Royal Guards, the watchman, Sir Emmanuel Zacriel, am I right? His voice was no longer unpleasant and frivolous. But his heart was incredibly relaxed and open-minded. He was no longer filled with worries and burdens. The Knight of Judgment, who was observing the enemy, frowned and turned his head. Thales said resolutely, please act according to the circumstances and do your best. Zacriel was slightly stunned. Act according to what circumstances? Thales did not answer. He only smiled faintly. Quick Rope, who was being held hostage, thought that Thales was finally going to give up on them. In his anxiety, he quickly said, Thales? Listen to me, we can choose a more neutral, but Thales shook his head. Shut up, Quick Rope. The Prince of Constellation sighed. By the way, your salesmanship is terrible. Quick Rope was stunned. Thales took a deep breath and smiled. He looked at Stake calmly and coldly. Do you know, Stake, this is the territory of the Alchemy Tower? They left behind a lot of things, and most of them were inherited by Constellation. Stake's expression turned cold. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. The Alchemy Tower? What does it mean? The prince looked at the dilapidated environment in the dark dungeon and stabbed his long sword into the ground. The wizards, before they disappeared, they always had all kinds of tricks. The alchemy ball was just one of the most insignificant ones. Thales stared at the beautiful and expensive long sword in his hand with complicated emotions. The Jade Star royal family knew some of them, and they also mastered some of them, he said absent-mindedly. Then, he snorted, as if he was talking to himself. Of course, I'm not talking about the sparkling golden blood. Zacriel narrowed his eyes and sized up Thales again. Stake silently made a gesture, and the assassins bound the hostages even tighter. The prince raised his head and looked at the assassins in front of him. Thales averted his gaze, as if he did not see Yodel shaking his head vigorously. Who am I? I am Thales. From the first day I came to this world. Until the last day. He said quietly. No one can change it. No one can deny it. No one can question it. Because I am, and I can only be Thales. And nothing else. Thales clenched the hilt of his sword tightly. He felt at peace. Don't blink. Under everyone's strange gazes, the prince chuckled and said, because, this might be the most interesting, magical, and brilliant magic show you have ever seen in your lives. Thales moved his left hand down without batting an eyelid, and gently touched the sharp silver blade of the long sword. Stinging pain came from his palm, as well as a warm sensation. Once upon a time, he had done this when he was extremely excited. But now, he was so calm. Will I succeed? Stake instinctively felt that something was wrong. He pressed against Marina's throat, gritted his teeth, and threatened, Your Highness, I swear, if you play any tricks, I will immediately attack. But Thales could no longer hear him. Even Yodel and Zacriel disappeared from his senses. At that moment, he was already immersed in an infinite light. It was as if he had surpassed himself. Eastern Peninsula. In an unknown fishing village. In the evening. In a simple and crude cottage by the sea, a brown-skinned, quiet, and beautiful woman was quietly washing the wooden bowl in her hands. She listened to the sound of waves in her ears, and her hands did not stop moving. Her face was calm, and her expression was indifferent. It was as if nothing could interrupt this pleasant and peaceful scene. Until the next second. Asterisk clatter. Asterisk a wooden bowl fell to the ground, spinning non-stop. The woman did not pick it up. Instead, she slowly raised her head, and her face was full of shock. It was as if she had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. In the next moment, the beautiful woman decisively left everything behind, walked out of the cottage, and looked at the sea in the distance. In the end, the setting sun stopped on the surface of the sea. It was like a child bathing in a bathtub. It was about to sink, languid, and mischievous. The woman stared at the sparkling golden waves on the horizon, and her expression became more and more solemn. In the next second, a dry voice rose abruptly, as if heavy ink had suddenly barged into a painting. Fräulein. The dry voice spoke very quickly, and it seemed to be extremely anxious. This is it. The woman nodded. Her expression did not relax for even a moment. I know. The woman named Fräulein nodded slowly. Her voice was steady, and she subconsciously comforted everything around her. I can feel it. That thing is on the verge of knocking on the door again. That thing. The woman frowned slightly. The visitor from the void seemed to be in a hurry. He did not wait for the woman to finish speaking before he interrupted her. It must be crazy. Quick, where is he or she? Fräulein did not answer immediately. She only stared at the sea with a dark gaze. In the next moment, something unusual happened. Purple light. Endless purple light seeped out from the depths of Fräulein's eyes. The light spread to the woman's face, like branches branching out. As the light shone, the woman's facial features were gradually obscured. Her gentleness was gone, and she looked even more awe-inspiring and terrifying. It was as if everything in the world had lost its color. From this moment onwards, she was the only one shining. But the woman still stared at the sea without moving. The voice in the void did not speak again. He knew what the other party was doing. A few seconds later, the purple light trembled slightly. Zarkle, the woman asked softly. Where are you? The voice in the void rose again in a hollow voice. This time, there was a hint of caution that was difficult to detect. Dragon Cloud City, the guest said dryly. I heard that Giza once appeared here and fought to the death with that evil woman, Chlorosis, so I came to look for clues. It's quite lively here now. Fräulein did not intend to listen to him. Her face, which shone with purple light, swayed slightly. Then the target is not in Dragon Cloud City, at least not within 100 miles of you. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she was experiencing something. The feeling this time is much more obvious than the last time. After a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. In the Western Peninsula. The Great Desert. She said decisively. The voice in the void was silent for a while. When it rose again, there was a hint of excitement in it. Can you be more precise? Your ability is more suitable for searching than theirs. As long as we get ahead of, however, in the next moment, Zarkle's voice was suddenly cut off. It was as if he had sucked in a cold breath. He was not the only one. The light on Fräulein's face also trembled violently. The woman seemed to have sensed something. Her expression suddenly changed, and she looked up at the sky. Everything in the sky was normal. The clouds were silent, and the sky was silent. Only a few seagulls flew lazily over the sea at dusk, crossing the waves to return to their nests. But that was not the main point. The purple light in the woman's eyes became more unstable. The voice in the void suddenly became cautious, and there was a slight tremble in it. No, this is, the woman nodded solemnly. Yes. Blood Spike and Helen. Fräulein revealed a complicated expression that she had never shown before. They knocked on the door. There was only silence in the void. The silence lasted for a long time. Then, the woman sighed deeply. They must be like us. They must have prepared countless methods and waited for a total of 6 years for the newcomer to reveal a flaw, for him or her to knock on the door again. The dry voice in the void slowly opened its mouth. It was hesitant and filled with uncertainty, as well as a deep unwillingness to admit defeat. So, that newcomer. Once he successfully knocked on the door and entered his original form, Furlan sighed and nodded dejectedly. He will walk right into their trap, and he will not be able to escape. He will become the two empresses' spoils of war. The sea at dusk was pleasant and quiet. Only the waves and the cries of seagulls could be heard. 2/3 of the sun had set, and the golden hue on the sea slowly turned dark red. The woman stood quietly with a sorrowful expression. The purple light on her face dimmed, and she returned to her gentle and beautiful face. Then, Zarkel's voice traveled into the void again. No, that is no longer the main point. Furlan raised her head indifferently. What do you mean? The guest in the void was silent for a while before he spoke with great worry. Blood Spike and Helen are wary of each other. Their hatred is as deep as the sea, and they want to tear each other apart the moment they have the chance. Once they find the newcomer at the same time, I don't think they will be willing to share, and that means, the dry voice slowly became softer. Furlan frowned slightly and shook her head. No, but Zarkel was clearly immersed in his own words. He continued, 6 years ago, they suddenly met in their original forms because of that newcomer, and they hastily fought against each other. The aftermath of their battle stirred up a huge tsunami that is rarely seen in 100 years around the eye of the Sea of Eradication. If the sovereign of the abyss did not wake up from Hell's River and control the situation, the dry voice gradually weakened. The woman frowned deeply, and her face was full of worry. Zarkel, who could not be seen, said darkly, and for this encounter, they must have made ample preparations. Regardless of whether they are facing the newcomer, or each other. He mumbled. The woman looked at the surface of the sea and the empty void with a look of disbelief and pity on her face. The two empresses who are well prepared? Against each other who are mortal enemies? Her heart suddenly clenched. No. The dark brown-skinned woman closed her eyes and sighed softly. They are the best mystics in the world. They would not be reckless and short-sighted enough to destroy the world, would they? This time, the hollow voice in the void laughed emotionlessly. It sounded a little gloomy. More than 600 years ago, he also said the same thing to us. The woman's arms around her forearms tightened slightly. Who? The guest in the void sighed slowly and uttered a strange phrase softly. Holy Sunday, Furlan was slightly stunned. Holy Sunday, how long has it been since I last heard it? The mysterious person in the void spoke softly. During the last battle of the Battle of Eradication, when he personally descended upon the final empire's capital of triumph to meet the Brothers of Truth, who were at the end of their rope, before the final negotiation. Furlan did not answer. As another wave rose, the setting sun in the west completely sank into the sea. Only this quiet and comfortable world was left. Chapter 434. His surroundings were very dark and very white. It was both dim and dazzling. It was as if there was nothing there, but it also seemed to contain thousands of things. The green grass under the starry sky, the waves in front of the reef, the engravings on the palace walls, the ruins in the deep sea. Countless scenes flashed before his eyes. His thoughts paused for a moment, then slowly turned. He had been here. Just like before, he had forgotten some things, but he also remembered some things. Forget about the secondary, the innocuous encumbrances. Remember those magical, real, and important existences. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he was here. He. As his thoughts turned, the end of the world, the power of nature, the heat of the sun, the undercurrent, the activity of life, the silence of death, everything was displayed in front of his eyes without reservation. It was very comfortable, very free. It was as if he had let go of all restraints, got rid of all shackles, and unloaded all burdens. There was no gravity, no time, nothing else. There was nothing else that could limit his thoughts. Only he existed here, like a wild horse galloping freely, a bird soaring in the sky, a fish swimming freely in the deep sea. He wandered in the world. He was everywhere. He had no scruples. Until he became the entire world. The world, a slight discomfort flashed through his heart. But that was not important. Just like facing all other unimportant things, he did not care. Only one feeling still stubbornly accompanied him. Impulse. Not enough. This impulse arose abruptly and couldn't be stopped. Not enough. A faint impatience rose in his heart. Far from enough. He wanted more. He wanted to know more, understand more, and obtain more. As this thought appeared, he began to rise. It was really magical. He was like the rising sun, bringing with him limitless light and heat as he rose into the endless sky. Higher and higher. Faster and faster. And what he saw, heard, saw, and felt. More and more. Faster and faster. Until the edge of his senses, that endless deep space appeared. Darkness, silence, and desolation. It was so beautiful, magical, and indescribable, as if it was the center of all things. It intoxicated him. But that was not what attracted him the most. At that moment, he saw a dense fog in the deep space. The fog was dark and misty, but countless dazzling white lights seeped out. The lights flowed like water and flickered faintly. What was that? As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, the fog that was permeated with white light moved slightly. As if they had a life of their own, they spread towards him. This was strange. He looked at the fog in the dark deep space and felt the distance between them slowly shrink. Why did it feel so intimate? It's like, he looked at the mists that flowed toward him, and suddenly felt a faint thrill. It's like they're calling me. He wanted it. He wanted to pass through that layer of white light and enter that layer of fog to discover what was inside. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he immediately felt as if thousands of ants were scratching at his heart. He couldn't help but want to get closer to that place, throw himself into that darkness, enter that fog, and enter that white light. It was as if the greatest spoils of war were hidden there. The magical feeling appeared again. As he got closer to the fog, his perception of the world became clearer and his determination became firmer. He lowered his gaze and found that everything in front of him had already sunk, from the sea to the water droplets, from the depths of the forest to the veins of the leaves, from the earth to the soil, from life to existence. He was ordering the world to present itself to him in a new way. The deep space was getting closer and closer, and so was the fog. And he was becoming more and more perfect. He wanted to laugh, but found that laughter was far from being able to describe his feelings. He also wanted to sigh, but he was no longer in the rut of emotions. He still wanted to open his arms, but in this place, even his body was no longer important. He wanted it. He wanted it. A few gazes opened from behind the dark deep space and cast on him, who was hurrying along anxiously from afar. But that was not important, was it? At this moment, there was only the fog in the deep space in his eyes. He just wanted to push it aside and enter it. As for everything else, it was no longer important. He was getting closer and closer. The deep space was becoming more and more real, and the fog was becoming more and more intimate. He believed that they were only a short distance apart. Once he obtained it and discovered it, he could become even more perfect. It was only a short distance away. Soon. Haha. He should have come earlier, shouldn't he? Why did he wait for so long? He should have been here a long time ago, entered the dark deep space, pushed aside the fog in the light, and faced a better version of himself. A stronger, higher, more omnipotent, and more perfect version of himself. He was about to reach the deep space. The gazes in the darkness became sharper and sharper, but he did not care. At that moment, the long-lost madness and joy, impulse and pleasure surged at the same time. It was as if his once scattered and confused thoughts had found a center, and the speed at which he approached the deep space kept increasing. It was as if his wishes were constantly being fulfilled, and he was getting closer to the ultimate step that he had hoped for. It was as if the reason why he appeared here and wasted so much time was for this moment. He had experienced this magic before, had he not? Not long ago. That irresistible state, that power that was above everything, as if he was the god of the boundless universe, the ruler of all things in the universe, the supreme God. Suddenly, a strange yet familiar male voice rang in his heart. It was elegant, contented, and relaxed. However, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head and face, drenching his entire body. The speed at which he was moving forward slowed down slightly. The deep space and fog that he had been determined to get seemed to have drifted away in an instant. From being so close to him, it became so far away again. No, don't. He let out a disappointed sigh from the bottom of his heart. Don't stop. Don't stop. He really wanted more. If he had arms, he would have stretched them to the fog in the deep space. What is a god? The male voice rang again. It sounded like a whisper from a ghost. It was faintly discernible, sometimes absent. He, who was trying his best to reach out, was slightly stunned. What? He suddenly panicked. And the fact that he did not know where this panic came from made him even more at a loss. The world, once again, the elegant male voice rang faintly, as if he was mumbling to himself. What is the world? At that moment, he felt as if he had been hit heavily by someone. His vision trembled violently, and his senses were shattered. The scenes that flashed before his eyes and the omnipotence that knew everything instantly disappeared from his senses. Even the dark deep space that was far away in the horizon became blurry. As he acted strangely, the gazes that were cast on him from the deep space revealed puzzlement. It was just as puzzled as he was. What was that? Puzzlement, bewilderment, a sense of disharmony and inappropriateness that seemed familiar to him, and the confusion and fear of losing everything instantly surged into his heart. God. Ruler. World. All things. More and more words invaded his thoughts and flashed back and forth. What is this? He was troubled and upset. Did it sound familiar? Until, when you think of a god, what is the first thing that comes to mind? It was that male voice. It rang out again with incomparable clarity. To him, it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder in a quiet night. At that moment, his surging and unrestrained thoughts were instantly thwarted. Ah! If he had a voice, he would definitely be screaming. What was a god? He did not know. But there was already another voice in his heart that quietly answered for him. An existence that is incompatible with us, yet distant from us. That voice was slightly rough, dry, and sounded like a duck. There was a hint of impatience in it, like an immature teenager. As the inexplicable question and answer rang out, he suddenly felt very flustered. No, it was not like this. God, the God that he envisioned, the God that this state told him, was clearly, the benevolent creator? Or the omniscient and omnipotent cold-blooded one? Nothing, I just feel that. The sunset goddess statue looks rather cold, but the bright moon. The puppeteer is silently observing in the dark? Right, I want to ask, do all mystics like you like to peep? Ahem, I mean secretly observe. Maybe they are high-level creatures from another world? Asda, are you sure you were born to a local human? I mean, maybe your mother saw a flying saucer one day when she went out for a walk, and there was someone as handsome and elegant as you on the flying saucer. Ah, teacher, I was wrong. I need air. The bright moon priestess seems to mean that the goddess sometimes responds to the prayers of mortals, and sometimes she doesn't. So I'm thinking, are the gods a group of experimenters? They wear white coats and cultivate samples like us in boxes. Then, outside the boxes, they discuss terrorist conspiracies such as what to eat for lunch today. That annoying, ignorant, and self-righteous duck voice sounded more and more frequently. Gods, what are they? He shuddered slightly and suddenly discovered something to his horror. He did not know. This discovery was like a horse that lost its footing, causing him to fall from the edge of a cliff into a bottomless abyss. The question and answer session had not ended. What is the world to you? The voices in his ears grew louder, more numerous, and more chaotic. The exchange between that elegant male voice and the annoying duck voice became more and more frequent. But he was in a bad situation. At that moment, he felt as if he had suddenly boarded a carriage that had increased its speed, climbed onto a cloud that had lost control and dispersed, and sat on a small boat that was floating and sinking with the current. He suddenly realized that he could no longer control the direction he was heading in, or the achievement of controlling all things and the world. The darkness in front of him grew further and further away, and the fog disappeared. He was falling. He discovered this to his horror. Just like how he had risen like the rising sun earlier, he was now like a rolling avalanche, falling thousands of miles straight down with an irreversible momentum. He was powerless to stop it, and there was nothing he could do. He could only look up in despair. He looked at the dark, deep space that was just inches away from him, which was filled with endless secrets. He looked at the tempting fog and beautiful white light that was once within his reach. He was no longer there. Damn it. That damned duck voice is still chattering endlessly, the world. Hee, perhaps all things in the world really have their own forces, but they must be ignorant and indifferent, neither cold nor hot. Heaven and earth are heartless, matter is matter, objectivity is objectivity, but I suddenly realized, the world we live in, the world we understand, it is not a cold matter, nor is it a gloomy objectivity. It is a picture interwoven by our cognition and the reflection of the outside world. From this perspective, it must have color and temperature. Only then will it be meaningful to us. Ah, so uncomfortable, that duck voice. Why didn't he die earlier? I saw the world, but I don't know how far it is from the truth, if there really is an objective world there, or should I say, the world I saw exists because of me. Hey, Asda. Mr. Sakern? What's wrong with you? You're a teacher. Do mystics get distracted too? It's raining, it's time to eat, a beauty is passing by. Come back to your senses, hey. Don't, I didn't do it on purpose. Breathe, give me, air. As he fell, the gazes that were originally fixed on him slowly changed. They were no longer fierce or puzzled. Instead, they were exuding anger. They seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with something. He continued to fall, as if he was falling from a high altitude. Weightlessness, dizziness, panic, and suffocation attacked him instantly. It was just like how he fell from the cliff of the sky in Dragon Cloud City with Black Sword. Wait a minute. He was shocked. Who is Black Sword? Where is Dragon Cloud City? Why? Why do I know? Who am I? I am, in the next moment, Thales suddenly woke up from the strange world. It was as if a small breathing hole had been drilled under the cold ice. It made him gasp for air. But, Thales subconsciously looked around. Where am I? But in his eyes, up, down, left and right, there was only a blurry scene, as if it was hidden behind a thick curtain of water. From the corner of his eyes, there seemed to be light flowing and a secret hidden. However, when he looked up, he could not see anything. Everything was silent. Where was I? He asked himself in confusion. But he could not remember. But Thales was still falling. This was the only thing he could feel. He was falling faster and faster. What should I do? His heartbeat sped up. The fear and puzzlement that had once faded away attacked him one after another. What's going on? Thales became more and more panicked. He did not know where he was. He did not know how he got here. He did not even know what he was doing. He was like a patient who had lost his memory and woke up on an unfamiliar bed in the hospital with injuries all over his body. Damn it. What's a hospital? His surroundings were still a blur. He was very lost. It was just like how he felt when he walked alone in the desert during his arduous journey. Wait a minute. Thales shook his head desperately. Desert? Where is that? At this moment, Thales felt a chill on his forehead. Silver light flowed out of his body inch by inch like fluorescent light. He heard a faint ringing in his ears, followed by a soft murmur that was almost inaudible. Always, never get lost. Thales shuddered. The moment he heard this strange murmur, his downward momentum stopped. It was as if he was suspended in midair. Thales was so shocked that his thoughts froze for a moment. But soon, the silver light scattered like starlight, an array of light flickered in the blurry air, leading into the distance. It was like a path. Thales stared at the path formed by the light in a daze. Even though he was still confused and lost his memory, he knew vaguely. This is the right path. How do I get there? As soon as this thought appeared, Thales shuddered. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the path of shadows. His already blurry vision slowly faded. Damn it, what is the path of shadows? Why do I feel so familiar when I think of it, and why am I so anxious? It turned white. No, it's not that the outside world turned white. Instead, it was a white light that occupied his vision. Thales thought in a daze. This strange white light seeped out of his body and carried Thales towards the path formed by the silver light. He shuttled through the blurry air. Thales widened his eyes. He suddenly remembered that he could not see his own body. He felt that his brain could no longer bear the burden of the strange scene before him. As he was carried by the strange white light and moved forward slowly along the silver light, his head ached a little. When the silver light and the white light disappeared together, Thales finally stopped in a similarly blurry, quiet, and colorless void. He did not go up nor down, nor did he go forward nor backward. Thales felt bitter in his heart. What is this place? This is the boundary of the first threshold. An indifferent voice suddenly appeared. One step forward, and you will knock on the door and enter your original form. One step backward, and you will return to your physical form. Thales jumped in fright. He quickly turned his gaze and found the source of the voice. It was a human figure. It was also a blurry, colorless, and strange figure that could only be distinguished from this strange space by its edges. He was like a statue that stood quietly behind Thales and did not move at all. Like a mosaic? Thales' brain ached again. What is a mosaic? Damn it, but the figure with the indifferent voice spoke again. Since ancient times, very few mystics have been able to stay here, he said faintly. Those who come here are like a boat sailing against the current. They either follow mystic energy to search for the name of origin and go straight to their original form to knock on the door, or they hurriedly lower their threshold and leave the boundary to return to their physical form. Thales was stunned. Mystics, these. When he said this, the blurry figure had a hint of seriousness. Thales inexplicably felt that he seemed to be quietly observing him behind the blurry screen. Until you appeared, child. Thales stared at him in confusion. He did not understand. What? He was like a stupid and foolish child as he stared at the figure in front of him in a daze. The figure paused for a moment, as if he was carefully observing him. I can see that Asda taught you well. He still spoke in that indifferent voice. The things he gave you were just right to protect you. He pulled you back from the brink of knocking on the door hastily, so that you would not lose yourself and be unable to extricate yourself from it. Asda? Thales felt a throbbing in his heart. It was as if a cocoon in his heart was slowly breaking. The air mystic, Asda Sakern. He suddenly realized that his memory was slowly returning. Who are you? Thales looked at the blurry void around him that he could not identify. It seemed to be still, but it also seemed to be filled with flowing lights and colors. He subconsciously blurted out, Are you a mystic? What is your name of origin? Which faction do you belong to? Extremists? Moderates? Obfuscators? Two empresses? The figure did not answer directly. Instead, he paused for a moment. It was as if he was thinking about something. Very good. Asda taught you a lot, and he is very practical. After a while, the figure spoke quietly. Even though this is the first time, as far as a guide is concerned, he is quite competent. Guide. Thales' attention gradually focused, and he recovered more and more memories. I was just now, in a dark underground, in a prison cell. A sense of anxiety slowly rose in him. You know Asda? Thales endured his headache and asked through gritted teeth. The figure was silent for a while. He nodded gently, as if he had sensed something. He could have been a good teacher. Asda was originally the most promising and talented wizard apprentice, and he learned from the most famous master Gogol. The figure shook his head slowly. He spoke at a moderate pace, neither too fast nor too slow, neither too loud nor too soft. His achievements are not inferior to many official mages. If Asda continues like this, perhaps one day he will become a master. Seoul Tower will also be proud of him. But unfortunately, he did not continue speaking. Thales frowned hard. He could not hear anything. That inexplicable sense of anxiety kept tormenting him. It was as if he still had something important that he had forgotten to do. But what is it? So, who are you? What's wrong with me? Thales forcefully suppressed the anxiety, but his tone gradually became impolite. At this moment, thud. There was a dull sound. Thales seemed to have sensed something. He hurriedly raised his head, but he could still only see a blurry void. Coincidentally, that strange figure also raised his head at this moment. You felt it too. The figure looked into the distance. The moment you knocked on the door, you fell back and disappeared, making their wishes come to nothing. He paused for a second. His gaze fell from the horizon, as if he was sighing helplessly. Chapter 435. Knock on the door. The girls? Thales frowned. He felt more and more memories return to his mind, as if the fog above the sea was gradually disappearing, revealing the clear surface of the water. The girls? He asked, puzzled. But the unfamiliar figure seemed to have lost his patience. We don't have much time, the stranger behind the strange curtain said softly. The first threshold is only one step away from knocking on the door. The first threshold is only one step away from knocking on the door. As long as they come back to their senses and lower their heads slightly, they will still be able to detect your presence. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He suddenly knew the identity of the girls. Why? The others, whether it was Giza or Asda, all changed their expressions and became wary when they talked about them. But this person, he actually called them, and you, the unfamiliar figure slowly raised his hand at Thales, and a colorless wave appeared on his finger. A faint ringing in his ears rose, and a faint sense of threat rose in his heart. Thales could not help but tense up. He instinctively wanted to be on guard. However, he awkwardly discovered that in this extremely strange space, he couldn't even find his arm. Then, the most surprising thing happened. A ray of silver light and a ray of white light appeared in front of him at the same time, as if they were small stimulated beasts. They seemed to have consciously formed a barrier in front of Thales and the stranger. What? The sudden change stunned Thales on the spot. Is that so, old friend? There was a faint hint of fatigue and vicissitudes in the stranger's voice. Fortunately, the blurry stranger did not seem to have the desire to explore further. He put down his finger and quietly watched the silver light and white light appear on Thales' body before quietly watching them disappear. He seemed to be thinking. Thales was left alone to stare at the abnormality of his body in shock. You are very lucky, child. The stranger observed him for a while before he finally shook his head slowly. More than one old friend took care of you. It is all thanks to them that you can hide from the girls, and even stay at the threshold, which is a rare sight. You did not get lost and hurt. Thales became even more puzzled. Old friend? Took care of me. Stayed at the threshold. Did not get lost. He seemed to have understood something. You mean, this? Thales raised his right hand. He suddenly realized that his missing limbs appeared before his eyes one after another. He tapped on the forehead where the silver light was. Is it never getting lost? The stranger did not deny it. He lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. Thales was observing his right hand, which had suddenly appeared, in shock. When he heard this, he raised his head. So, you're friends with the one under Dragon Cloud City? Then who exactly are you? The unfamiliar figure lifted his gaze, but he did not show any intention to answer Thales' question. In the past 6 years, Asda has contacted me more than in the past 600 years. His words startled Thales slightly. His content has also changed from the same old provocative declarations to a purely academic discussion about mystics. He has almost turned back into a scholar. I can tell that he cares a lot about you. The stranger's words carried a hint of interest. But I didn't know why until I saw you with my own eyes, child. Thales felt goosebumps rise in his heart from the man's stare, even though he could not sense where the man's eyes were. You are different, the stranger said firmly. Whether it was the failed door-knocking last time in order to escape, or the willful evolution this time. The last time he knocked on the door? Thales was shocked. Wait a minute. The last time he knocked on the door was to escape, Dragon Cloud City, the blood mystic, the queen of the sky. More and more words surged into his mind. And this time? Thales was stunned. The willful evolution this time, for what? He became more and more anxious. What did I forget? But being different is not a good thing. The stranger whose face could not be seen clearly stood in front of him. He seemed to be sentimental. You must know that becoming a mystic is not a simple process. The stranger gently spread his hands apart. Colorless ripples appeared in the air between his hands, and 4 transparent doors the size of a palm emerged. Each door was more exquisite and majestic than the last. Matter, observation, chaos, purity, these 4 stages have been concluded by countless seniors. They are the only way to become a mystic from a mortal's body. Different mystics have slightly different progress, experiences, reactions, and results during each stage. Some of them are even worlds apart, but the 4 stages of becoming a mystic are generally the same. From left to right, the 4 transparent doors shattered one after another and returned to the colorless ripples. 4 stages? Matter, observation, chaos, purity. Thales tensed up. From the memories that he gradually recovered, Asda seemed to have never explained this to him. Or perhaps he had explained it before, but he could not remember it. Then, he cast a sidelong glance at the stranger in front of him. What on earth is this person? The stranger's words slowly became serious. However, starting from the matter stage of experiencing mystic energy going out of control, to successfully knocking on the door at the final step of purity, obtaining a name of origin, and transforming into a true mystic, this process is not a smooth and logical one. Instead, every step is filled with difficulties and obstacles. When he heard this, Thales' curiosity was completely piqued. In history, whether it was the 3 great magic towers or the inheritances of the wizards outside the towers, too many people failed on these 4 steps before they finally became mystics. They were lost from then on. The stranger seemed to sigh. They never found their way back. And even those who successfully took the final step and found their name of origin. The stranger paused for a moment and did not continue. Thales' eyelids twitched slightly. He had already grasped many keywords. 3 great magic towers, too many people, became mystics. The stranger's tone became indifferent again. But these difficulties and risks are not meaningless. The process of overcoming these obstacles step by step is itself a rare form of training. It is the cornerstone of becoming a mystic. The stranger spoke tirelessly. His words were smooth and clear. Compared to a certain unscrupulous teacher who often disappears, likes to keep people in suspense, looks elegant, but has a terrible temper, and has nothing good about him other than his handsome face, Thales shook his head to get rid of the image of the man in blue. But as I said, you are different. Since ancient times, there has never been anyone like you who could overcome the barriers of the first 3 steps when you've lost control, reach the sky in 1 step, and go straight to the purity stage. You suddenly evolved, knocked on the door, and entered your true form. That is the final test of a mystic. The blurry stranger's face moved slightly, as if it was vibrating behind the air. Ripples appeared in the background that could not be seen. This is your advantage, but also your weakness. In fact, it is extremely dangerous. Thales frowned. You mean, the two empresses? I heard Asda say that they can find me when I knock on the door. But aside from this, can you first explain, that is only a threat from the outside world, the stranger interrupted him rudely. For us, the greatest danger always comes from within. Thales was stunned. The stranger continued to speak, and his tone suddenly became tense. For example, as the number of times you lost control increases, will you always slide uncontrollably to the edge of knocking on the door? Uncontrollably? Thales was shocked. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the stranger's indistinct face. The stranger continued to ask coldly. For example, when you've lost control, did you suddenly forget everything, like when you were drunk and had your memory broken? Even, forget yourself? Memory broken. Forget everything. Forget myself? The memories that Thales lost for a short period of time surged into his mind like a tidal wave, slowly filling up the blankness from before. Forget? His heart grew more and more terrified, and his body trembled slightly. I must have forgotten something. Something very important, especially me. Why am I here? What was I doing just now? Thales only felt cold sweat dripping down his back. He shuddered even though it was not cold. Flustered, he raised his head. His gaze when he looked at the stranger was no longer the same. You are. How did you know? But the figure was still as cold as ever, as if even talking to Thales was just a boring, businesslike task. Because you walked too fast. You did not experience the important step from matter to perception. You did not cross the hurdle that every newbie must go through after losing control. You did not have the chance to understand what external objects are, what they are, how to touch them, how to observe them, and how to understand mystic energy in the end. His tone became more and more serious, as if he was elaborating on an extremely valuable research question. So, when you came into contact with mystic energy, you could not resist the urge and pleasure of evolving. Your consciousness became so blurry that you could not even distinguish yourself from the world around you. You could only subconsciously rely on the mystic energy whose name of origin is still unknown and charge around randomly. Until you knocked on the door in a hurry and entered your original state, which is filled with danger. Thales, who was anxious, opened his mouth to speak, but he could not say a word. The stranger nodded, as if he knew what Thales wanted to say. Under the watch of your old friends, once or twice, you might be lucky enough to return and not get lost. His voice gradually became terrifying. But 3 times, 5 times, 10 times, 20 times, Thales clenched his fists. That's why I can't remember, he gritted his teeth. I can't remember before this. There seemed to be a small person in Thales' heart that kept urging him. Hurry, hurry, you still have things to do. Hurry. The stranger nodded. You are very lucky, but you are not that lucky. It is even more impossible for you to be lucky forever. Thales raised his head abruptly. The teenager suppressed the anxiety in his heart and stared at the stranger with a determined gaze. Then teach me. The stranger stared at him and did not reply. I know that since you appeared here, you must have a way. Thales gritted his teeth and said, teach me how to overcome this, I need. I can't fall into this state again. Damn it. Why did I take the risk and use mystic energy on my own accord? I remember, the things that I should have cared about. Go back, to where I should have been. However, the stranger shook his head slowly and even turned his body to look into the distance. Guiding you is Asda's responsibility. It is not convenient for me to interfere. The stranger said faintly, in the group of mystics, there is a sacred and inviolable relationship between the guide and the guided. For example, you and Asda have a special and close connection. To each other, you are a special and important existence. What? Guide? Thales frowned slightly. Me and Asda? To each other? A special and close connection, a special and important existence. A sacred and inviolable relationship. When he thought of this, Thales immediately felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of joke is this? Thales raised his head indignantly. But, however, the stranger changed the topic at that moment. But for the sake of my old friends, I can still give you some hints so that when you face such a predicament again, you will more or less be somewhat prepared, the stranger said seriously. At least you will not completely forget your consciousness and lose yourself when you lose control and evolve. Thales, who was about to persuade the stranger, was slightly surprised. He did not expect the stranger to give in so quickly. Listen. To protect ourselves and to protect others, the stranger became serious again. A small number of mystics who came before us came up with 3 established rules. You may take them as advice. Thales' eyes brightened. You mean, the 3 great promises of mystics? The stranger nodded. Asda told you about it? Thales frowned and tried hard to extract what he wanted from his hazy memories. There is only one, the first mystic promise, do not investigate each other too deeply. Thales mulled over these words, raised his head, and looked at the stranger with hope. But he was about to be disappointed. This time, the stranger was silent for a long time. The stranger just stood quietly in the air, as if there was nothing there. He did not move at all. Finally, when Thales felt that he was about to stare through his blurry face, the stranger spoke faintly. That's it? The first mystic promise? The stranger moved slightly. He told you this first? First promise, do not investigate each other too deeply? From the stranger's tone, Thales felt that there was something wrong. Surrounded by flowing lights that were as mysterious as fog and as treacherous as clouds, the unfamiliar figure actually gave Thales an indescribable sense of fear. But the anxiety and pressure in his heart forced Thales to suppress his doubts and urged the stranger to speak. He only told me this one. The teenager frowned. What's wrong? After a while, the stranger shook his head firmly. Nothing. But his tone made Thales feel inexplicably uneasy. But soon, Thales was attracted by the stranger's next words. Listen well, child. Since Asda has already taught you the first promise, then, the stranger raised his head and said in an incredibly solemn tone, what I am going to tell you now is the second of the 3 mystic promises. The 3 mystic promises. The second. Thales immediately became solemn and listened attentively. The second mystic promise, the stranger spoke softly behind the blurry curtain. His tone was solemn. Chapter 436. Stay true to yourself? Thales repeated with a puzzled expression. But he was extremely confused, as if he was in a fog. Mystic energy second pact. Stay true to yourself. Compared to the mysterious rule of not delving into each other's affairs, this rule seemed ordinary and normal, as if there was no need for further explanation. A mystic must stay true to himself at all times. That's it. The stranger looked as if he was 1,000 miles away from him. Comprehend the rest yourself. Yes, comprehend it yourself, huh? Thales was shocked when he realized what was going on. He stared at the stranger, dumbfounded. Comprehend it myself? What the hell? This classroom style of throwing down a sentence and then immediately walking away, why does it look so familiar? Wait. You. That's it? Thales widened his eyes and stared at the stranger who seemed like he was about to run away at any moment. He desperately said a few more words in an attempt to make the stranger stay. Stay true to myself? What is this? I mean, not delving into each other is at least like a practical rule. But just as Thales was about to ask a series of questions, the stranger raised his head slightly and looked into the distance. You should go, he said coldly with his hands behind his back. They noticed. Thales' eyelids twitched. They. The girls. So soon. The teenager imitated the stranger and looked at the blurry sky, which seemed empty to him. As expected, there was still nothing. But, Thales said in frustration, why are they so interested in me? This question made the atmosphere fall silent for a moment. After a while, the stranger put his hands behind his back and spoke quietly. Don't blame them. The stranger's words were filled with indifferent sadness. They are pitiful children, just like all of you. They were forced to. When Thales heard this, he could not help but frown. What? Pitiful children? Forced to? Thales still looked confused. After all, for this world, they have already. Thales clearly heard the stranger's sigh behind the blurry screen. It sounded very emotional. Sacrificed too much. Sacrificed too much. Just as Thales frowned again because of this sentence, he suddenly felt a jolt in his mind. A long-lost memory appeared in his mind. It was a conversation between him and a priestess of a goddess in a plain temple. He believes that you are different. He believes that you will do better. He sacrificed too much. Thales narrowed his eyes in confusion. He found it strangely familiar. He had sacrificed too much. Sacrifice. Wait, sacrifice. Thales snapped out of his daze. He remembered. His breathing quickened. Prince, desert, dungeon, assassin, attack, captive, hostage, alchemy ball. Scenes and pieces of memories flowed into his mind, filling up what he had just lost. Thales panted heavily. His gaze was unfocused, and he did not even care about the stranger's stare. Oh no, oh no. Over there, Thales recalled the last scene not too long ago in panic. It was not a coincidence that he lost control, evolved, and knocked on the door. Over there, yodel. Stakes dagger and alchemy ball. The anxiety and nervousness in the youth's heart instantly reached its peak. The stranger continued, I will help you get out of control and send you to a safe place. No. Thales raised his head abruptly. His face contorted, and he blurted out loudly, I can't go back just like this. I can't get out of the so-called losing control. The stranger stopped talking and stared at him quietly. I remember now, I can feel it. Thales clenched his fists tighter, and he could not suppress his emotions. Something, someone, and something are still waiting for me on that side. When he thought of this, he took a step forward excitedly. Tell me more. Thales gritted his teeth and stared at the stranger. He said firmly, you don't have to teach me what mystic energy is, but you can teach me the trick, teach me the method, teach me how to stay true to myself and how to maintain my rationality when I lose control. I must be awake, and with the power of a mystic, they are waiting for me. Thales looked anxious, and his gaze was tense. But the stranger only stared at him from afar. He did not move, as if he did not hear him. Thales' heart sank. This is not something that can be done in one go just by practicing at the last minute, the stranger said faintly a few seconds later. You need to practice. Reckless actions will, but I don't have time to practice. In his nervousness and anxiety, the second prince's tone became more agitated. Please teach me. I beg you. For the sake of Asda and old friends. This time, the stranger stared at him for an exceptionally long time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, but in the next moment, before Thales could react, the illusory images on the stranger's body trembled, and his aura became murderous. The stranger took a step forward, and his eyes, which were hidden behind the screen, shone with 2 powerful rays of light. They seemed to be able to penetrate all obstacles. They went straight into Thales' eyes, and the teenager's vision darkened. In the space known as critical point, the blurry screens around him shattered layer by layer, and turned into thick, 3-dimensional fog. They pressed down on him from all directions as if they had a life of their own. They pressed down on this part of the world until it was narrow and blocked, and dyed everything in front of him black. They were like huge waves in a sea of ink that surged violently. Thales was so shocked that he took a step back, but he felt that the stranger in front of him was becoming more and more domineering. The girls are very powerful. I can't hide it for too long. The stranger said stiffly, "You can understand as much as you can." Before Thales could express his gratitude, the stranger spoke decisively and without any hesitation. First, the anchor point. In the space shrouded in thick ink, the stranger slowly paced around Thales. His mysterious eyes, which shone with a powerful light, sized him up from different angles. You have to find a good anchor point for yourself. This is the most direct, and also the most, way to stay true to yourself. Thales had yet to recover from the shocking change in front of him. He was slightly puzzled. Anchor point? The stranger's footsteps stopped behind Thales. I don't like to use metaphors, but even as a junior, you are too far behind. So, I can only use this unfair and imprecise method to explain it. Thales thought of something. Behind him, the mysterious mystic in the space said coldly, "When you wander in the sea of mystic energy, you will constantly feel the threshold rise and fall. Your physical body is not the only one affected. You need an anchor that will constantly lock onto you. Even in times of danger, it will pull you back from the path of evolution to the most basic physical form. This is the anchor point." The strange and thick fog around him flowed along with the stranger's words. It emitted a faint light and blocked everything, making Thales feel like he was in a boundless sea. He was at a loss. The stranger did not waste any time. He continued, "An accurate and effective anchor point can not only help you restrain your terrifying impulses and desires, but also maintain your sense of self and reason when you come into contact with mystic energy. It can even be effective after you knock on the door, pulling you back from your original state, where you cannot resist, to your physical form and return to yourself." Thales pondered for a moment. "So, I need an anchor point. How do I do it?" The stranger slowly raised a finger. Colorless ripples once again surrounded his fingertips, forming illusions in front of his blurry face. To be specific, the anchor point can be anything: a memory, an item, a characteristic, an event. Memory, item, characteristic, event. Recognize yourself. Restrain your impulses. Stay rational. Return to myself. Thales suddenly remembered the inexplicable knock on the door 6 years ago. At that time, the one who called me back to Dragon Cloud City from my so-called original state, but most importantly, the stranger continued. The anchor point must point directly to yourself. Thales was suddenly stunned. Then, a question rose in his mind. Self? His thoughts returned to the stranger's words. Stay true to yourself. But, self? The stranger nodded. Flowing light shone beside his head, bringing with it circles of blurry, colorless ripples. You are one of the few things on you that cannot be confused by others. The stranger's glowing eyes flashed behind his blurry face. Now, answer me. His voice became extremely cold and rigid, forcing Thales to pay attention to him. Who are you? Thales shuddered slightly. Me? The teenager answered instinctively. Thales? But the stranger suddenly became aggressive. Thales? How do you know that there is only one Thales in the world? He spoke faster and asked coldly. What if I tell you that there was also an unlucky sailor named Thales in a lousy bar in a port 123 years ago on the south coast of Constellation? Is the anchor point directed to you or him? Thales was stunned by the stranger's sudden change in tone. The stranger said coldly, as I said, yourself is something on you that cannot be confused by others. Thales, this name you have used for more than 10 years, is it your true self, or is it a label given by others that you think is your self? Thales only felt that his breathing was becoming increasingly rapid. So, one more time. Who are you? The stranger repeated sharply. The strange, thick fog around him lingered for a long time. It was dark and gloomy. Thales clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. Then. I am Thales Jadestar, born in year 665 of the calendar of eradication, born in Lower City District of Eternal Star, and I was extremely unlucky for the first half of my life. He raised his head and looked at the stranger in a tentative manner. You increased the content and narrowed the scope of the label to make it easier for the anchor point to point. It seems to be very effective, but the problem is, if this is effective. The stranger pondered for a moment at first, as if he sensed something, but in the end, he changed the topic and spoke sarcastically. Why don't you just throw a 3-foot-thick scroll of biographies up there? Thales's eyebrows twitched. The stranger's tone was rather disdainful. The longer the string of a kite, the harder it is to control it. You put such a heavy load on the anchor point. Perhaps it will be disconnected in the storm when it is fixed at year 665. Thales furrowed his eyebrows as if he had a headache. The stranger said in a rather callous manner, "Self. What you need is a precise definition, not redundant descriptions and multiple labels. You are like the main character in those lousy night novels. Facing the enemy, you bring out a bunch of seemingly powerful treasures and titles, but none of them truly belong to you." The stranger bent down, and his blurry face almost touched the tip of Thales's nose. His eyes were still so bright that Thales could not open his eyes. One more time. "Who are you?" The teenager looked at him nervously. The thick fog and huge waves around them tumbled continuously, as if showing the other's emotions at that moment. It also put a lot of pressure on Thales. Thales made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and said, "All right, I am Prince Thales the Mystic. There's no way to confuse it, right?" When he heard that word, the stranger was silent for a moment before he slowly straightened his back. "Very good, this self seems to be very unique, but..." The stranger snorted coldly. "Is it really precise?" Thales was stunned again. The 3 parts are so difficult to distinguish and understand. Then, is the self that your anchor point points to the mystic, Thales, or Prince? The other party shook his head. Secondly, can your true self be summed up with these 3 words? Prince Thales the Mystic? The stranger snorted coldly and continued to ask. Then, for the last time, who are you? What? Thales, who had been constantly dealt a blow, felt gloomy. His anxiety and nervousness, the continuous coercive interrogations, and the heavy rebuttals that followed did not give Thales a chance to catch his breath and think carefully. He could only be confused. He could no longer care about the thick fog around the stranger, nor did he have time to care about the strange scene in the proximal world. "I don't understand. How exactly do I determine the anchor point to be considered as pointing to myself?" To cherish his last chance, Thales asked the stranger solemnly and seriously. "And what is myself?" The teenager shook his head honestly. "I really don't understand." The stranger seemed to have expected his question, and he snorted softly. "Because it's harder than you think." The mysterious mystic raised both his hands and said loudly, "In this world, most people have a hard time recognizing themselves." As he spoke, the thick fog and black waves in the proximal world obediently made way for him. The colorless waves turned into mini scenes in the void. They were countless people without faces. From birth, growth, labor, success, and death. It was their birth, old age, sickness, and death. They rely on a dazzling array of labels to live in the world: name, occupation, appearance, achievement, identity, status, bloodline, relationship, title, power, wealth, items. Thales watched his performance in a daze. The stranger moved his hands, and the illusion changed accordingly. Some labels are directly given by others, and some labels are chosen by oneself later on. However, regardless of whether they are willing to recognize themselves because of other people's references, convincing themselves based on established habits, or defining themselves based on their position, they are often caught in the trap of external factors. They believe that what the label represents is themselves, but they never know what their real self is. Labels, self, Thales frowned. He could not understand it no matter how hard he thought about it. Guide the anchor point to meaningless labels, think that they are the self, and hope that these things will bring you home. The stranger's fingers trembled, and the images in the colorless waves shattered. It shocked Thales. The stranger's words carried a faint sense of alienation. In history, many people have been lost in this step, disappeared into nothingness, and never returned. We call it wrong anchors. No matter how strong a person's will is, once he takes the wrong path, he will just go in the opposite direction, and make mistakes again and again. Wrong anchors, lost. At that moment, Thales felt that he had grasped something, but when he thought about it carefully, he did not seem to understand anything. He scratched his hair in pain. The self is not a label? The anchor point cannot be set on the label? Then where should I set it? The stranger snorted softly, as if he did not care. I don't know. The stranger stared at him coldly, and there seemed to be a cold glint on his blurry face. You tell me? All right. Thales shook his head as he stared at the stranger, feeling a headache coming on. He was obviously not the kind of person who liked to show the answers to his students. In the mysterious critical point, the stranger took a deep look at Thales before he turned around. Stay true to yourself ends here. He left the teenager with a lonely back. As for how much you can understand, Thales was shocked. Wait, but the stranger did not even turn his head. He was about to disappear into the thick fog. At the same time, Thales also felt that everything around him was dissipating. It was as if he would soon leave. Thales was anxious. Damn it. Anchor point, self. What do these mean? He stared at the strangers slowly disappearing back and thought hard. I have to at least find a way to make him stay, in order not to forget, in order to stay rational. I have to find the anchor point when I lose control or evolve. The anchor point points to myself and can pull me back, so, from the anchor point to myself, for example, it's like when I'm sailing in the sea, I cast down, weight. For example. When he said this, the teenager suddenly froze. He raised his head and stared blankly at the gradually dissipating thick fog in the critical point. Guide. Thales blurted out subconsciously. At that moment, the thick, black fog around him seemed to have a mind of its own and suddenly trembled. The stranger turned around. The thick fog no longer dissipated. He stared at Thales. The latter panted and asked, You are Asda's guide, right? Very good, at least. I made him stay. Thales felt anxious. The stranger seemed unprepared for Thales' sudden question. He moved slightly, and his blurry face trembled slightly. A few seconds later, the stranger asked faintly, Why? Thales exhaled slowly and sensed his slowly recovering memories. Asda said that he hated metaphors, Thales said word by word, trying to sound him out. You don't seem to like it either. The stranger did not speak. But Thales felt that this was tacit agreement. Why? Why is it a metaphor? Why do you hate metaphors? Thales suddenly asked before he realized that it was inappropriate. He could not see the stranger's exact expression. He could only feel that the stranger's gaze suddenly moved behind the illusory screen, causing a few ripples. But he did not seem to be offended. Because, the stranger said in a strange tone, in the most serious and equal discussion, using metaphors is a form of laziness and trickery. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He felt as if he had touched something. The stranger continued to say, it relies on one-sided common points to connect the main body and the metaphor, but it easily blurs the essence and situation of things. It indulges the speaker, misleads the listener, banishes understanding to the surface of the metaphor, and unknowingly distorts the true appearance of things. It is the scout of sophistry and empty talk, the vanguard of deviation and misunderstanding. The stranger said indifferently, even if there are similarities, the metaphor and the main body may not be the same, even if it is easy to understand, the understanding obtained through the metaphor may not be the same as the original meaning. At that moment, Thales trembled slightly. He understood something. Thales spoke subconsciously. He imitated the other person's sentence pattern, but he changed his target. Even if there are similarities, the label and the self may not be the same, even if it is easy to understand, the self obtained through the label may not be the true self. Thales said in a daze. The stranger did not answer. He only stared at him quietly. As he spoke slowly, the teenager's thoughts became smoother. He looked at the stranger with slight eagerness and excitement. So, to anchor the self, what is really needed is to get rid of all external labels. Get rid of the things that are confused by others that you mentioned. Because those labels also blur the essence of things and what it means to be a self, right? The stranger still did not speak. Thales's eyes lit up, and he continued to ask, they are like metaphors from other similar objects. The content they contain is either too much or too little, and the situation is biased, so they cannot represent the self. Thales's thoughts became clearer. He punched his palm. So, I cannot rely on external objects to anchor myself and find myself. This will lead to the wrong anchor. Just like in the most serious discussion, all of you do not like to use metaphors to convey your point of view. It will ignore the situation and distort the essence. The stranger looked at him quietly. A few unique thoughts rose in the thousands of thoughts formed by mystic energy. Perhaps you are right, Asda. He is indeed different. It is not his bloodline, his background, or his aptitude. But, when he thought of this, the stranger snorted softly. Ironically, this is also a metaphor. He seemed to be very disdainful. But at least he did not deny it, Thales thought. This means, at that moment, Thales frowned. Stay true to yourself. He repeated the sentence subconsciously. Things that are not confused by others. The prince raised his head thoughtfully. So this is what I mean. The stranger crossed his arms. There was a slight ripple on his face, which made Thales think that he was smiling. I want to find, in this world, in its entirety, it truly belongs to me. Because the other is hell. Thales said in a daze. The stranger's voice was filled with doubt. What? Thales snapped out of his daze and shook his head. Nothing, just the crazy ramblings of an old man named Sartre. The stranger nodded. The thick fog around him began to dissipate again. Then go, the mysterious mystic said faintly, return to the most intense state of losing control. Test your anchor point. If you succeed, maintain your rationality and self in the state of losing control, and do not lose yourself, then you will officially stabilize in that thing, stage and become a contactor, even though I think the mystic energy stage theory is not applicable to you. Thales's expression tensed. He remembered that his companions were still on the other side and were in trouble. In the end, he did not say anything. But when the time came, he hesitated slightly. What if I fail? The stranger sneered. If your anchor point fails, then you will repeat the same mistakes. You will evolve madly until you knock on the door and wait for the two eager girls to find you. Thales furrowed his brows. What's more, because you started from the boundary, the next time you accidentally knock on the door, it will only be more intense. I think there is a high possibility that you will completely lose yourself in your original state and become a kite with a broken string. Thales was stunned as he listened. He struggled to understand the stranger's words. A kite with a broken string? So, where will I go? The stranger shook his head. I don't know. The atmosphere around him changed, and his tone became solemn. Because no one has ever returned. Chapter 437. Thales froze as he listened to the stranger's words. Get ready. The stranger came before Thales and slowly extended his right hand. Thales subconsciously took a step back, but in the end, he stopped, gritted his teeth, and stood still. I cannot be afraid. I must. The fog in the critical zone became thinner, and the darkness from before was gone. The stranger's hand touched Thales' face, and he felt a cold sensation. Be careful. Even if you think you have it under control, Thales stared at him in a daze. He first felt weightlessness. It was as if the ground had suddenly disappeared. Then, he felt himself falling again. It's coming. Thales suppressed his nervousness, controlled his slightly trembling limbs, and said quietly. Even if you think you're doing the right thing, even if you think the power of a mystic is the sword of justice in your hands, the stranger still mysteriously stood still in front of him. He touched his face and did not move. It was as if he did not have a physical body. The light around him began to flow, and the scene changed from a vague and blurry image to a scene that was rapidly changing and out of focus. Still, you cannot let your guard down. Sometimes, the methods you resort to for a noble goal will unknowingly turn the tables on you. The stranger's words seemed to contain endless meaning. His mysterious, glowing eyes were like lonely lights in the dark. They were the only thing Thales could see in this world. For example, debate is to understand the truth, but too many people are immersed in the vanity of victory. For example, violence is to protect survival, but too many people are lost in pure violent impulses. The feeling of falling grew stronger, and the scene around him became more and more blurry, as if colors and shapes had lost their meaning. The stranger paused. For example, magic is to, when he said this, he seemed to be unable to continue. Thales looked at him and felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. I know, the prince answered in a comforting manner. The stranger snorted and shook his head, as if it did not matter. You know? He retracted his palm, raised his finger, and gently tapped Thales' forehead. The stranger said flatly, You think you know. Silver light shone from the prince's forehead, and it seemed to resonate with the stranger's finger. Thales just stared at him blankly. The stranger uttered his next words softly. There seemed to be a deep emotion in each of his words, and it caused Thales to ponder endlessly. Just like a hero who believes that he will never compromise with evil. Just like how a wise ruler thinks that he can correct his mistakes with wisdom and power. Just like how the strong believe that they are the ruler of power and the master of weapons. It's just like how famous generals believe that as long as they keep winning, they can bring peace. Just like how mages believe that as long as their knowledge is increased and their skills improve, then all the problems in the world can be solved. It's just like how the reformers believe that as long as their intentions are noble, their goals are great, and their actions are selfless, they can and will eventually make the world a better place. Thales was stunned. Hero. Wise lord. Strong. Famous general. Mage. Revolutionist. Thales tried his best to stare at the man. He wanted to see something from the stranger's blurry face, but he failed. They fell faster and faster. The stranger stopped talking, and the mysterious light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Remember, my boy, he said, with a rare note of emotion in his voice. Stay true to yourself. Do not let them easily infect you, invade you, and capture you. He was like a wise man who had witnessed the vicissitudes of life and the vicissitudes of life. He slowly revealed his thoughts. No matter how reasonable and convincing they sound, Meng Qi said. The flowing lights around them flickered for a while, and all the light was taken away. It was as if they had entered a tunnel in the belly of a mountain. It was dark and gloomy. Finally, Thales, who could not calm down his thoughts, could no longer hold back the thoughts in his heart. He blurted out impulsively, Who are you? This person, who suddenly appeared in the critical world. This mystic. He's Asda's guide. He called the two empresses girls, and he managed to deceive them. He's so powerful that he can come and go as he pleases in the critical world. He knows Silver Shadow Man under Dragon Cloud City. He doesn't seem to belong to any faction. The stranger was silent for a moment. Then, as he fell faster and faster, he sighed and said, I am Taurus Mill. Thales was stunned. Where did he hear this name before? That's, the mysterious man named Taurus continued, the magic tower's glory and shame, the empire's savior and disaster, the world's truth and end, I am luck, but also a sin. His words hid a sorrow that could not be freed from. It made Thales feel an indescribable heaviness. Glory and shame, savior and disaster, truth and end, luck and sin, Taurus said softly, I'm your earliest senior. The worst role model. He pressed his index finger on Thales' forehead and pushed it forward. And, the worst future. In the next moment, as the light shone again and the heat rose, Thales's vision darkened, and his breathing froze. He knew that he had left the critical world. Then, he sank into the deep and boundless sea. Never to return. It's here again. In the scenes that flashed past his mind, he happily stretched out his hands. No, it was the tentacles of his thoughts that touched everything. His frail body was no longer enough here. He felt the sense of omniscience, accomplishment, and satisfaction that came again. The vast emptiness and distance in the sky, the vast loneliness of the snow-capped peak, the boundless grassland, the numbness and silence of the boundless desert, the hidden undercurrents of the deep sea, the epic magnificence of the ancient city, and, he slowly raised his gaze and felt the flickering in the distance. It was the faint mystery of the endless stars above the sky. He took a light breath and felt everything. The entire world. It's all in front of me. Show it to me. The world? When you think of this world, what is the first thing that comes to mind? A pleasant yet annoying male voice sounded absent-mindedly. It's here again. He shook his thoughts and threw out the boring words. He continued to feel the magical state of this moment. Of course, this was far from enough. He needed more. He needed to reach the supreme place in his dream, so he began to rise, just like before. And this time, nothing could stop him. He touched the ultimate step. With a thought, he raised his head slightly. Ah! He let out a satisfied sigh. Yes, it was still the dark and silent void. It appeared in front of him again. He saw it very clearly. What was presented to him in the void was still the mysterious gray fog. It flowed in the distance and surged toward him in the endless white light. It was as if the gray fog had a mind of its own. It opened its arms to him. It was like the most formal invitation. It was a call. He continued to rise. As he felt the increasingly wonderful omnipotence and omniscience, he looked at the gray fog that continued to spread toward him. His heart understood. That was a call. Something in the gray fog was calling him, yearning for his arrival. Come, in a trance, he could even hear a faint call coming from the fog. Together, yes. A familiar feeling of longing and impulsiveness spread. He felt it. In the gray fog, there was something that he wanted the most intimate, and the closest to him. Come on. He rose faster and faster, getting closer and closer to the strange dark void. He was also getting closer and closer to the flowing gray fog that was tainted by the white light. Come on. He almost could not help but roar. Hurry up and let me enter that void, touch that gray fog, this is the only way. This is the only way, I can be more perfect. Only then can I truly own this world. World? His upward momentum suddenly came to a halt. World? It's probably all humans. Asda, in your era, the era when the Empire and the Magic Tower still existed, what was the world like? The echo of the past came to him like a whisper. Oh. It's that damn duck voice again. No. Get lost, get lost. If I were to guess, there's actually not much of a difference, right? After all, to us, the world is just a small part of our cognition. It's probably the place where we are, all the people we know, and the world that they speak of, see, and surround us. We think that we see the world, but in fact, what we see is only our own retina. He stopped rising. No, no, no. He roared in pain. His head began to hurt. This again. Duck voice. It's this again. It's preventing me from continuing. He swore that when he rose to the top, when he attained perfection, when he became omniscient and omnipotent, he must tear the owner of that duck voice into pieces. Crush. Explode. Smash him into the tiniest and most indistinct speck of dust. He must make this insignificant existence that obstructed his great progress suffer the most terrifying, painful, and unimaginable ultimate punishment in the world. Even if he had to destroy the world, even if it meant his own death, even if the end of all living things was imminent, he would make that duck voice pay the heaviest and most unbearable price. Oh. Have you left, Asda? Class is over? Asda? Sir? Asda, little. Ahem, little, puppy dog. Little dummy? Phew, it seems that he really left. Damn it, this again. Why don't you change your name to Bruce Wayne? Humph, what is the world? You may not know. But in those unfamiliar memories, what I once wanted to do was to look at the world from another angle. To discover problems that we have never discovered, to doubt those principles that are tacitly correct, to break the external shackles that we are unaware of. This is not an easy task. Just like what Plato said, once you walk out of the cave and see the sun. Phew, humph. We used to laugh at those Chinibu in anime. But sometimes, when you look at the world again and again from an angle that others cannot perceive, you will realize, perhaps the one who is wrong is really not me, but this world. Right. Humph, old ma, what do you think? His head hurt more and more. Oh. Damn it, don't F** king block me. I need it, I need that void, that gray fog, I need to rise. I need to possess it. I need this world. In the next moment, Thales woke up in pain, like a person who had just recovered from drowning. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a strange and loud sound of thunder rang out. Oh. How? Thales gasped for breath and looked around. He was confused for a few seconds. When he felt as if he had forgotten something again, he suddenly felt himself falling in an instant. Then, he came to a sudden stop without any warning. He was almost dizzy from the toss. But it was not over yet. As if he was caught by a gust of wind, he was thrown upwards and rose again. How? Asterisk bang. Boom. Asterisk the moment he rose to the apex, Thales used all his strength to open his eyes. Then, his whole body trembled. He realized that what appeared before him was a storm that could be seen with the naked eye. A storm. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk in the next moment, he was immediately blown down by a strange gust of wind. The feeling he had just now was that he was uncontrollably bobbing up and down in this strange and terrifying endless storm. What the hell, asterisk boom. Asterisk the wind here had colors. They left a pitch-black trail in the air that looked like smooth blades formed by ink. Tens of thousands of ink blades would sometimes scatter in all directions, and sometimes gather together to form a huge wave. Like a tornado, they swept the panicked Thales and sent him tumbling back and forth. It was like flying a kite. From time to time, the same dark lightning flashed in the lightless sky, accompanied by a loud thunder that almost broke his eardrums. Asterisk boom. Asterisk every time the thunder roared, it made the ink-black storm even more frenzied. Thales was in the air, and he did not know if it was real or just an illusion. He endured the bone-piercing pain from the wind blades, and he felt the fear and panic of weightlessness. This is bad, this is bad. Thales trembled and tried to grab a piece of ink, but in his panic, he realized that he did not have a body. What is this place? Asterisk boom. Asterisk he waved his imaginary hands, but he could not find a place to exert his strength at all. His gaze followed the rise and fall of the storm, and he changed directions at will. His entire person, if he could still be considered a person, was pulled back and forth by the storm in the air, and he did not stop. What he saw was an ominous, pitch-black ink. All he could hear were terrifying, strange flashes of lightning. He was a lonely boat in an even more dangerous sea. Asterisk swoosh, boom. Asterisk damn it. He was blown upside down by another storm. Thales felt that he was about to suffocate. But he did not see the ground, nor did he see the sky. He could only feel the endless, merciless, and cold, ink-colored storm above and below him, left and right, front and back. Asterisk boom. Asterisk he tried to shout, but there was no response. He could not even hear his own echo. This was a scene he had never encountered since the first time he lost control, or even after he knocked on the door for the first time. Is this the truth behind losing control of mystic energy? The ocean of mystic energy? He thought in a trembling voice. When you wander in the ocean of mystic energy, you will constantly feel the threshold rise and fall. Your physical body is not the only one affected. Taurus words rang in his ears. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the crazy, terrifying, violent, uncontrolled, endless, and uncontrollable storm continuously tortured Thales's senses. Compared to the wonderful feeling he had in the beginning, he really did not want to stay here at all. As this thought rose in his mind, Thales felt his vision become hazy. It was as if he had entered a drunken state in an instant. He felt that magical state of omniscience and omnipotence again. Ah, how wonderful, I saw the world again, and I want more. As Thales thought of this, he subconsciously smiled. No. But in the next moment, Thales shook his head desperately, trying his best to wake himself up. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a strange clap of thunder sounded. The illusion before his eyes dimmed. He, who was temporarily clear-headed, once again returned to the pitch-black, terrifying storm. He rose and fell with the waves. Damn it. The torture of his eyes, ears, and senses made him try his best to gather his remaining willpower. He knew that the training in Asda's classes allowed him to temporarily break free from the hallucinatory state and avoid continuing to evolve. But obviously, his current state was still far from the stage that Taurus mentioned. No. Just as the mysterious Taurus said, he could not lose himself there, lost in his desires and impulses. He had to cross over. Ah. F***ck. Thales roared in his heart. He concentrated and tried his best not to think about the illusion just now. Hong long long long. The ink-colored storm roared again, pulling him back into the terrifying air. Don't think about it, don't think about it, don't think about it. Thales tried his best to get rid of those comfortable and beautiful illusions, that feeling of power that allowed him to feel everything, but the more he tried to get rid of it, the more he could not help but think about it. The more he tried not to think about it, the more he could not help but think about it. He thought about the pleasure of evolving, the excitement when he was about to knock on the door. He thought about the desire to enter his original form in the dark void and touch the gray fog, that feeling of omniscience, that feeling of omnipotence, that feeling that he was the whole world, that he was everything, and that he was the majestic truth. When that time came, he would be able to go straight to it without any restrictions, without any discord. Damn it. Thales, who was floating in the storm, desperately shook his thoughts away. He cursed and struggled to get rid of this tempting thought. No, 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 no. Don't think about it. Maintain your rationality. Maintain yourself. At this moment, his brain felt as if it had been split into two halves. One half of him was in the perfect world that was like a fairyland, feeling the satisfaction and beauty of being filled with power, feeling the truth and secrets of the world, and yearning endlessly. F***ck. It's happening again. The other half of his brain was in the terrifying and brutal black storm, enduring the pain of being torn apart. It tumbled back and forth, drifting aimlessly. Wait. This is not a solution. I can't go on like this. Asterisk rustle, asterisk a gust of wind, accompanied by the hissing sound of the black storm, threw him into the air again. That's right, there's a solution. When Thales felt that he could not hold on any longer, he remembered Taurus' words. Mystic energy secondary pact. Stay true to yourself. The illusion and storm from before occupied his body and mind, leaving him no time to recall. When he wanted to recall, he realized that he had lost too many memories while he was out of control. Myself. Soon, Thales touched the memories that seemed to have faded, and he thought about it hazily. Anchor point. Yes, find the anchor point, point to myself, pull me back, I need to get rid of this damn, terrifying storm. From this fake, seductive, comfortable, contented, expectant, and infinitely wonderful dream of evolving. Ah, knock on the door. For it, I can completely give up everything just to throw myself into its arms and become supreme. F***ck. Again? Get lost. I can't even control my own thoughts anymore. Thales felt like a depressed writer who had stayed up all day at work, panting and exhausted when he returned home, and still had to struggle to write his story. He forced himself to stay awake, but if he was the slightest bit careless, he would fall into a sweet dream and never return. He woke up the next day with an empty screen, boom. Thales, who was cursing everything fiercely in his heart, was once again blown by a rapid cyclone, and he somersaulted 6 times in a row. While he was dizzy, he was in unbearable pain from being cut by 3 ink blades. Damn it! Where's the anchor point? Thales struggled to hold on. He tried hard to search through his damaged memories, trying to find the answer. Seriously, I was fully prepared before, but when things came to a head, I realized that the preparations I made before were completely useless. It's even worse than a thesis defense. The anchor point I set, the self I understand. What exactly is it? At this moment, have you ever thought about what exactly you are? His vision became blurry again. But it was different from before. This time, what appeared before Thales' eyes was a towering palace. In the north, in a certain room in a certain snow-covered palace, a young man with an elegant demeanor faced a pale boy. He closed in on him step by step, and his slender fingers slowly straightened, as if he was pointing straight at the boy's heart. When you are stripped of all the definitions given by others, and you leave all the situations in which you exist, what is left of yourself? Ripples appeared in the scene, and they dispersed like water waves. Thales was stunned. The definitions given by others, the situations in which I exist, anchor point, boom. In the boundless storm and thunder, he slowly recalled the conversation he had with Taurus just now. So, to anchor oneself, what is really needed is to get rid of all external labels, get rid of what you said, things that are tainted by others. Thales was lost in thought. What are things that are tainted by others? What are things that are tainted by others? What are the anchor points that truly point to oneself? Whoosh, bang. Boom. Thunder and lightning flashed around him, and they never stopped. He was confused and puzzled. It was as if he had forgotten that he was still tossing and turning in the terrifying storm and suffering. The anchor points that point to myself have to be more realistic. Is it his unique, mystic energy? Is it the sin of Hell's River? Is it the JC dagger that saved him from danger several times? Or his so-called royal bloodline? Or his so-called wisdom? Boom. No, neither. He felt that the direction of these anchor points was wrong. Things that are tainted by others, or should the anchor points be more focused, concentrated, and short? Like himself. Like Thales? Jade Star? The Second Prince? The Mystic? Or Wuxia? He paused when he thought of this name. Or the Transmigrator? Bang. Whoosh, the storm continued. He was blown away again like a duckweed in the rain. No. The anchor points are also not these, things that are tainted by others, have to be more abstract. So, the anchor points are his will? The spirit of never admitting defeat in this world? The memories and knowledge he obtained from another life? Is it everything I have sensed and known since I was born? It's a little close, but is it true? Anchor points. Can the anchor points really point to the self that he and Taurus talked about so much from these things? Things that are tainted by others, at this moment, crack, boom. An unprecedentedly loud thunder roared, accompanied by another strange bolt of black lightning, and struck Thales. It struck him so hard that his entire body trembled. Like a broken sack, he kept rolling in the air. Intense pain. Even his consciousness trembled. But at that moment, Thales suddenly saw it. Chapter 438. On the other side, far away. In the narrow, crude, but warm and bright cellar of the bar, I probably won't be able to escape, but they can survive. a boy in ragged clothes and covered in wounds clenched his fists. He raised his head and looked at the red-haired girl in front of him. She had a pair of blades strapped to her thighs, and she looked valiant and slightly surprised. He forced a smile. It's time for me to go. To Red Street Market. That's, he thought in a hazy manner. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk his thoughts became clear amidst the loud thunder. Then, he saw another scene. It was a vast and magnificent semicircular hall. The hall was filled with nobles and important ministers dressed in luxurious clothes, with solemn expressions and steady mannerisms. Similarly, the boy, who seemed to be dressed in luxurious clothes but was actually covered in wounds, stood on the stone steps. That's right, Duke Covendier. I saved your life, he bit his lips stubbornly, but he was relieved. He faced another young, round-faced man with an unhappy expression and said softly, So, you are the one who owes me a word of thanks. This is, Thales's breathing quickened. There seemed to be a certain emotion brewing in his heart. He felt his consciousness tremble. The illusions that had bewitched him before appeared again. The realm that he could touch with just a gentle stretch of his hand. Supreme. Omnipotent. Perfect. That tempting call. But those temptations could no longer sway what he saw before his eyes. Thales's vision only blurred for a second before he shook his head firmly and flung them away. Wait a minute. It was still the boy's voice. This time, he was covered in dirt and his hands were tied, but he still forced a smile as he sat on a large black coffin. He smiled and looked at a charming but incredibly dangerous woman. I heard that there's a mystic here. Or the kind that can be released. The boy kicked the coffin with an arrogant expression. Do you want to meet him? The dangerous woman froze her smile and revealed her ferocious fangs. It's her. Thales, who was floating in the storm, smiled. It's me. It's us. In the next moment, the roar of wind and thunder rose again, but they were immediately replaced by another similar but different sound. It was the sound of battle cries. Battle cries filled the sky. Amidst the blood, death, and fighting, they rose and fell, covering the horizon. Sonia's choice is a dilemma no matter what. Countless people risked their lives and fought in a frenzy. The boy stood in the middle of everyone's protection, panting heavily and unable to suppress his nervousness. We can only choose for Lady Cecile. To eliminate her hesitation. Amidst the astonishment of the bystanders, the boy stared at the terrifying man in front of him who was filled with murderous intent and was breathing like a volcano. He stared at the silver-black bow on his opponent's back and pointed it at the sky full of flags in the north. Get ready to break out. Bang bang. Thales gritted his teeth in the black storm as he sensed the intense pain in his body and the torment of his overflowing thoughts. However, he smiled. So, in that case, enough. A resolute and furious roar broke the darkness and silence in his memories. The boy's expression became much steadier in the rough hall where a burning brazier was burning. At that moment, his footsteps were firm as he walked forward without stopping. He walked past the pale man with a cold expression who carried a blade on his back, and the silent old man who wore a crown and had an awe-inspiring presence. He walked towards the girl with glasses who knelt on the ground and cried painfully at the ring in her hand. She was panic-stricken, and he grabbed her arm without hesitation. He pulled her behind him. That's it. Tonight, she has to stay with me. A bunch of lunatics. As he looked at the past, Thales's smile grew wider. The fire in his heart burned even brighter. This sword is called the Blade of Purification. The boy stood in front of the man with the black sword in the desolate ruins. He stared at the red short sword and sighed softly. When he raised his head, he smiled in relief. Let's go and see that cute big sister. Let's try our luck. The scene flashed. In the solemn temple, the boy stared at the girl in front of him with anguish and determination. Little rascal, if we just walk away like this and leave everything behind, that kind of burden will make me feel like I can't breathe. We can't go, we can't escape. The ripples in his memories rose again. In an extremely difficult situation, the boy swayed in a crude carriage, and he smiled cheerfully at the middle-aged man who was smoking a pipe. Whether you believe it or not, Putre, I've thought it through. In that unique battlefield, only I can fight against him. Send me to Heroic Spirit Palace, to Lampard's hands. Boom. Thales, who could no longer hold on in the black storm, took a deep breath. He knew. He understood. Something that would not be affected by others. So, that's how it is. Is that enough? Amidst the clashing of weapons and the shouting and shoving of people, he was still in that damned hall. In front of a few well-dressed men who were fighting with each other, the boy climbed onto the table, swung his small fist, and roared. You Northland barbarians, listen carefully. I have an idea. It's much better than the ending where both sides are heavily injured. As the scenes flashed before his eyes, Thales' consciousness became clearer, and his spirit became stronger. Crack. Boom. Thunder roared. At that moment, Thales, who was silently enduring the black storm and unable to fight back, gritted his teeth. Whoosh. A violent gust of wind blew him high into the sky, and he did not know where he was. The storm was still howling and roaring, and the black blade was still in pain. But at that moment, Thales was firmly at the center of the storm. He no longer moved back and forth with the wind, rising and falling in pain. It was as if this terrifying storm could no longer touch him. But Thales slowly raised his gaze and chuckled in a calm and relieved manner. He lowered his gaze and looked at his empty body. Subconsciously, he stretched out his left hand. Boom. Black lightning flashed again. It hit him in the side. As the intense lightning flashed, the black wind gathered together as if it had a life of its own and surged to Thales' left. They broke down into countless particles and gathered together again. They formed the shape of an arm. The storm seemed to have received an order. It roared and howled, blowing even more violently. Thales did not move an inch. He did not even look at his newly formed left arm. Boom. Another terrifying thunderous roar that broke through his eardrums. The storm surged with the raging tide. The black wind enveloped Thales and swept him back and forth. Thales' heart was clear, and his mind was clear. He knew his anchor point. Something that would not be affected by others. Someone else. Bang. The black storm roared, but Thales, who was in the eye of the storm, gently closed his eyes. As an anchor point, the name Thales was merely acquired after birth, and it depended on the label of the situation. The Jade Star surname and the identity of a prince were merely things that arose and did not exist for a while. They were given by others and taken back by others. They could not withstand the ravages of time. Sin of Hell's river, mystic energy. These seemingly unique and powerful powers were, in fact, nothing. According to Black Sword, the strength of these powers was not even determined, much less these so-called powers that were blindly pursued by all living beings. They were merely the icing on the cake of life. Since they could be obtained and used, they could be defeated and abandoned at any time. Not to mention external objects, the JC, the blade of purification, and even Little Rascal's glasses. None of these belonged to him. As for his thoughts, his knowledge, his wisdom, those were also not his. They were also things that were instilled into him after birth. As for Wuxian, his identity as a transmigrator, what he thought and obtained in the other world? No. Similarly, even in the other world, those were not his. None of these were his anchor points. None of them pointed to his ego. A faintly discernible voice rang in Thales' ears. One day, you will face an important choice again. It was still that simple and solemn temple. The veiled female priestess spoke in a leisurely manner. At that time, when you stand at an angle and height that no other existence can imagine, and think with a mind that surpasses that of mortals, you may recall what I said today. Thales remembered her gaze. the priestess of Bright Moon Temple, Jianghu. An important choice. When he thought of this, Thales laughed heartily. His gaze was extremely firm. Unwavering. I see. That's it. Through my entire life, everything, in the end, it truly belongs to Thales Jadestar himself, truly unaffected by the confusion of others, able to serve as his anchor point, and point to himself, only this. Asterisk bang bang. Boom. Asterisk the memories that almost overflowed in Thales' mind trembled with a bang. Countless scenes appeared in his mind. In the silent night of the vast desert where only moonlight remained, a much more mature teenager stood at the door of a room, exhausted. He looked at the bald man sleeping soundly on the bed, at the man's throat, and gritted his teeth as he raised the dagger in his hand. A few seconds later, the struggling teenager finally exhaled. He was relieved and resolute. He put down the dagger. At this moment, Thales, who was in a state of losing control, suddenly opened his eyes. Anchor point, his face was tense. He roared in the deafening storm and shouted the answer that belonged only to him. Choose. At that moment, it was as if all the violent sounds had fallen silent. Only Thales' roar broke through the sky and resounded in this part of the world. Choose. Almost at the same time, the uncontrollable storm roared shrilly, and a few bolts of black lightning attacked at the same time. Asterisk boom. Asterisk as the black wind scraped against his bones, a perfect left hand appeared on Thales' left arm, which had just manifested. It looked like a solid object built up by the wind and sand. Thales' roar gradually faded away. He raised his newly appeared left hand and smiled faintly. Choose. That's right. In the short but exciting time after he came to this world, what truly belongs to me, belongs to Thales Jadestar. Only he would do it, choose. It's when he faced every situation, every fork in the road, and every predicament over the past 14 years, unaffected by any interference, unaffected by others, acting on my own, doing my best, with a clear mind, and willing to bear the consequences, every choice. Asterisk boom. Asterisk lightning flashed continuously. Left hand, left shoulder, right hand, body, left leg, right leg. In the mysterious storm, Thales' body appeared step by step, as if it had just been assembled in the void. Every time the black wind roared and the black lightning struck, a part of Thales' body would appear. It was as if he had just surfaced from the water. He had just regained consciousness. Thales calmly stared at the endless deep space in front of him. His heart was indifferent. Life and death are all fabricated. He lowered his head and silently looked at the few familiar yet unfamiliar scratches on his left palm. He slowly clenched his fist. What I gain belongs to others. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk Thales coldly looked at the black storm around him. He watched as it passed through him again and gathered into a part of him. His consciousness was extremely clear. There was no ambiguity. Only by choosing would he be free. Without being bound, he would be himself. This was the thing in him that, from the beginning to the end, pointed to himself, and could not be confused by others. Thales' choice. Asterisk rumble. In the last thunderous explosion, when Thales' body finally appeared in the center of the storm in a complete and steady manner, whoosh, asterisk the last gust of wind blew. It gradually grew further away and weaker. It turned into a comfortable breeze. The storm disappeared. The thunder was nowhere to be seen. All the noise and violence came to an abrupt end at the same time. In the air, Thales slowly raised his head, stretched out his hands, and felt the changes in himself. So, is this losing control? The teenager smiled. At this moment, he was extremely clear-headed. All he could see was a clear sky. It was bright, clean, and clear. I see. In the next moment, Thales closed his eyes gently. Just like that. And when he opened his eyes again, stay calm. Guard the hostages. In the dark dungeon, Stake lost his composure and pressed a dagger against Marina's throat. He roared fiercely and madly at the people in front of him. "Step back, Knight of Judgment. The hostages are in my hands. No matter what game you and that disappearing brat are going to play." On the other side, the masked protector was still restrained by the 4 Shadow Shield assassins. Quick Rope and Tampa were also threatened by the assassins, and they trembled. He understood now. In the chaotic situation, Zacriel, who stood on the other side, could not hide his anger. He raised the saber in his left hand and swept his gaze over the assassins in front of him. "The prince is no longer here. Do you think I care?" In the chaotic situation, the breathing of the assassins, the pained cries of the hostages, the struggle of the chains, the friction of the weapons in their hands, and the argument between both sides mixed together. Stake gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Then try," but at this moment, Stake's words suddenly stopped. He was not the only one. Everyone was stunned. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk light footsteps traveled into their ears. Everyone's gazes were focused on one spot. All of them were cast on the teenager who suddenly appeared. The dungeon returned to dead silence for a moment, but it was immediately broken by someone. "You, Prince, how did you just disappeared, now you," Stake stared at Thales in shock. He stuttered and could not even form a complete sentence. His gaze moved back and forth between Thales and the silver-edged sword stuck in the ground. His expression made it seem as if Thales had just crawled out of the ground. "So, did I just disappear?" The prince thought faintly. "Did I scare them to death? How did you do it, child?" Behind him, Zacriel was also in disbelief. He was dumbfounded. "Is it the magic of the alchemy tower?" In the distance, Marina was still struggling with all her might. Quick Rope blinked curiously. The dejected Tampa did not seem to notice them at all. Yodel, who was bound tightly, did not move. His emotions behind the mask did not reveal a single bit. Thales nodded slightly at him and smiled. He suddenly remembered the conversation between the two of them. "No. You will be better than him. I know that you have something he doesn't have." Thales sighed and stretched out his right hand. He pulled out the long sword he took from Ricky from the ground and swung it in the air. The silver blade shone, and the tip of the sword was awe-inspiring. But the prince's gaze was no longer on the sword. He felt that it was amazing. Right now, he felt a lot of things. The dust in the dungeon, the dirt, the waste wood, the tunnels, the positions of the enemy and himself, their breathing, and their secrets, but right now, Thales was completely different from when he fought against Giza in Dragon Cloud City. He was exhausted, panicked, and mentally unstable. Instead, he was absolutely indifferent and calm. It was as if all impulsiveness and recklessness had faded away. Only rationality remained. That was not all. Thales looked at each person in front of him gently. He was different. He felt it. Now, he could do a lot of things. There were a lot of things. But the most important thing was, he was very clear-headed now. "Let them go, Stake. Are you there?" Under everyone's shocked gazes, Thales stared indifferently at Stake, who was holding the dagger. "I will only say this once." Stake inhaled absent-mindedly before he accepted the fact that the prince had appeared again in a daze. Not now. Now, he had to solve the current situation. He still had the upper hand, did he not? With this indecisive prince around, everything would only go smoother. When he thought of this, Stake sneered. "Watch carefully, Your Highness." Stake pressed the dagger against Marina's throat again, and there was a threatening look in his eyes. "I will only do it once," Thales chuckled as well. He sensed this rare state of mind. "Then let's continue." Stake furrowed his eyebrows. "What's going on?" "This brat, no, I have to make him realize the situation. You have become more confident, Your Highness." Stake looked at Thales' smile, gritted his teeth, and pushed. But sometimes, this is not good. In the next second, Stake, who was about to attack, was suddenly stunned. "What?" He realized that something was wrong. The leader of Shadow Shield lowered his head swiftly. The moment he saw what was in front of him clearly, his pupils suddenly widened. "Are you looking for this?" Thales smiled calmly. With his left hand, he gently raised a dagger that Stake seemed familiar with. "Looks like your hand slipped, Stake." Asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales loosened his grip and let Stake's dagger fall to the ground. A warm smile appeared on his face. He liked this state of mind. This feeling of being in control of everything. At that moment, Zacriel frowned, and Stake's expression froze. The leader of the assassins stared at his empty hand with a dumbfounded expression, then at the dagger by Thales' feet. That dagger, how? He subconsciously took a step back. The light flickered, and the sound of many people sucking in breaths rose in the air. The assassins of Shadow Shield looked at the dagger on the ground, and faint puzzlement rose in their hearts. Even Zacriel furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Stake's breathing quickened, and his left hand trembled in a barely noticeable manner. The leader of the assassins raised his head abruptly, gritted his teeth, and said, "What is that? What trick? Psionic ability? Magic?" He glared at the prince. In the dark dungeon, the light from the fire shone on the prince's face, highlighting his indifferent expression. Thales blinked, shook his head, and said sincerely, "I told you, your hand slipped." "It's your hand that slipped." Stake suddenly turned around and gave a decisive order to another subordinate. "Do it. Kill the one called Wuxia, asterisk clang." Asterisk Stake's words froze in the air again. He stared at Thales in a daze. The prince smiled as usual and gently let go of his left hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk at least 3 daggers slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with a thud. Behind quick rope, the assassin stared in disbelief at his hands, which were no longer armed at some point in time. "I think their hands slipped." Thales smiled and raised his left hand, then threw the last dagger on the ground. Stake widened his eyes. No, this is impossible." At that moment, be it quick rope, the hostage-taker behind Tampa, or the assassins around them, they suddenly became unarmed. Losing their weapons was always a bad feeling. In a short second, the assassins burst into an uproar in confusion and panic, and they subconsciously wanted to retreat. Zacriel, who had been observing the situation, raised his eyebrows in surprise. He instinctively raised his saber and faced the weakened enemy. "What is this? Steady." Stake gritted his teeth and roared in anger as the situation suddenly spiraled out of control. He pushed Marina backwards. The leader of the assassins resolutely raised the alchemy ball in his left hand and tried to force the aggressive Knight of Judgment back. "Damn it, if you dare to take a step forward, I will." But in the next moment, Thales' laughter drowned out his words. "Are you talking about this trinket?" The noise stopped abruptly. 1 second, 2 seconds, the sound of people sucking in breaths rose. In the absolute silence, the prince held his sword and walked forward with ease. Under everyone's gazes, he calmly raised his left hand. "No," Stake stared at the prince's left hand in a daze. He then retracted his arm numbly. "No, as expected. In my palm, nothing. I don't like it." *TCH once used it to kidnap me. Thales pursed his lips and carefully observed the ball in his hand. He looked at the strange inscriptions carved on its metal shell, and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Stake stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. He looked at the prince holding the alchemy ball. He looked at the Knight of Judgment who narrowed his eyes and raised his saber. He looked at the daggers lying quietly on the ground. No, he suddenly felt his arms start to tremble. But, the feeling of holding it in my hand, the Prince of Constellation raised his head and grinned. He looked at the assassins, whose faces were ashen, and grinned, something he had not seen in a long time. "It's still pretty good?" No, at that moment, as he looked at Thales' smile, Stake was dazed. He felt cold all over. In a strange space unknown to anyone, a person with a blurry face and shrouded in thick fog moved slightly. He looked away. That boy actually managed to do it with that method? He muttered to himself. Looks like anchor point. This dangerous method only exists in theory, and no one has ever succeeded in it, but there's still a hint of it, it's feasible. He smiled in relief and shook his head. Then, he turned around and disappeared from the blurry world. Only two vigilant and fierce gazes were left behind as they looked at him from afar. Chapter 439. For a moment, Thales felt as if he had returned to 6 years ago. He returned to Dragon Cloud City's Shield District, where he had his final confrontation with Giza in the Hydra Kilika's body. They were both calm and rational, isolating themselves from their emotions. It was the same feeling of wonder, and his thoughts were indistinct. The sin of Hell's river was incredibly quiet. Another kind of power surged up from nowhere. The Prince of Constellation stared at the alchemy ball in his hand and sensed the magic within it. He could see the internal structure of the alchemy ball. A strange energy was wrapped in countless metal discs, gently and steadily rotating like a sleeping animal. He even knew that as long as he lightly fished out one of the lock plates, the tame energy would turn into a surging wave and rush out, releasing its vicious nature and devouring everything in its surroundings. It was clear now. It was so simple. Thales raised his head in satisfaction and slowly swept his gaze over the assassins in front of him. The young prince strode merrily forward. Wherever he looked, wherever the alchemy ball pointed, the enemies retreated in panic. Zacriel frowned as he watched Thales move forward. "Hey, you, don't worry," Thales said faintly. "It will be over soon. You're in charge of picking up the scraps." Zacriel stopped talking. "Pick up scraps? What does that mean?" He scratched his head in confusion. "A new term in the kingdom?" "Step back, Your Highness." Stake suppressed his nervousness and hissed, "If you try to threaten us with the alchemy ball," but Thales merely chuckled and stuffed the alchemy ball into his bosom. Then, he raised his long sword. "Alchemy ball? Do I look like such a tasteless person?" Stake was stunned. In the next second, the prince extended his left hand, and his expression turned cold. First, Thales released and retracted his palm, as if he was scooping something out of the air. "Watch your step." His expression was cold, and the assassins in front of him immediately prepared for battle. Unexpectedly, nothing happened to the enemies in front of Thales. The ones who were in trouble were the ones on the other side. Thump. With a dull thud, an assassin who was holding a chain tightly around Yodel's right leg staggered and fell on his back. "Careful." Stake's gaze froze, and he shouted, "That mask!" But it was too late. The assassins locked onto Yodel lost one of their corners, and the balance was broken. The masked protector did not let go of this opportunity. In the next second, he kicked his right leg. The chain that was originally binding him sprang up like an agile snake and firmly wrapped around the neck of the fallen assassin. Then, it instantly tightened. Thales curled his lips into a cold smile. He extended his hand again and aimed at the chain that controlled Yodel's right arm. But in the next moment, Thales furrowed his brows tightly, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. His left hand tightened twice in the air. But nothing happened. Yodel was still fighting against the remaining 3 assassins, and Stake was still retreating step by step. "Looks like," Thales sighed. He still needed to practice this ability. "Zacriel." The prince calmed down and waved in Yodel's direction. He tightened his grip on his long sword again. "Give him a hand." Zacriel snorted in dissatisfaction. "I think you're talking about picking up scraps." Thales snorted. "Exactly." In the next second, Zacriel charged into Yodel's side like a ferocious beast. His saber struck an assassin. Bang! When they met, the assassin who could not dodge in time covered his neck and fell under the Knight of Judgment saber. The weapon in his hand could only leave a slight scratch on Zacriel's saber. Thales did not want to show weakness. He coldly wielded his sword and charged forward. He charged toward Steak. The situation instantly became chaotic. Wait! Steak took a step forward in anger and shock. He seized Quick Rope's throat, causing him to moan in pain. Your attendants are still in my hands, Your Highness. As long as you let us go. However, in the next second, Thales, who was a few steps away, suddenly appeared in front of Steak. It was as if he had taken a few steps forward in an instant. It made Steak break out in a cold sweat. Swoosh, Thales' expression did not change. He swung his sword with both hands, drew an arc in the air, and went straight for Quick Rope and Steak's heads. The leader of the assassins, who held Quick Rope hostage, was shocked and furious. He could not dodge in time, so he had no choice but to push Quick Rope forward to face Thales' sword. Quick Rope instantly felt his soul leave his body. No, wait, my good highness, my obedient highness. As he watched the sword gust draw closer, Quick Rope began to speak incoherently. I am your faithful and dear, but Thales did not care. He just continued to swing his sword with a cold expression. Who? The sword wind mercilessly attacked. Steak rolled on the ground in a disheveled manner and barely avoided the tip of the sword. When Quick Rope saw that he could not avoid the fatal strike, he felt a chill in his heart. He subconsciously closed his eyes, but he did not forget to shout. Wyacasso! Ah! Who? The tip of the sword cut through Quick Rope's neck. Chi! Fresh blood spurted out. A head flew into the air. Thales! Quick Rope cried out in pain and despair. His face was covered in tears as he felt the pain of his neck being cut open. I hate you for my entire life, at this moment. Pa! There was a crisp sound. Quick Rope's words were stuck in his mouth. He only felt a burning pain on his face. Wake up. Thales' cold voice rang out. Pa! After another slap, Quick Rope finally opened his eyes while trembling. He stared in shock at Thales, who had his palm raised high. Quick Rope was stunned. Didn't you behead me? He turned his head, drenched in cold sweat. Then, to his surprise, he realized that his head was still on his shoulder. Oh my God! He's still alive. Quick Rope's expression changed from mourning to ecstasy. This is great. Huh? Then just now. Pa. Another slap. Thales frowned and said, Wake up. You're not the one who turned around. Quick Rope subconsciously lowered his head. Beside him, there was another head rolling in a pool of blood. It was the head of the assassin who held him hostage earlier. Quick Rope was stunned. Strange? Didn't that sword cut me just now? On the other side, Steak, who was in a disheveled state, grabbed the arm of a subordinate and stared in disbelief at the assassin who was killed. Impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. That brat's sword had already cut him. Why did the other target's head fall to the ground? It was clearly so far away. What kind of trick is this? Stay here. Thales impatiently pushed Quick Rope to the side and raised his sword again. I can't cut you. Quick Rope, who was still in a daze, fell flat on his face and screamed. If you don't want to untie me, then forget it, at least be gentler. On the other side, Zacriel had already quickly dealt with the two people who bound Yodel. The masked protector finally regained his freedom, and he was unchaining himself. Damn it. Steak was anxious and angry. When he turned his head around, Thales was already charging towards him again. Stop him. Steak ordered in a hoarse voice. Whoosh. Behind him, an assassin immediately hurled out a hand axe. It was aimed straight at Thales, who was right in front of him. Thales twitched the corners of his mouth, but he only said one word. I missed. They don't know, Thales thought. I don't know what I can do right now. In this amazing state, he was incredibly calm and rational. It was as if he would never panic or act on impulse. He could even feel that everything around him was in his palm. It was as if he could touch it if he stretched out his hand. For example, the enemy's weapon. Thales silently watched the hand axe fly towards him in the air. In the next second, the hand axe strangely disappeared in the air. The hand axe appeared out of thin air again by Thales' side and flew into the distance. Asterisk clang, asterisk the hand axe fell to the ground powerlessly, and it let out a helpless clang. Just as Thales said, it missed. Stake's pupils trembled again. No, the moment he attacked, he saw very clearly that the hand axe could not miss. So this time, when they saw the strangeness in front of them, the assassins burst into an uproar again. Not a bad trick. Zakriel's hand froze for a moment. He watched Thales' performance with a contemplative expression. Many years ago, a circus came to Eternal Star City. There was a psionic with the nickname Throwing Knife Clown. He could make throwing knives appear out of thin air, and he could even take things from a distance. Even Princess Constance was amused by him. Until that circus provoked a powerful person, and Blood Bottle Gang destroyed it completely, asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales resolutely turned his long sword and clashed with the other assassin in front of him. He blocked the weapon in his hand. No, it's different. He knew that this was not some throwing knife clown. It was not a simple shift either. In the next second, Thales' longsword suddenly disappeared, and suddenly appeared in front of the assassin's chest. Asterisk shick. Asterisk under the assassin's shocked gaze, Thales did not even need to use his power of eradication. He just gave the assassin a light push, and he ended his life. So convenient. Thales grinned. This is a battle where I will never miss, so convenient. Asterisk swoosh. Swoosh. Asterisk the sound of something slicing through the air came. Thales waved his hand gently. The 3 darts that were aimed at him disappeared before his eyes and crashed into the wall on the other side. He raised his left hand again, and 2 daggers shot out in a crooked manner, returning the favor to the assassin who shot the darts. The prince did not stop moving. In just a few steps, he arrived in front of Tampa. The assassin behind the tavern owner was still looking for his dagger, which had disappeared into thin air, in surprise, when Thales easily pierced his throat. Before the assassin died, the assassin swore that he should have avoided the trajectory of the sword. Against Thales' expectations, Tampa, who had been dispirited and listless, suddenly had a fierce look in his eyes. While the other assassin was panicking, he fiercely knocked the back of his head against the assassin's nose. Tampa gritted his teeth and threw himself backwards. His back crashed right into the assassin's chest. The last time someone did this to me was an orc. Its skull is still hanging in my bedroom. Tampa, who had been a hostage just a moment ago, stood up while cursing. With a fierce look on his face, he kicked the assassin's neck. Asterisk crack. Asterisk Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly as he watched the terrifying sound of bones breaking. Tampa spat out a mouthful of blood and shook his head at him. Don't daydream, do what you have to do. It was only then that Thales raised his eyebrows and turned around. On the other side, Zakriel broke through the encirclement head-on. No matter how many people stood in front of him, they could not fight against him. Yodel disappeared into the air after he was unchained. Only the occasional assassin's corpse that fell down strangely proved the existence of the masked protector in the shadows. Stake watched as the situation in the field turned around completely, and he felt his heart grow colder. Thales moved forward steadily. He might seem to be alone, but he was unstoppable. None of the hidden weapons that were shot at him hit their target. The blades that were aimed at him would be strangely deflected, and the swords that stabbed into his body would not exert any force. In fact, some assassins only noticed that the weapons in their hands had strangely disappeared when they arrived in front of Thales. In comparison, Thales' longsword was like an unstoppable force of fate. Every time he swung it, he would definitely break through all defenses, ignore all evasions, and hit his target. The strangeness he displayed caused the assassins to tremble in fear. In a moment, there were less than 10 assassins left. Steak struggled and gritted his teeth. He knew that he had to make a decision. Thales did not see Steak's increasingly unpleasant expression, nor did he care about Zakriel's complicated gaze. He only focused on sensing his new ability. He could easily take away the dagger from the hands of the enemies in front of him, as if he was picking up a teacup from a study table. It was as if distance no longer existed for him. He could even change the position of himself and his long sword. He could make it appear where it should be. He could also make the hidden weapons that were shot at him from afar, such as the hand axe just now, change their positions. It was like pulling the fishing line on a fishing pole. As his movements became more and more skillful, Thales slowly came to a realization. He could take things out of the air and move. These were nothing to him. However, there were more or less some restrictions. Compared to the flying axe in the air, the dagger in his hand, compared to his entire person, the long sword in his hand, the smaller and lighter the target was, the shorter the distance between them, the slower the target was, and the easier it was for his ability to be used. Very well. Retreat. The sudden shout interrupted Thales' train of thought. With a ferocious expression, Steak seized the struggling Marina. He held her in front of him and retreated. When he looked at Thales, his gaze was filled with wariness and fear. If this prince has this kind of power, then his behavior in the tavern, is he trying to lure us into his trap? Retreat. Steak roared. Thales narrowed his eyes. He watched as the assassins retreated in a well-trained manner, as if they had been relieved of a burden. They were about to disappear into the darkness. This is why I hate the game of fox hunt. On the other side, Zakriel had practically turned into a human-shaped forbidden zone. Wherever he went, the assassins would flee. They will run. But they can't run. Thales thought. No matter where they run to, they will be in my hands. In the next second, Steak, who was holding Marina hostage, discovered to his surprise that Thales, who was 5 steps away from him, appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Why is he did not have time to think too much. Steak used the same trick and pushed Marina as a shield. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Thales' gaze was still fierce. He slashed Marina's waist with his long sword, who was unafraid of death. Steak cried out in pain and rolled a meter away with blood on his face. Marina, who thought that she was definitely going to die, opened her eyes with a shudder, but found that she was unharmed. Even the rope on her hands had been cut open without her realizing it. You're fine, madam. Thales extended his hand to her and sneered. Looks like you need help. Marina pushed his arm away and got up. She gritted her teeth and snorted angrily. I don't need you to save me. All right. What a bad temper. Thales raised his eyebrows. By the way, about what happened in the tavern just now, however, Marina's first reaction when she heard this was, slap. Thales felt pain on his face. Pervert. Marina gritted her teeth and retracted her hand. She elbowed him away and rushed to find her weapon. Bastard. Thales turned around with an unpleasant expression as he watched her back. He said in a self-deprecating manner, "Ah. You're welcome." He endured it and pretended that he did not see Quick Rope mouthing, "Wow," behind him. Zakriel and Yodel efficiently harvested the assassins' lives. In the few seconds that Thales delayed, almost all the assassins were killed. Only Steak, who was covered in blood, was left running away. I can't escape. Thales thought. He intended to vent all the grievances he felt just now on the culprit. He appeared in front of Steak in an instant. Clang. Thales' long sword parried Steak's short knife, which he had taken out of nowhere. Steak, whose face was covered in blood and looked incredibly pathetic, was forced to take a step back. Steak's arms trembled as he said ferociously, "You can let me go, you know." 18 years ago, Thales retorted coldly, "You could have let Herman Jadestar go too." Steak was first stunned, then his expression became fiercer. Thales chuckled. He continued to sense the mystic energy that had gone out of control and prepared to deliver the final blow. As long as I move the tip of the sword to, at this moment, Thales suddenly shuddered violently. Pain. A bone-piercing pain came from within his ribs. Aya. Thales was in so much pain that his movements changed. He trembled and knelt on one knee. He sucked in a sharp breath. No, no, no. He was familiar with this kind of pain. He had faced the assassination in Eternal Star City, blocked the Mystic Gun under Broken Dragon Fortress, and faced the Blood Mystic in Dragon Cloud City. Even though it was not as serious this time. But there was no doubt that this was the price to pay for using mystic energy. At that moment, Thales felt as if he had just woken up from a dream and escaped from that magical state. Thales felt the throbbing pain in his chest. He leaned against the blood-covered longsword and looked at his entire body in disbelief. It was as if in the span of a breath, the emotions of panic, fear, and hesitation returned to his mind. At the same time, the rational state of calmness, fearlessness, and decisiveness was no longer a matter of course. Along with the pain, the smell of dust, the smell of blood, the sounds of battle, the noise, the dim tunnel, and all sorts of other things instantly entered his eyes, ears, throat, and nose, reminding him of his situation. He wiped the blood off his face, and only then did he realize that he was covered in blood and was sticky and wet. Not far away, the heads he had cut off, the enemies he had cut down, and the severed limbs were all over the ground. There were nearly 8 or 9 people. Thales suddenly shuddered. This is what I did. That's right. His memories were still clear. However, when he looked at the battle just now, it was as if he was looking at another person. Another calm version of Thales. Thales. An anxious shout traveled into his ears. Thales finally snapped out of his daze. Whoosh. The sound of wind came at him. Thales instinctively wanted to use his mystic energy, but the pain in his chest deepened, and his expression cringed. He fell down powerlessly. T. Bang. At the critical moment, Quick Rope rammed into him from the other side and pushed Thales away from Stake's blade. Quick Rope hugged him and rolled a few steps away. He got up and gave Thales a slap. What's wrong with you? Quick Rope looked at the dazed Thales, gritted his teeth, and said, You had facial paralysis just now, and now you're in a daze. Did you take drugs? Under the reminder of the pain, Thales looked at Quick Rope, who sat on him, and was still in a state of shock. He recalled his experience from the moment he lost control until now. Mystic energy. Knock on the door. Taurus. Girl. Anchor point. Choice. As if he was in a dream. I don't know, Thales said absent-mindedly. Maybe. On the other side, Stake climbed up while enduring the pain and pounced into the darkness. Before he left, he did not forget to throw a hidden weapon straight at the two of them. Whoosh. Thales was shocked. He pushed Quick Rope away and instinctively reached for his long sword. But half a second later, the masked figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Ding. Ding. The gray short sword danced in the air, and with a few metallic clangs, it blocked all the hidden weapons. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. His grip on the longsword was no longer tense. But Stake's figure had already disappeared into the darkness without a trace. On the other side, as Zacriel dealt with the last assassin, the latter's torch fell to the ground. The area around them instantly darkened. Thales only realized then that the battle was over. The pain in his chest caused by the mystic energy slowly faded away. He then snapped out of his daze resentfully. The corridor was silent. Wow. Quick Rope exhaled and leaned against the wall in agony. Finally, on the other side, Marina stared at the corpses on the ground in a daze. Tampa sat in the corner, gritted his teeth, tore apart his clothes, and skillfully bandaged the wounds on his body. In the darkness, Thales quietly stared at Yodel in front of him, then at the blood on his body. He suddenly felt awkward. I just, but the moment he opened his mouth, he was interrupted. I know, the masked protector said faintly and helped Thales up from the ground. I know. For some reason, Thales felt relieved. He stared at the ground resentfully and wiped the blood off his face. He still could not believe what he just remembered. Why, when we were fighting just now, how could I adapt so easily? It was a happy day, wasn't it? This is the last one, if we don't count the one who ran away. On the other side, Zacriel picked up the torch. As he counted the spoils of war, he said to Yodel, I suggest that you go after him now and get rid of any future problems. Your ability is the most suitable to face Shadow Shield. Yodel turned his head around and cast a glance at the depths of the tunnel. Don't worry, he can't run away. The masked protector said coldly. Then go. Zacriel gestured at him with his lips. I'm here. Yodel nodded slightly, turned around, and patted Thales' shoulder. Thales showed him a forced smile. Go. Do what you have to do. Yodel nodded. In the next second, he disappeared into thin air. Quick Rope sucked in a sharp breath as he watched. He covered his mouth with one hand and pointed at the spot where Yodel disappeared with a terrified expression. His gaze moved back and forth. He, human, ghost, Thales ignored him and just waved his hand indifferently. Go and find something else to do, Quick Rope, please. Jokes are the last thing we need right now. Quick Rope's fear froze on his face. He turned his head around in embarrassment. On the other side, Tampa and Marina stared at each other with hostility. But Thales did not have time to care about this. Perhaps Marina's identity was awkward, or perhaps Tampa was well informed, and keeping them here was not a good thing. But right now, Thales just wanted to have a good sleep. The disaster swords lost their leader and suffered heavy casualties. The remaining members of Shadow Shield were destroyed here. The Northlanders did not have enough manpower and could not cause any trouble. Besides, the Secret Intelligence Department had set up an ambush on the ground. The only troublesome one was probably Quick Rope. He leaned against the wall behind him with his long sword and sighed heavily. Oh my God. Mystic energy. Today was the first time he used his mystic energy while he was awake. But, even if it was better than how he used to vomit blood at the slightest provocation, there was still a limit to how good he could be in this state. There was a great limit to his time and ability. Heh. Thales snorted softly. He suddenly felt very tired. It was not just his body. It was also his spirit. Zacriel walked over slowly. He looked disheveled and frowned. Hey, young man. Thales raised his head tiredly and looked at the brand of sin on the man's forehead. He forced a smile. Your beard is well shaved. And thank you. But Zacriel was frowning. That psionic ability of yours isn't omnipotent, is it? The Knight of Judgment stuck a torch on a corpse and used it as a source of light. He used his sleeve to wipe the saber, which had many dents on it. Otherwise, you would have used it when you were held hostage. Thales frowned deeply. As expected. I still have to explain it to him. Thales sighed and pressed his forehead against the hilt of the sword. Let me guess. Is there a time limit, or does it cause great damage to the body? Zacriel asked faintly as he leaned against the wall beside him. Thales snorted softly. He thought that they had probably seen how he looked. Sort of. But Zacriel's next question made Thales slightly stunned. Why didn't you save him? Huh? What? Thales looked up in surprise. In the beginning, you could have saved young Yodel, Zacriel said with a chuckle. But you gave up. Instead, you asked me to help him. The Knight of Judgment turned his head. Why? Save. Yodel? Thales tried hard to recall the miraculous experience that seemed to have happened a century ago. He tried to imagine what he was thinking when he was in that state. At that time, it seemed like he wanted to mess up the enemies who had Yodel locked down, and then, that rational, calm, and decisive version of himself, perhaps you are more suitable? After all, there are 3 or 4 of them. But Zakriel shook his head. No, I can tell that you value him very much, and he is very loyal to you. Zakriel sighed and knocked on the wall behind him. If you could save him, you would not have given up so easily. Thales frowned. Wait. It's not that you don't want to save him, Zakriel said profoundly as he stared at the firelight. It's that you can't save him. Thales' eyelids twitched. What do you mean? I can't save him. Wait. Just now, I seem to have tried to deal with the second chain-wielding enemy, but... Zakriel turned his head and grinned at the prince. His disheveled appearance and unkempt appearance made him look rather ugly. That sword. Zakriel said faintly, he has been holding it in his right hand. Thales moved slightly. That sword? His first reaction was to look at Ricky's sword in his hand. But in the next second, Thales understood what was going on. Once he figured something out, his face turned pale, and his hair stood on end. That sword. The Knight of Judgment sighed. It's precisely because of that supreme sword, that legendary anti-mystic equipment, the supreme sword. At that moment, Thales' breathing became labored. What did he say? So, your ability is useless against the chain on his right arm, Zakriel said faintly. Thales opened his mouth with great difficulty. Zakriel, you, the Knight of Judgment leaned against the wall and lowered his head. He chuckled softly. It's not strange. I've seen something similar before. Your Highness, did I call him by the wrong name? Thales turned his head around while stuttering like a rusty clock and met his eyes anxiously. I know, Zakriel's smile was sincere and apologetic. Please understand, child. This is not a personal grudge. At that moment, as he looked at Zakriel's smile, Thales suddenly felt his hair stand on end. The sin of hell's river in his body instantly increased. It was as if he had encountered the most terrifying threat. Danger, danger. A voice seemed to be warning him. In the next second, Thales' expression froze. He reacted spontaneously without anyone teaching him. The muscles in his legs and waist tensed up. He pounced out of the corner with the force of a bow. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the wind from the saber cut his face, and it hurt. In an instant, the blade cut through Thales' hair like an avalanche, taking away a few strands of hair. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the saber crashed into the wall. Stone chips flew everywhere. Thales trembled in disbelief. He struggled to his feet in pain and disheveled manner. He stared at the person in front of him in shock. It was Zakriel, who stood up with his saber in hand and a murderous aura. He was staring at Thales with a complicated gaze. Zakriel's saber had landed on the spot where Thales had just been. He missed it by a hair's breadth. You dodged it beautifully. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the Knight of Judgment frowned and drew his saber. He seemed to be dissatisfied with the result of missing his attack. Their movements even attracted the attention of the 3 people on the other side, who were wary of each other. Zakriel, Thales was extremely shocked. He held his long sword tightly, and even his breathing trembled. What? What are you doing? Maybe he's testing his skills? Checking out my skills? It must be, like this? As Thales thought about it, he felt his mind tremble. Then, Zakriel turned around and answered him expressionlessly. Correcting mistakes. 1 second. 2 seconds. Why? Thales stared at him in a daze. Zakriel shook his head. His gaze was compassionate, but it hid an endless amount of murderous intent. You know why, child. As I said, this is not a personal grudge. The Knight of Judgment stared at the teenager in front of him quietly. He slowly raised his saber, and excitement and despondency surged in his chest at the same time. Do not worry, King 80, Prince Midier. No matter how many years have passed, mistakes will be corrected. I will defend our kingdom to the death. Chapter 440. The Knight of Judgment launched his attack without warning. His body pressed forward together with the wind generated by his blade. Thales instinctively raised his sword to block the attack. Amid the sound of metal clashing, he blocked the enemy's saber. Clang! The angle of Zacriel's slash was tricky, and he was extremely experienced. Thales found it extremely strenuous, and he felt his hand slip. Fortunately, the silver-edged longsword he seized from Ricky played a huge role. Its outstanding feel and balance prevented Thales from losing his grip on the first strike. But Zacriel did not give the prince a chance to catch his breath. Zacriel immediately let go of his saber and pressed forward. He used his right palm and fingers to form a blade, and he went straight for Thales' throat. Thales lifted his leg and retreated, trying to use the tip of his sword to force the other party to retreat. But he soon realized that he was wrong. The Knight of Judgment's attack was far more than that. Boom! Thales, who was retreating, only felt a jolt in his front foot. He was already tripped by his opponent, and the trajectory of his long sword also changed. Damn it! Thales, who had lost his balance, exerted all his strength to turn his head in the face of the wind generated by his opponent's palm. Zacriel's fingernails grazed the prince's neck, causing him to feel a sharp pain. But it was not over yet. Swoosh! The Knight of Judgment caught the saber with his left hand, and with a backhand, he knocked away Thales' crooked sword. Sparks flew as he went straight for the prince's forehead. Thales, who was falling to the ground, had no time to dodge. He could only watch the blade coming at him. At the instant the wind created by the saber pierced his bones, the sin of Hell's river surged up his arm without a care for its own life. In the next moment, the prince, who was still in midair, gritted his teeth and raised his elbow. He pulled out a strange, non-standard iron body style. His left elbow pushed against the opponent's right arm, and he used the opponent's strength to push himself away. Chi! The blade whistled through the air and grazed Thales' scalp, taking away a small piece of skin. Thump! Thales fell to the ground in pain. He didn't have time to think. He retracted his arm and leaned to the side, welcoming his opponent's heavy kick on the ground. Boom! The experience of being beaten up when he was a child beggar and the Star Killer's use of public office to avenge a personal grudge in Dragon Cloud City saved his life. Thales placed his elbow in front of the vital parts of his chest and abdomen. With a bang, he rolled away. Until he hit the wall. The first round of the fight ended just like that. Zacriel frowned and threw away the saber, which was full of cracks. He then turned around to look for a new weapon. With the help of the long sword, Thales stood up shakily. The young man panted heavily, cold sweat dripping from his body, his face pale. Damn it! He grimaced in pain. His left arm was in so much pain that it was momentarily numb and trembling incessantly. This was a clear indication of the prince's injury. Not only that. Thales touched the bloodstain on his neck and the missing scalp on his forehead. It hurt. Throat, forehead, abdomen. Just now, for a total of 3 times, Thales stared at the man and gritted his teeth. He was filled with lingering fear. In that 1 second, his opponent had executed a chop, a stab, a trip, a reverse slash, and a kick. Saber, palm, leg. Front, back, up, down. At that moment, Thales even had a feeling that he was attacked by several people. This was not one of Nicholas's sudden changes, strange attacks, nor was it the Kingdom's Wrath's unstoppable charge, nor was it the Fire Knight's forceful head-on collision, much less Yodel's startling attack amidst the dead silence. Instead, in a flash, they were launched at the same time. They were murderous, and they surrounded Thales with no blind spots. Thales sucked in a breath, but he shuddered. He felt pain in his lungs. He did not know whether it was because of the internal injuries he suffered just now, or the after-effects of mystic energy. The prince's face contorted as he stared at the Knight of Judgment in disbelief. Under such attacks, forget using the twist of fate to counterattack, he could not even defend against one round of attacks. If it were not for the fact that he had developed outstanding resistance to pressure from the Star Killer's oppressive attacks over the years, if it were not for the fact that he had experienced the orc's unparalleled strength and reckless attacks in the desert. If it were not for the fact that he had watched countless supreme-class battles, where victory was decided in the blink of an eye, Northland military sword style, is it? Thales was slightly stunned. Zacriel picked up a battle axe from the ground, turned around, and grinned. I remember that there is a set in the royal family's treasury. It is the 73-foot version passed down from the Empire, 7 offensive styles, 3 defensive styles. It was not the 91-foot version inherited from the Temple of Knights in the Tower of Eradication. Faint nostalgia surged in Zacriel's heart. When I was still a penal officer, Tony would occasionally use a few moves from it to temper the restless rookies. It was very effective. Thales stared at the knight who had turned against him. He anxiously thought of a way to escape and protect himself. Zacriel observed Thales. He noticed that there was only wariness and graveness in the teenager's eyes, but no fear or cowardice. His gaze swept past the wounds on Thales' neck and scalp, and there was approval in his eyes. Even though they had only met face to face once, the Knight of Judgment knew that he had not held back in his attacks. For attacks, 3 killing moves, and all of them were fatal. But this child is much weaker than me in terms of size, strength, experience, and skills. Zacriel stared at Thales' eyes. Even though it was done in a hurry and in a pathetic state, but the child still found a way to withstand the attacks and miraculously survived. And he stood up again. This is not as simple as luck. The Knight of Judgment thought as he tested the battle axe in his hand. Judging by his movements and reactions, it's like he is used to facing powerful enemies and fighting fiercely when he is at a disadvantage. He is used to searching for a chance of survival in a duel where he is bound to lose. He is used to fighting with his sword while under great pressure. He is used to struggling against the current and fighting desperately to survive. On the other side, Thales' hands were stained with blood. He sadly realized that every time he tried to lose control again, it would always be accompanied by a sharp pain in his chest. Mystic energy, looks like I can't count on it anymore. I have to think of another way, Thales thought. He stood up laboriously and resumed his stance. Zacriel raised his eyebrows slightly. It's the Northland military sword style again. It seems like he doesn't know any other sword styles. Wait. This reminded Zacriel of something, and he could not help but frown. He sized up Thales again. Your movements. Zacriel narrowed his eyes. Even though he was the Prince of Constellation, he did not have any of Constellation's traditional fighting styles. On the contrary, the child's movements were simple and crude. His goals were direct and clear. He did not rigidly adhere to meticulous and well-formed moves, nor was he obsessed with fancy and tricky stances. He also did not have the habits and stereotypes of creeds. Every swing of his sword, every step he took, and every movement he made was more like an accumulation of experience and an instinctive understanding of fighting, or rather, of being beaten up. And that habit of going against the flow of battle, when he thought of this, Zacriel suddenly understood. I see. Extet, the knight said faintly. Thales raised his eyebrows. The Knight of Judgment showed a complicated expression. Your fighting style is the style of the Northlanders. He was a group of boorish men who believed in actual combat as their creed, looked down on training and moves, and believed that good warriors are made by beating them up. So, the child's outstanding ability to resist pressure and survive in battle originated from this. No one knew what Zacriel thought of, but he chuckled. No wonder you're so tanky. Thales' expression darkened. Northlander, tanky. He thought of the Star Killer. That damn, annoying, dead face of his that said, you owe me a girlfriend. Tanky? Thales snorted coldly in his heart when he remembered the endless bullying and abuse the other party carried out in the name of training. Forget it. On the training field, that dead face would only beat him up again and again. He never corrected him, and rarely explained, if mockery and sarcasm could be counted as explanations, let alone teaching him. When Thales argued and questioned him, the star killer would always look at him with an ugly expression that said, "What do you know, you weakling?" Then, he would continue to use his position to take revenge. He would beat him up even harder than the last time. What a pity. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in just a few seconds. The Knight of Judgment looked at the teenager and shook his head slightly. He's already initiated. If he grows up a little more, becomes more skilled, experiences more, and improves further, he would be reborn, and begin to learn how to turn the slim chance of survival between life and death into a chance for victory. When he thought of this, a shadow appeared on Zakriel's face. What a pity. This is the end of his life. I must die here. This is the only way. In the next moment, the Knight of Judgment raised his weapon again. Was it you? Thales hissed. The traitor of the royal guards? Zakriel's axe froze. He looked at Thales, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. Thales gritted his teeth and raised his sword. So, when you swung your sword at me, you showed no remorse, and you did not hesitate. Thales gritted his teeth and raised his sword, because the oath you swore to Samuel was *T. At that moment, Zakriel's body swayed in the air. Even Thales was taken aback. The Knight of Judgment took a step back and covered his forehead with his hand. He closed his eyes in pain. Shut up. Zakriel growled with his eyes closed. At that moment, Thales did not know whether he was talking to himself, or to someone in another world. Zakriel shuddered. Everything will end soon. It will end, there will be no more nightmares. He panted in pain. A few seconds later, Zakriel regained his composure. He slowly let go of his sword and looked at Thales coldly. Please be at ease, Your Highness. The knight took a step forward again, and it made Thales nervous again. After your misfortune, I will take full responsibility for the crime, as a form of apology for the injustice you have suffered here. His dull voice became sorrowful and angry. And your secret will be buried, and it will not damage your reputation. A form of apology for the injustice I have suffered? My reputation? So, it was indeed you, wasn't it? When he saw the sorrowful and generous expression on the knight's face, as if it was for his own good, Thales sneered. Zakriel, the noble descendant of a famous family of knights from the age of the Empire? But Zakriel did not answer. He took a step forward. Thales, who had failed to communicate with him, exhaled in frustration and executed the iron body style again. Hey, you! Stay away from that boy. A sudden shout broke the standoff between the two. Zakriel and Thales turned their heads. Tampa, the owner of my home, stood on the other side of the corridor. He held his arm, which had just been bandaged, and said fiercely, "Didn't you see? If it weren't for him just now, we would have all died here." The three hostages who had been rescued noticed them. Not far away, Marina retrieved her swords and stared at the two people who were confronting each other suspiciously. Quick Rope blinked in confusion and pointed at Zakriel. He mouthed and moved his hands to match his mouth movements, asking Thales without a sound. "I thought, he's on your side?" Thales smiled laboriously. "He used to be. Now, he's probably more willing to kill me." Zakriel snorted coldly and turned to the owner of the tavern. His eyes shone with a cold glare. Wait. Thales thought of something. He remembered what the man said just now. And your secret will be buried, and your reputation will not be tarnished. Buried, that means, in the desert, it's best for you to be more respectful to your savior, Tampa continued. He gritted his teeth and said to Zakriel, who looked restless. So, leave the boy alone, but before he could finish speaking, Zakriel's gaze turned fierce, and he swung his axe. No. Thales subconsciously extended his hand and shouted. Be careful. At that moment, Tampa only saw the man with the brand on his head spread his arm. As the wind howled, the battle axe shot out fiercely like a bolt of lightning. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk the wind howled fiercely, and it went straight for Tampa. No, no, no. Thales stared at the axe, and he almost gritted his teeth so hard that he almost crushed them. The tavern owner was stunned for a moment. He could not react at all. Then, the wind from the axe reached his face, and it looked like it was about to split open his skull. But in the next second, asterisk whoosh, asterisk the sound of the axe reverberated. But strangely, the battle axe, it disappeared. The wind from the axe swept past Tampa's forehead and lifted the hair on his forehead. The tavern owner shuddered, and he instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the sound of the axe crashing into the wall was heard, followed by the sound of countless stone chips falling. Zacriel frowned fiercely and looked to the other side. Over there, Thales clutched his chest and panted in pain. The battle axe was stuck in the wall beside the prince, and the handle was trembling slightly. Run, Thales glared at the petrified Tampa. After he subconsciously used his mystic energy, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if it was about to split open. He lay on the ground and squeezed out a few words to the hostages in pain. Quick, run. Split up, run. On the other side, Quick Rope stared at the axe, which was still trembling endlessly. He then looked at Zacriel, who was filled with murderous intent. He and Marina looked at each other. A second later, Tampa snapped out of his daze. Lunatic, he stared at Zacriel in shock and anger. Tampa glanced at Thales, then turned around without hesitation and ran into the darkness. Hold on, Waya, or whatever other name you have. I'll go to the surface and get help. And you'll die here, lunatic. Tampa's curses grew softer and softer. Zacriel watched Tampa's back disappear into the distance. He paused for a few seconds. Then, he frowned and asked Thales, why? As long as I kill him here. He did not continue. But Thales knew what he wanted to say. As long as he killed him here, you'll have less trouble. If you can escape, Thales climbed onto the long sword in a daze. He felt as if someone was cutting his chest open. The price of forcefully using mystic energy seems to be very serious. No reason. He panted in pain. Every breath he took was like torture. From Steak to Ricky, and then to you, I just had enough of you people who kill people at every turn. Thales raised his head and said laboriously, scum. Zacriel furrowed his eyebrows. Thales turned his head around and looked at the bloody scene he left behind when he lost control. He remembered the disaster sword's enjoyment of killing, and the shadow shield's indifference toward killing. He suppressed the discomfort in his heart. If you don't agree with me, I'll kill you. Thales swayed as he stood up. He waved his trembling hand and gestured for Quick Rope to flee. If you offend me in the slightest, I'll kill you. If you have a conflict of interest, I'll kill you. If you want to keep secrets, I'll kill you. Thales sneered in a mocking manner. Including you, Zacriel. If you want to correct your mistakes, I'll kill you. The Knight of Judgment's expression became a little ferocious. The brand of sin on his forehead reappeared. Kill, kill, kill. It seems like killing is the only way to solve problems. Thales hissed in pain and rubbed his chest with all his might to relieve the pain. He felt that he was about to break down under the dual effects of pain and resentment. It's as if your entire life is an absurd drama for the vampires to watch. Only by resorting to violence, killing decisively, and showing off your blood can you win applause and cheers. Only then can you prove that you're the damned, handsome, and decisive protagonist. Only then can you win a longer and more popular stage career under the vampires' adoring gazes. Zacriel did not speak. He only clenched his fists. Thales tried his best to endure the pain and spoke falteringly through gritted teeth. He enunciated his words falteringly, Don't you know that taking away lives and killing your own kind is the last choice you make when you have no other choice? Is it the most cowardly, evasive, and irresponsible answer after you completely admit defeat to all the possibilities in this world when you run into an ultimate conundrum that you cannot solve? Quick Rope did not leave. He stared at the Prince of Constellation with a profound gaze. Marina originally wanted to escape, but in the end, she stopped and stared at Thales in a daze. She suddenly remembered that day. That day, she hid in the crowd in the distance, trembling as she watched her grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother on the stage, and her brother stared at the thick rope around his neck in despair, until the messenger gave the order. Marina closed her eyes. Thales took a deep breath. He felt the pain in his chest lessen a little. He wiped his sweat gently and smiled sadly. Even those who live in the desert know that a bloody thorn lizard devouring its own kind is the most terrifying thing in the world. At that moment, Zacriel seemed to have remembered something. His face was filled with pain. Thales sneered. Those who choose this path of their own accord and are not ashamed of it are mostly cowards who have failed, unless they were forced to do so by their circumstances. Because all of you are already helpless against this society, and are struggling to cope with the relationships between people. Because in the game of chess that is life, all of you have failed to the point where you have no other choice but to overturn the chessboard and be driven into a corner. Thales took a step forward with difficulty. Are you a coward? He raised his long sword and pointed it at his opponent. Zacriel? Zacriel took a deep breath. There was a conflicted look on his face. But a few seconds later, he regained his composure. This made Thales extremely wary. I'm sorry, Your Highness. The Knight of Judgment's voice trembled slightly. But you must die here. As soon as he finished speaking. Boom! Thales felt a chill in his heart. He saw Zacriel instantly kick up a hand-and-a-half sword, grab it in his hand, and rush towards him at high speed. The prince roared angrily and forced himself to endure the pain and perform the iron body style. He was about to engage in close combat with Zacriel again. If no one intervened. Clang! It was the loud sound of steel clashing against each other. Thales only saw a flash from the corner of his eye. Quick Rope's figure appeared beside him, and he struck the Knight of Judgment with a hammer. Zacriel only froze for a moment. He quickly flipped his right hand, which was holding the sledgehammer. At the same time, he despised the man in his heart. His strength was not bad. It seemed like he had been trained. He stared coldly at Quick Rope, who had a ferocious expression and seemed to be using all his strength to stop him. It was just too stupid. He recklessly rushed over from this angle. He only needed to make a slight adjustment, and he could. Huh. In the next second, Thales was surprised to see Quick Rope's expression suddenly change, and he raised his left hand. He threw a lot of dust. Thales was dumbfounded. Aya! The Knight of Judgment's head and face were covered in dust. He covered his eyes, roared, and retreated. He swung the sword in his right hand back and forth. It was obvious that he was extremely resentful. But Thales only stared blankly at Quick Rope, who looked as if he had gotten his way, and let him pull him away. Scatter, scatter lime. Your arm strength is obviously superior, and you're so good at using sledgehammers, but you just have to. Are you a prince or not? Ah. It hurts. Thales cut off his train of thought and pressed his hand against his chest. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Quick Rope threw the sledgehammer at the Knight of Judgment. He was so nervous that he did not have time to explain. He supported and pulled Thales away, until Zacriel's sword was once again in front of them. Use the dust. Zacriel lowered his left hand. Thales was surprised. He saw that his eyes were well protected by his left palm. They were not stained by the dust. But the Knight of Judgment's previous magnanimity and sorrow had long since disappeared. All that was left was hatred and indignation. This is what I played with when I was 6 years old. The Knight of Judgment thrust his sword at Thales. He was filled with anger. Thales gritted his teeth. He pushed away Quick Rope, who was unarmed because he wanted to support him, and held his long sword. But at that moment, the sound of wind rose behind Zacriel. Clang. The Knight of Judgment turned around and slashed away a torch that flew towards him. Sparks flew everywhere, and he furrowed his eyebrows because of the heat. When they saw the person who helped them, Thales and Quick Rope were both shocked. It was Marina. The swordswoman in red held her twin swords and stared at Zacriel with hostility. "Listen, Jade Star." She gritted her teeth and said hesitantly and painfully. "You saved me once." She picked up something and threw it to Thales. Thales caught it in a flurry, and only then did he realize that it was his confiscated luggage. He did not know when Marina had retrieved it from the assassins' corpses. But now, Marina stared at Zacriel with a solemn expression and launched an attack. "I don't owe you anything anymore." Thales did not react. He just stared at the backpack in his arms until Quick Rope gave him a shove. "Run." The swordswoman said her last words. She did not stop moving. She leaned forward, and her twin swords created illusions. She attacked quickly. She aimed straight at the Knight of Judgment. Ding, ding, clang, in those 2 seconds, she forced Zacriel to take a step back. Thales and Quick Rope, who were prepared to run, felt a lingering fear. Is she that powerful? But good things did not last. The Knight of Judgment's next attack was like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky. It accurately pierced Marina's left hand amid the illusions of her twin swords. Marina cried out in pain and let go of the sword in her left hand. Thales' heart sank. After Heart in the Rain passed away, dual swords were no longer popular. In the next second, Zacriel extended his left hand and grabbed Marina's right hand. He threw her last sword to the ground. "I was fortunate enough to meet her once, and I wanted to challenge the legendary Storm's swift sword, which can break through all defenses." Marina gritted her teeth and wanted to kick her opponent, but Zacriel did not move or dodge. He acted as if nothing had happened and used his right elbow to block her kick. Zacriel looked at the twin swords on the ground, clicked his tongue, and shook his head. But unfortunately, she was already in pain at that time. She was so weak that she couldn't even lift a cup. Zacriel seized Marina's neck and lifted the struggling swordswoman into the air. Thales panicked when he saw that. Now! While Quick Rope was still in a daze and had not reacted to the situation, the air in this small world seemed to ripple slightly. In the next moment, a gray sword pierced through the air mercilessly. Rip, it went straight into Zacriel's back. As Zacriel let out a furious roar that shook the heavens and earth, Marina was flung away violently and fell beside Thales. The Knight of Judgment was like a cheetah that had gone berserk. He quickly turned around and swung his sword. But all he could do was draw an arc in the air. The gray sword had already disappeared. Only the bleeding wound on Zacriel's back proved its existence. Then, another figure appeared in front of the knight. He kicked Zacriel's chest with his right leg. Thud. The Knight of Judgment cried out in pain and was sent flying backward. He fell on the ground in a disheveled manner. He fell into a bloody and ruined area, stirring up a lot of dust. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly extended his hand and helped the heavily injured and weary Marina up with Quick Rope. He flashed a smile at the figure who appeared. Zacriel groaned softly in the dust. Thales did not know whether he was enduring the pain or because he was angry. The knight lay on the ground and said in a disheveled manner, "I've aged over the years, and I've regressed, or have you become stronger?" A hoarse voice came from the other side. It was low and concise. "Perhaps both." Zacriel laughed in pain. "That's why he talks so much when it comes to killing people or not." Zacriel exhaled and felt a little sentimental. "Just so he could find you a chance." What tacit understanding. He took 2 deep breaths. His muscles tensed up, and he slowly sat up. He stared straight at the masked figure in front of him. "You shouldn't have come back so early," Zakriel said coldly. Across from him, Yodel, who had left and returned, shook off the blood on the supreme sword and said hoarsely, "I shouldn't have let you out." The Knight of Judgment and the masked protector stared at each other silently for a full 3 seconds. Zakriel smiled. "Why can't you be a little smarter, brat?" The knight sighed and stood up. "You only left the child's side once. You came back after he ended his life in a dignified manner." The wound on his back was no longer bleeding. As Zakriel spoke, he looked at Thales, who was not in a good state, and narrowed his eyes. Thales smiled coldly at him, then nodded at Yodel. Yodel also cast a glance at the prince in the distance and nodded slightly. "I left him once." The masked protector averted his gaze. He moved his left leg, held the gray short sword in a reverse grip, and prepared for battle. His words were incredibly firm. That was the last time. His figure gradually disappeared. His voice spread out like waves and echoed faintly in the air. Zakriel watched the dark purple mask disappear into the air. His gaze was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking about. "For the sake of the past, I don't want to hurt you, young Yodel. Don't force me." Yodel's answer, which was short on words, echoed in the air. "I feel the same." Zakriel pursed his lips. Thales watched as Yodel disappeared, and his lips curled into a smile. Yodel did not leave. Just like what he said. He was always there. Zakriel was silent for a few seconds. "You didn't ask me why I did it." Zakriel glanced at Thales, then raised his head to look at his surroundings. His expression was gloomy. "So, you also know, right?" "You already knew." "Already knew." There was no answer in the air. Quick Rope gave Thales a hard look, telling them to hurry up and leave, but Thales only covered his chest and shook his head resolutely. "No, wait a little longer." "As long as, a little while later." "But does King Kessel know?" The Knight of Judgment's voice suddenly rose, and it was filled with a ghastly chill. "Does Lord Hanson know? Does Master Vitano know? Do the 6 Guardian Dukes know? Does Constellation know?" Yodel still did not speak. Zakriel picked up an axe and pointed it at Thales angrily. "Do they know that the evil flower from many years ago has already borne its evil fruit?" Thales' heart froze. Evil flower. Evil fruit. What are you waiting for? Marina pushed Thales' arm away and glared at him fiercely. "Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for death?" Thales still shook his head. His frown deepened, and his hand over his chest tightened. "Just a little while more, that's good." "No, sir." Yodel's hoarse and simple response came from the air. "The only evil flower and evil fruit here, only you." In the next moment, Zakriel roared again and charged at Thales. Quick Rope and Marina were both shocked. Almost at the same time, Yodel's figure appeared beside him. "Go." This was the masked protector's brief hint. Thales clenched his teeth. Before his eyes, Zakriel's unstoppable figure was getting closer and closer. Yodel's gray short sword moved forward at high speed. He let go of the hand he pressed against his chest to stop the pain. He knew what to do. In the next second, Thales raised his arms without warning. Under the latter two surprised gazes, he went around Quick Rope and Marina's necks and placed them on their shoulders. He closed his eyes. "Come on. Make your choice." Asterisk bang. Asterisk Zakriel's axe slammed against the ground. It even broke a floor tile. Countless stone chips flew into the air. Yodel came after him and stabbed his left arm with his sword. But Zakriel no longer had time to care about the masked protector, who was both an old friend and an enemy. He widened his eyes and clenched his teeth. He did not know when it started, before his eyes. Thales, Quick Rope, and Marina. The 3 of them were cornered. Already. Chapter 441. Farther away. Thales calmly watched the Knight of Judgment's axe blade disappear before his eyes along with the dim corridor. He was slowly rising again. It was as if he had lost gravity. But this time, the prince managed to maintain his rationality in the void where time was unknown. He tried his best to recall the anchor point and follow the teachings to stay true to himself. I just need to go further away. I don't need to knock on the door. He tried his best to remain calm and thought in his heart. Countless scenes flashed through his consciousness: the dilapidated walls of the abandoned house, the simple and crude back kitchen of Sunset Pub, the magnificent balcony of the Hall of Stars, the fluttering snowflakes in the birch forest, the fires in heroic Spirit Palace. Leave the prison of bones, leave Blade Fang's camp, and get as far away from Zacriel as possible. Go further. But just as he thought that, a strange burning sensation surged from his back. It was as if someone had lit a fire on his back. Thales' expression changed. No, at that moment, he instantly escaped from the state of losing control. It was as if he had woken up from a dream. His indifferent attitude disappeared, and astonishment filled his mind. No, in a fraction of a second, the burning sensation grew stronger. It spread from his back to his entire body, and slowly evolved into a tearing and cutting sensation. In that second, Thales could not help but grimace and cry out in pain. This long-lost but familiar feeling, could it be **T? He remembered something, and his heart turned cold. Thales, who was still suffering from the burning and tearing sensation, only felt his body become heavy. In the next second, he crashed violently against the ground. Bang. With a muffled thud, Thales could not care about his aching knees and forehead. He turned over like a madman and flung the backpack on his back with great effort. Damn it. It was as if it was a piece of burning charcoal. Damn it. Marina's angry voice rose in his ears, as if she had just come into close contact with the ground. What happened? Ah, the axe, OW. In the darkness, Quick Rope's panicked shouts came from beside him. Huh. There was a panting sound. It sounded like Quick Rope got up from the ground. Is this Hell's River? Thales exhaled laboriously and felt the burning sensation on his back slowly disappear. But another feeling spread to his nerves. Pain. The Prince of Constellation gritted his teeth as he gasped for breath. Yes, this is Hell's River, and I am your ferryman. He touched the ground and sighed in his heart. Therefore, they were not out of danger yet. Thales. When Quick Rope heard his voice, he was delighted, but then he became even more puzzled. But why can't we see? In his panic, he heard a soft scraping sound, and a sudden flash of light appeared in front of him, causing Quick Rope to instinctively shield his eyes. In the darkness, Marina lit a small torch and cursed as she got up from the ground. She wiped the dust off her face and said, "Damn it. What the hell are we?" But she did not continue. The strange smell in her nose and the surroundings allowed her to identify their location. The swordswoman in red relaxed her neck, which was strangled by the Knight of Judgment. She frowned. We are still in the prison of bones? Thales did not reply. At that moment, his face was pale and he was trembling slightly. Quick Rope, who had regained his vision, put down his hand gently. He glanced at Marina, who was holding the torch with a dazed expression. Then, he turned to the teenager beside him, who was panting on the ground. His expression darkened. What happened just now? His confusion faded away. He helped Thales, who was obviously not in a good state, up from the ground and made the latter lean against the wall. Where's that uncle? And that masked friend of yours? Thales panted hard. He endured the increasingly intense pain and squeezed out a sentence. This is the Alchemy Tower's little magic. You can think of it as a mechanism in the prison of bones. It can transfer you to different places. Marina was slightly shocked. Thales tried to force a smile. But Quick Rope's expression was no longer as playful as before. The rookie mercenary squatted in front of Thales and looked at him quietly. His gaze was profound, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Little magic? Quick Rope's expression made Thales remember the man's true identity. Yes, that's why I used it. Ah. Thales could not continue. The increasing pain in his chest made him break out in cold sweat, and his lips trembled. **T, even though he lacked references from other mystics, whether it was the assassination in the carriage on King's Avenue 6 years ago, the mystic gun attack at Broken Dragon Fortress, the unexpected knocking on the door at Giza in Dragon Cloud City, or Asda's warning before they parted, all these experiences made Thales learn one thing: in the face of danger, unless it was absolutely necessary, one should not easily resort to using mysterious mystic abilities. The burden and damage to one's body caused by losing control should not be underestimated. It would also gradually increase as the amount of mystic energy involved increased. Once it reached the point of knocking on the door, the price that followed would be fatal. That was why Thales was very grateful to Taurus. This was the most mysterious mystic he had ever met. He was also the mystic who treated him the best. It was thanks to his generous help and patient teachings that he managed to find that anchor point. He was able to maintain his rationality while he was losing control, perhaps too much of it, and he was able to get rid of the dangerous predicament of having to knock on the door when his mystic energy was activated. But even if Thales successfully avoided knocking on the door and avoided the heart-wrenching and excruciating pain of using mystic energy in the past, the price of losing control was still not to be underestimated. Based on his experience with Stake, he would not be able to stay in this amazing state of losing control for more than a few minutes. He would be awakened by the sudden pain, and his strange ability would be interrupted. But Thales knew that when he escaped from Zakriel's axe just now, it was not the pain from using mystic energy that interrupted him. Thales clutched his chest and stared in disbelief at the other side. The backpack Marina returned to him lay quietly on the ground, revealing a small crossbow arm. Crossbow of Time. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. Damn it. I found the reason why they are still in the prison of bones and could not escape. Looks like next time, I definitely can't go into losing control when I have this thing in my hands. When he thought of this, Thales felt a throbbing pain in his chest again. His expression twisted. You look very bad. Marina noticed the prince's unusual pain. She walked towards him with a torch in her hand. Were you hurt by that lunatic? No, it's just the after-effects of forcefully using mystic energy and the rejection from the crossbow. Thales wiped off his sweat. He trembled and forced himself to curl up the corners of his mouth. Yes. He was very heavy-handed. Quick Rope still did not say a word. Marina bent down and picked up a silver longsword from the ground. This is Ricky's sword. Marina's eyebrows slowly furrowed under the light of the torch. Thales' heart clenched again. Marina stared at him, and her gaze became colder. I saw the brand on that lunatic's face. It's the same as Samuel's. What happened to Ricky and the others? Thales pursed his lips. While enduring the pain, he also had to deal with the person in front of him. This made him feel mentally and physically exhausted. He felt like his head was about to explode. What can I say? Sorry, your boss had a hole in his head by my friend? He hissed. At this moment, Quick Rope cried out in surprise. No. The rookie mercenary widened his eyes and looked at Marina. He pointed at Thales on the wall and said in horror, Your nose is bleeding. Thales subconsciously touched his nose. As expected, his hand was wet. Oh no. It happened again. Feeling dizzy, he leaned against the wall, trembling as he slid to the ground. Marina frowned. Quick Rope turned pale with fright. He took 2 steps forward and supported Thales. What's wrong with you? About that. The prince smiled weakly. The Jade Star royal family is more or less different from the rest. Jade Star royal family. When Marina heard this phrase, her face became gloomy again. No, we have to do something. He doesn't look good. Quick Rope looked worried. He turned to Marina. This lady? Please keep an eye on this side, I'll go look for his luggage. Marina looked at Thales with a complicated gaze, then looked at the sword in her hand. In the end, she sighed and walked forward with the torch. A prince whose surname is Jadestar. Marina whispered as she looked at the pained Thales. Just now, you saved my life. Why? Thales tried his best to curl up the corners of his lips. He was drenched in cold sweat as he squeezed out a few teasing words. Maybe because I don't like killing people? Perhaps, because you are a woman, and very beautiful? So, according to the night novels, I was destined to get weak in the knees. Then, I'll take you into my harem. Thales felt pain in his heart again. It was so piercing that he scrunched up his facial features again. He bit down on the joke that he was tired of living. But Marina did not care about his teasing. The girl, who had a bad temper before, was not angry either. She just looked at him quietly. You know, we have a grudge, whether it's the past during the bloody year or the conflict in the tavern. Thales snorted coldly. He was tortured by the pain and did not care about his tone. So, I have to kill you? Or would they stand by and watch you get killed? Marina paused for a moment. She looked conflicted. But your father will. The swordswoman in red hesitated and said, just like 18 years ago, when he ordered my family to be hanged. This time, it was Thales' turn to be speechless. But in the next moment, Marina seemed to have made up her mind. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the prince with a burning gaze. Cyber Norfolk, the girl said softly. He is my uncle and a member of the Starlight Brigade. He was the personal guard of the late Duke of Star Lake, John, and the person who murdered him. Thales was instantly stunned. Cyber Norfolk. And the Duke of Star Lake. What does she mean? Thales stared at her in a daze. With his attention diverted, the pain in his body did not seem so unbearable anymore. You, listen. Marina stared at him. Her eyes were eager, as if she was staring at a life-saving straw. If you return to Eternal Star City, Prince Thales, if you are really different from your bastard father, if you really care about the blood of the innocent, then please investigate this matter and find out the truth. Marina's eyes slowly turned red, and Thales was so shocked that he was at a loss. Find out the truth about Duke John's assassination in Zodra during the bloody year. Duke John, Thales frowned. My father, Lansar Norfolk, was the heir to the honorary Earl of Norfolk. Before he was hanged, he had been serving the kingdom's secret intelligence department in secret. Marina gritted her teeth and said in a trembling voice. On the third day of King Aidy's assassination, which was also the eve of Duke John's assassination, my father secretly released a messenger crow. This was the only clue I had over the years. Thales trembled slightly. The kingdom's secret intelligence department. On the third day of King Aidy's assassination, in other words, I have wandered for many years, and I am alone. I can only seize all my power and use all my means, but I can't find anything, and I can't do anything. Marina's lips trembled, and her chest rose and fell. She seemed to be suppressing her emotions. But you are a prince, the future king. You can definitely do more than I can. Please. Marina's eyes were red, and she said the last word through gritted teeth. No one knew how much she had fought and struggled. At this moment, Quick Rope's voice came from the luggage area. What did I find, Thales? You might need this. Another wave of pain hit him. Thales shut his eyes tightly and waved his hands with all his might. I'm fine. It's an old problem. I just need to rest. The next second, bang. A muffled sound rose abruptly, and Thales opened his eyes instinctively. Clang. The light from the fire trembled and fell to the ground together with the long sword. Marina lost consciousness and fell limply to the ground. Beside her, Quick Rope withdrew the palm he used to knock her unconscious with a stern expression. Thales was stunned. At that moment, the torch shone on the ground, making Quick Rope's expression look so cold and profound. Quick Rope did not answer. He only bent down quietly and picked up the unconscious Marina. Can you hold on? Quick Rope asked faintly and dragged Marina to the side. Or are you going to die in the next second? Thales stared at him in a daze. Why? The prince only managed to finish his question halfway. He saw the thing in Quick Rope's hand. It was a special black crossbow. It was nocked and ready to be fired. You're asking why? Quick Rope picked up the torch with one hand and walked forward coldly. So, are you going to tell me the truth? Thales Jadestar. Thales gritted his teeth. The truth. Quick Rope held the torch alone, shook the crossbow in his hand, and stared at him coldly. What exactly is that ability of yours? At that moment, Thales felt his body stiffen, and his tongue become heavy. In a daze, even the after-effects of losing control were no longer as uncomfortable. He only stared quietly at the solemn Quick Rope. Quick Rope also stared back at him quietly. After a while, Thales sighed under the light from the fire. He turned his head away and spoke laboriously under the double pressure of the pain in his body and the stare of his companion. I told you, this is a rare type of magic. After Constellation occupied this place, Quick Rope sneered. Magic? Magic, my foot. As far as I know, there is no magic that can suddenly move us from one place to another. Not even 600 years ago. His cold rhetorical question made the rest of Thales' words die in his mouth. Listen, Thales. Quick Rope glared at him. I may have been preposterous when I was young, but I grew up under the education of the suzerain's family, and I'm older than you by a dozen years, maybe even more, especially after I became the heir. I learned even more unusual knowledge. Quick Rope squatted down gently. The look in his eyes was incredibly serious. The fire drew closer, and the heat from the torch made Thales a little uncomfortable. However, his heart was ice cold. I know who that man is, and I know what he meant by those words. Quick Rope said nonchalantly. It was as if this was just a casual conversation between families. But only Thales knew that at that moment, the aura Quick Rope exuded was so cold, his tone was so fierce, and his gaze was so terrifying. I also know why you suddenly turned from a weak youth into a cold-faced killer. I even know why you're in so much pain now. At that moment, Thales felt as if he no longer knew the person in front of him. It was as if the optimistic, open-minded, and slightly humorous mercenary Quick Rope had turned back into the merciful, decisive prince of the enemy kingdom who abandoned everything. The returned Mariah Walton. More than 600 years ago, there was an incredibly terrifying calamity in the Battle of Eradication. As long as it was on the battlefield, our ancestors would definitely lose every battle they fought, and there was no hope. Because that calamity could foresee the future, and it knew the unknown. Mariah sneered. From the weather on the next day, to the angle at which the sun would rise, to the enemy's every move, to the future of the world, everything was in its grasp. Foresee the future. Thales breathed in a daze. There's such an existence among mystics? Mariah shook his head. How can you defeat an immortal monster who has all the futures and possibilities in its hands? At that moment, Thales' breathing froze. Until the birth of this weapon. Mariah sized up the black crossbow in his hand. The emotions in his eyes were unclear. Its user was a Northlander. After the war, he pledged his loyalty to Extet and King Rikru. Hence, many years later, this crossbow passed through Nuvan I's hands. As a witness to Rikru's oath, he gifted it to the city of Faraway Prayers, which was the most remote and the most difficult of the 10 great territories. Even though I just recognized that this dragon spear is the most unique legendary anti-mystic weapon in the family's ancient records. Crossbow of Time. In the next second, Mariah stood up coldly. He held the trigger, raised his slightly trembling arm, and aimed the arrow at the teenager in front of him. Thales' face was ashen. He could only press his hand against his chest. You're a mystic, Thales. Mariah's eyes sparkled, and he spoke coldly. A calamity. Just like the calamity who destroyed everything 600 years ago. Thales closed his eyes gently. Finally. This day still came. Just like 6 years ago. Mariah's voice trembled slightly. The one who destroyed Dragon Cloud City and killed my father. Chapter 442. When I was young, when Count Lisban told me about it, I always thought it was just a legend. It can't be more real than the Queen of the Sky or the statues of the gods in the temple. Mariah stared at the latter with a complicated gaze that Thales had never seen before. Thales recognized that expression. That was the expression on Quill Barney Jr.'s face when Samuel failed to take the oath. Disappointment, emptiness, pain, and regret. There was also a hint of confusion and helplessness. However, the story that has been passed down from generation to generation in my family is true. He stared at the youth, his head shaking slightly, his chest heaving up and down. It was as if he no longer knew this companion who had gone through thick and thin with him for a short period of time. The foreign prince who shared the same fate as him. In the face of Mariah's arrow, Thales could only bite his lower lip. At that moment it was as if even the pain in his chest was no longer important. What could he say? What should he say? Calamities are humans, or monsters that look like humans. Mariah's gaze never left the target. The crossbow in his hand could not help but tremble slightly. They breathe, eat, walk, and live in every corner of the sector just like us. Their every move is exactly the same. He subconsciously murmured, his tone ethereal. It was as if he was retelling an old story from long ago. But they are not us. In the end, they will tear off their masks and reveal their true selves to begin destruction and slaughter. Thales subconsciously tightened his fist over his chest. Mariah's eyebrows slowly furrowed. He took a step back, as if he could not believe what he was facing. He gritted his teeth and took a few deep breaths. The scene from earlier flashed through his mind. You are, aren't you? Like just now? Thales was silent for a while as he leaned against the wall. His face was ashen and did not look any better under the bright red light of the fire. In the end, they are not us. They would eventually tear off their masks. Thales vaguely remembered every time he lost control and knocked on the door. He remembered the Thales who seemed to know everything in his dreams, and the consequences he faced every time he snapped out of it. I don't know. After a long time, Thales spoke in a tone that made him sound as if he was in a dream. Even for me, this question is full of mystery. Mariah also remained silent for a while. In the deep and serene dungeon, for a moment, only their breathing could be heard. Then, Mariah's cold laughter echoed in the air. So, among the calamities that King Riker fought with, which one are you? Thales was a little absent-minded. Mariah enunciated each of his words with the most solemn and wary tone. King Disaster. Nightmare. Blood Catastrophe. Secret Disaster. Calamity before. With each word he said, Mariah's expression became sterner. These words only appeared in the legends of the Walton family, but he had never taken them seriously. Calamity. As he listened to these unfamiliar and strange terms, Thales frowned slightly. Then, Mariah raised his crossbow with one hand and said his next sentence. Or are you the leader of all calamities, the bane of the gods? The bane of the gods. When he heard this familiar nickname, Thales felt another pain in his chest. The teenager no longer looked at Mariah. He lowered his head and said in a tone that was half relieved and half lonely, neither. I'm a newbie. Mariah paused for a moment. Ha. His shoulders swayed slightly, and his laughter was a little mournful. Even the fire and the crossbow trembled. So, you are like the White Blade Guards. There are newbies. There was a faint mocking tone in his words. Thales tried his best to curl up the corners of his lips while he did not know what to feel. Yes. Mystics, calamities. As he thought about it, his mind wandered a little, and his tone was dejected. Everything is like a nightmare. No matter how much you force a smile or how much courage you muster. But in the dead of night, when you wake up from your dreams at midnight, it will always return to you. Mariah's crossbow trembled slightly. Enough. Calamity. He interrupted Thales and stared at the latter. His gaze was unfamiliar, his lips were cold, and the veins on his hands bulged. Do you know that no matter which temple it is, no matter how dilapidated or how weak the church is, they all warn every king of Extet that the calamity that destroys the world will return and destroy us like how it destroyed the final empire? Thales did not look at him. He just closed his eyes. But Mariah was not prepared to let him answer. Nuvan's son clenched his teeth and spoke. His fingers tightened on the crossbow's arm as he forcefully suppressed the complicated emotions that he had nowhere to vent. Do you know what kind of terror, despair, sacrifices, and casualties Raikuru and his peers endured in the battle of eradication to miraculously turn the situation around, defeat the crazy and evil calamities, and build Extet? Do you know what kind of terror, despair, sacrifices, and casualties every Walton was taught since they were young? Thales did not open his eyes. He forced himself to curl up the corners of his lips. Is that so? The Prince of Constellation could feel that the bleeding from his nose had stopped, and his strength was slowly recovering under the nourishment of the sin of Hell's River. The pain in his chest was also gradually alleviating. At least, he should be able to stand on his own. But for some unknown reason, as he faced Mariah, who was glaring at him furiously, and as he faced the seemingly shaky crossbow of time, Thales suddenly felt very tired. It turned out that the companion who once went through danger with him, the companion whom he thought he could entrust his back to, would become like this. This was the calamity. It was him. And his own future. He thought gloomily. A pleasant female voice that he had not heard for a long time rose in his ears. You are walking further and further down the path of misfortune. Mystic, this is not a gift or a blessing. It is a curse and misfortune. As he listened to Mariah's hateful and heavy breathing, Thales suddenly felt as if he was having a long dream that drained his spirit. In this dream, he had no hope of waking up. So, this is our end. In the dungeon, another spark burst from the torch. Was it you? Mariah asked coldly. Thales still had his eyes closed. What? Mariah stared at Thales, who looked miserable. Anger and doubt burned in his heart at the same time. 6 years ago, Dragon Cloud City. Those legendary monsters would not have appeared for no reason. Mariah gritted his teeth. Tell me. My father's death, and your covert act of destroying half of Dragon Cloud City, are they all related to you? He subconsciously raised his voice and emphasized his words. Look me in the eyes and tell me. Thales' eyebrows twitched, and he instinctively opened his eyes. He stared into Mariah's eyes in a daze. His eyes were filled with anger, pain, hesitation, and bloodshot. Thales' thoughts slowly drifted away. He drifted back to that night in Dragon Cloud City. Ah, yes. Broken eaves. Mottled, broken walls. Dead silence everywhere. Those things I thought I could put behind me. He trembled, but this time, it was not because of pain. Instead, it was because his heart suddenly tightened. Because of those unavoidable facts. A second later, Thales absent-mindedly spat out that word. Yes. Mariah's arm tightened. That night. That calamity, and the Hydra, Kilika, Thales said in a trembling voice as he stared into Mariah's eyes. They went to Dragon Cloud City and caused the deaths of so many people. Thales closed his eyes in pain. It's all because of me. Me. Silence. For a moment, even Mariah's breathing stopped. Asterisk clatter. Asterisk the sound of the torch falling to the ground. In the next second, Thales felt his collar tighten. He was lifted by the furious Mariah with one arm and pressed against the wall. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, the teenager grunted as he endured the sluggish feeling in his chest. Suddenly, he felt pain in his chin. Mariah had already pushed the crossbow of time to Thales's chest and pointed it at his head. The protruding tip of the arrow pressed against Thales's skin, bringing him waves of pain. Thales had never seen Mariah like this. The latter's expression was ferocious. His breathing was heavy, and he gritted his teeth. The muscles on his arms and the veins on his neck were extremely obvious. He was like a raging lion. Just like the former Northland king. How dare you? Mariah growled in a low voice. Thales could feel the former's muscles trembling. He grabbed the teenager's collar with his left hand and held the crossbow with his right hand and right shoulder. The string on the crossbow of time was extremely tight. It was ready to be fired. It was about to devour someone. Mariah suppressed the hatred and anger in him that were like a volcano. You damn. Do you know what kind of sin you bear, and what kind of disaster you will bring? But Thales's eyes were still, and he allowed Mariah to threaten his life with a blank expression. How dare you get close to them? How dare you get close to Dragon Cloud City, Extet, Father, and Alex. Mariah gritted his teeth so hard that they chattered. His eyes were bloodshot. Get close to her country and her people. My people. Mariah's entire body trembled, and he almost lost control. You brought misfortune and inauspiciousness to them, and you brought misfortune like the bloody year to them. Do you know that your existence is the source of all disasters? Thales felt another sharp pain in his chin. He could feel the tip of the arrow piercing his skin as it trembled. Alex. This name was one step faster than an arrow, piercing into his dazed brain. No, he's talking about her. Little rascal. In his illusory memory, the beautiful girl with the pince-nez turned around and covered her mouth. She looked at him with faint surprise and an indescribable gaze. You want to take me away? Take me back to Constellation? At that moment, his almost scattered thoughts became clear. Thales sucked in a breath through his teeth. He ignored the pain in his chin and said forcefully, I know. Mariah's nerves were still tense. He glared at Thales, as if he was going to pull the trigger the next moment and pierce through Thales' head. The teenager said bitterly, I know it better than you. In fact, I know it better than everyone else. From that day onwards, I know everything that happened around me. Every single pair of eyes in Shield District that wanted to breathe but could not. Every single person under the Hydra who cried and ran for their lives. Every single corpse in Dragon Cloud City that was cold and still. And he could only kneel in the middle of the road and hug the only warm life in his arms. His face was covered in tears as he trembled. I'm sorry. Thales shut his eyes tightly. With a heart full of loneliness and sorrow, he said softly, I'm sorry, Mariah. He clenched his fists. All those things happened around me, blood debt. It's the consequence of him. It's something he had to face. It's not something he can calmly forget and avoid with a simple sentence like, it wasn't my intention, I had no choice, or even, it's not my fault, or an even more disgusting sentence like, it's a pity, but it's a necessary sacrifice. At least, he could not. For everything that happened. Mariah's breathing became heavier. Thales' collar was pulled even tighter. He could even feel a drop of blood trickling down his neck under the thread of the arrow. A long time ago, Thales had imagined a similar scene. But in his imagination, he faced a large group of people and an entire world. Regardless of whether they were acquaintances or strangers, their faces were blurred, and they pointed at him, a monster who brought countless disasters. Now, I'm already very lucky, I think. Am I not? When he thought of this, Thales felt relieved. He opened his eyes gently and looked at Mariah calmly. He looked at the anger and sorrow in the latter's eyes. Mariah, he thought faintly. I don't know. When this brave prince, who used a smile to hide his heaviness and humor to cover his sorrow, walked alone to the end of the world and drifted to the edge of the sea. When he looked in the direction of Northland, where he had complicated feelings, and looked at the hometown he had left behind, when he received the news that Dragon Cloud City had suffered a disaster and his father had died suddenly, how did he feel? So, this is it? Thales completely calmed down, and a smile appeared on his lips. This is our end? The man's eyes were still red, and he stared at Thales. The anger in his eyes did not diminish. This reminded Thales of the moment he opened his eyes in the desert. At that time, it was this red-haired Quick Rope who blinked his curious and excited eyes. When he thought of this, Thales sighed softly. Right, while there's still a chance, thank you, Quick Rope. Thank you for saving my life in the desert, he said softly. At that moment, Mariah trembled slightly. He tightened his left arm and pressed Thales against the wall with greater strength. His right hand trembled as he pulled the trigger of the black crossbow. Thales closed his eyes. He waited for the man's decision. The next moment, thud. Thales only felt the right side of his face tremble. Before he could figure it out, he felt the world spin, and he flew sideways against the wall. He fell hard on the ground. Cough, cough, Thales groaned in pain, and his entire head buzzed. He first felt a numbness that spread to half of his face. A few seconds later, it turned into a burning pain that made him grimace. Thales trembled as he climbed to his feet, trying to see what was in front of him even though he was surrounded by stars. How, in the next second, something hard was stuffed into his left hand. Thales was first shocked, then he realized that it was a sword hilt. Soon, his right arm was tightened, and he was pulled up. A thick and broad shoulder was placed on him. An arm was placed on his waist, and he was forcibly lifted up. In his shock, Thales shook his head vigorously to get rid of the stars that filled the sky. It was only then that he saw something in shock. He was leaning against Quick Rope's shoulder. Sometimes his head was high, and sometimes it was low. From the teenager's angle, he could only see the side of Quick Rope's face. He could not see his expression clearly. The arrow in Quick Rope's hand had long since disappeared. It had been replaced by the torch that fell to the ground. He only managed to say one word before his cheek, which had been punched by Quick Rope, started to hurt. Shut up, Quick Rope interrupted him mercilessly. As he gritted his teeth, his unstable and hesitant emotions could be vaguely seen. The enemy is still here. He raised the torch and shone it in front of him. His entire body trembled. We have to go to a safe place. Thales was stunned. But, shut up. Quick Rope turned his head around. His eyes were red as he glared at Thales fiercely. His tone was filled with the boorishness and roughness unique to Northlanders. Don't force me to hit you again. I still remember those 2 slaps. After he finished speaking, he did not even look at Thales. He turned his head away, and his breathing betrayed his complicated emotions. Thales stared at the side of his face in a daze. The torch swayed, and the air was quiet. An indescribable feeling rose in his heart. The prince lowered his head and gritted his teeth. He dragged his weak body, leaned against Quick Rope's shoulder, and caught up with Quick Rope. The two of them left the unconscious Marina behind. Their breathing alternated between fast and slow, rapid and slow. They were not fast, but they were steady. The two of them moved forward in silence for a distance. They stepped over a few corpses and finally arrived at the stone stairs that spiraled upwards. They began to climb up. The scene was immersed in this strange atmosphere for a moment. In the silence, Thales suddenly chuckled, and it seemed especially abrupt. Quick Rope's footsteps came to a halt. Thales continued to chuckle. Shut up. Quick Rope retorted rudely. His tone was heavy, and his attitude was malicious. It gave Thales the illusion that he had returned to Northland. What's so funny? Quick Rope raised the torch high, turned a corner, and gritted his teeth. It's nothing. The exhausted Thales shook his head. I'm just very happy. He paused for a moment, and with a heart full of grief, he punched Quick Rope's chest. I'm very happy that you're still the same. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.